o'clock p.m. tonight, bringing information, knowledge, interviews, and music videos, all in celebration of Sickle Cell Awareness Month, which is September. And of course, I'm still repping Alopecia Awareness Month because alopecia is real. We happen to share the same month, and Levi Long Sickle Cell is on a mission right now. They truly need to raise some funds to be able to transport some patients back and forth. And so we put out a call to some entrepreneurs to see if they could help. And this lovely nurse practitioner uh, answered the call. She said, "Hey, I can help." And I said, "Well, please come on the show and tell us about your business. Tell us about what you've donated. And if you have any questions about sickle cell, we hopefully will be able to answer them." So I'm going to bring you on right now. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the show, dear. Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Tell us your name and where you are.
My name is Mabel. I'm a nurse practitioner, and I'm located in DeBary, Florida, so Volusia County.
Okay. And the name of your establishment is Emerald
Lux.
Mm-hmm. See, I happen to love emeralds. That's my birthstone. So
green, favorite color.
I got to come out and see you. Yeah. So what services do you provide at the medical spa, dear?
So I'm the owner and I'm also the injector. We opened back in October 2020. So I started out with IV hydration. So, just normal saline, a lot of the natural vitamins that our body is probably, depleting, and we're just dehydrated, So I started with also injections like the B12 shots, glutathione, vitamin D, because certain things you can't get through orally or even the IV, you have to do like an IM intramuscular injection. So that's how.
Like that B12 shot. Yeah.
And it also maintains sleep. So it kind of gives you a good circadian rhythm. People think they're going to be up all night cleaning their house. I was like, no, you're not going to be like an Energizer bunny, but you're not going to be as sleepy or falling asleep behind the desk that people have. The B12 shot gives them a good energy because we don't naturally build it in our bodies. So we have to get it from the environment or food or supplements.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. What got you interested in this form of healthcare? Why not pediatrics or something?
Well, I did. It's so funny. So now I have 2 little ones, but so I love like NICU, pediatrics. I worked in mother baby as a nurse, as an RN. So that's still an active license in Florida. So if I ever want to work at a hospital, COVID, I can always do that. But then I had my babies, right? So when I had my babies, I don't know if it's the mom hormones, but everything is very more empathetic and more like I'm just very more emotional and in tune with things that go on at the hospital. So I kind of just, I always had a business side of things. So, and I wanted the flexibility as a mom to be able to take off, because as a nurse practitioner, when you're working for someone else, it's hard when your kids are sick, right? And then you're canceling all the appointments, or your boss is mad at you that you have to cancel because my boys are sick and they need mom, right? I got into the medical spa business and aesthetics and just educating the community. I still have, I still prescribe medications and do lab work, but more of a wellness and aesthetics.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I never thought I was going to go into it. I just thought I was going to work at a hospital, have a regular schedule, work 12 hours and have a family work-life balance, but it's hard when you're a mother. So yeah,
it is. And we don't want to take away from the fathers.
Yeah,
it's probably hard on them too, because they're traditionally at work all day, and they get to miss some of those the first walks. And
for sure.
But to reassure the fathers, the kids always say dada before they say mama.
Here for them to I'm like, I don't think they really say dada. I think that's just the sounds are easier. And I'm like, even though mom took care of you, right? Most of the time.
So tell us about the certificate that you donated to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association.
So it's a gift certificate worth $99 for a signature facial. So it's a 1-hour long facial. My esthetician, LaDeja, she's part of the medical spa. So it's just me and her. So she handles more of like the brow, tint lamination, facials, waxing, body sculpting, and all the skincare part. So you will be booking the appointment by calling our number 386-588-2999, whoever won. And then you'll kind of just book and schedule with her, and you'll love it. I literally fall asleep. So yeah.
Well, I'm excited to announce that we did this 24 hours last weekend, Friday and Saturday, and someone made a generous donation. They won the certificate, and they said they wanted to gift it to Kiana because it was her birthday, and she's the CEO of the Levi Long Sickle Cell.
Oh,
So I think she's the one who came and picked up the certificate.
probably. I did have a client, so I just saw some lady there that I was just like,
Yep.
You're here to pick up. Like, you're not my client, but you might be the one that's So she was like,
right.
yeah, and really quick, yeah.
So she was very emotional. She said, "Oh my goodness, it's so sweet," and she's looking forward to it. And then she said, "I need a facial too." So that just worked out perfectly, and we are so grateful. We are so grateful.
So she won the facial technically. Okay, good.
She wanted someone from out of state made a donation towards it, and so if you're watching us, this is our 24-hour broadcast fundraiser, and entrepreneurs have donated certificates and gifts. And this hour we're doing an auction for this lovely bracelet earring combination from Paparazzi Jewelry, and we're going to be doing the drawing for that in just a little bit. You can send a text to the number that you see at the bottom of the screen and put in a bid. Say, I want to bid $5, $10, $15, and we will already package it up and send it to you. So that's good. So tell us some more about your location. Why did you decide on that location, and what else is available for your clients when they come see you?
For those of you that don't know where DeBerry, Florida is, it's between Orange City and Sanford. So if you think about, I just feel like it's just a great location where you still don't have the Seminole County taxes. You're still in Volusia County, but it's like it's probably one of the most growing cities in Volusia County itself. They're building everywhere. They have a good school district, especially for the elementary school. So my oldest now goes to DeBerry Elementary. And now, so I've been living in the country club here, and then literally my med spa is like 3 minutes away. So I'm very spoiled. We chose a good location, and I definitely hope to expand.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful. So as a nurse, do you have any experience, or do you know anything about sickle cell? Do you know anyone? You have anything you'd like to share?
Definitely. When my early years, I'm originally from Philadelphia. Moved down here in 2014. So when I initially started on the medical surgical floor up in Einstein healthcare system in Philadelphia, like on Broad Street, if anyone's familiar with that area near Temple and everything, we had a lot of obviously African Americans, more demographic with sickle cell, a lot of teenagers, like 16-year-olds that would come with active sickle cell and will just need IV drips with, a high, more of medications like morphine, so it was literally around the clock, every 2 hours, pain medication, because it needed to give them relief, so I just remember like a lot of teenage boys specifically that would come in the medical surgical floor. And I was a new nurse, I would say a year in at that time. This is before 2014, before I moved down here. So, but it was just an interesting experience, the patients, my heart definitely goes out to people who deal with sickle cell itself and the family members around it, for sure.
Teenagers.
Yeah.
Earlier we were trying to describe the level of pain, and we really didn't have anything to compare it to, but as a teenager, I can imagine. I can only imagine. That is so tragic.
I was a nursing instructor. I still love teaching. So I still do it on the medical spot, owner's business side. But when I used to teach the nursing students about how sickle cell is and how, it's genetics and you can get early testing for it, because sometimes a lot of people don't know that you might be a carrier, and then you might, have a baby with someone else who's a carrier. And then again, then your kids might actually exhibit the symptoms. You know what I mean? So it's a little complicated. And people just assume like, is it like curable? It's pretty much, you're pretty much living with it. And then you just hope to maybe not have your kids, go through the things that you went through. It's tough. But definitely I learned and taught a lot about that in nursing school too, for my students. And
Well,
some of my students definitely knew a family member that did have sickle cell. So it's actually more common than we think. Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe you can answer a couple questions. We have a young lady out of Jacksonville, Florida, that asked 2 questions. She wanted to know what causes sickle cell and can anyone get it? You think you can answer those questions for us?
More common in the African American population specifically. It's not something like, it's contagious or, we're around someone like COVID. You can't get sickle cell like that. It's passed down through genetics. So you can be a carrier for it, but you might not have symptoms, right? But usually the symptoms will be if maybe dad and mom has the sickle cell trait that can be dominating in the actual child. Yeah. So usually if they do early testing, right, if you know you're a carrier, like sometimes, and it doesn't mean that just because mom has symptoms, the child is definitely going to have the symptoms too. Like it's going to be, they might just be a carrier, but as long as you give that information and be like, hey, it runs in our family, make sure you get that checked. If you are planning on having babies, because it's pretty painful when you're going through it. I can't, tell you, but I just know that when I worked as a nurse, they were on really high doses of like morphine, like Q2 every 2 hours. I would have to come in and because your cells, generally are like a spear, red blood cells, but when it's a sickle cell, it's like this, right? It's like a hook. So imagine your bloodstream being irritated by hooks like everywhere, like and your bloodstream's everywhere, right? Like it goes to the brain, your organs. I don't know why I'm getting emotional, but I can just talking about it, I feel like it's painful. You know what I mean? Like it should be a nice, like blood cells all nice and flowing like round, but no, it's all hooked up and like getting caught everywhere. Right. So imagine when you're having a flare up, I guess you can say, because it's, when they have the flare ups, it's so and that usually can be flared up during seasons, like temperature change. I forgot about that, why they get the flare-ups can happen when they have different elevation changes. So things that going on in their lives, they can exhibit more of the flare-ups. But yeah, they're definitely they live with it pretty much and just manage it. Yeah.
We had a couple of images that were given to us.
Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah. And when you talked about the sickle and the hook, I'm thinking Peter Pan and Captain Hook, but yeah. And then even
I guess
this image, right? This image where it showed the sickle cells getting clogged up, and oh my goodness. And you were talking about babies and this I just
and
we had
so if you do carry it, at least if you can avoid it, knowing that your partner doesn't have it, genetic testing will be the best. Like, they do blood testing on that too. You want to prevent stuff, right? So if you already are a carrier or you're going through it, if you can prevent it, that would be the best thing you can do for your babies. Yeah.
Well, I know that Levi Long Sickle Cell Association does go to organizations and agencies, and she will do trait testing. And so maybe that's something that we can arrange with you for her to come out to the spa, because if you're, I like to say, of childbearing age or interested in having a child, you should know, and you should disclose that before you guys decide to raise a family like yours. Maybe I'm so appreciative for you. I know I reached out to you in the Facebook group, and thank you for your donation. Thank you for your education and your support.
Oh, you're welcome. Let me know. I'm always here. My medical spa is definitely open to you and the community.
Wonderful. We look forward to working with you again. Thanks, dear. I appreciate you.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. That was nurse practitioner right here in Central Florida. She came in and not only made a wonderful donation, but she was able to give us some education on sickle cell and answer a couple of questions too. I always imagine sickle cell like Kiana describes it as a sickle shape. But when she said like a hook, which, I guess visually it's the same thing, but the hook sticking to the walls and grabbing, I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine. This is the Queen Bee Evangelist Angie B. Yes, I have gum in my mouth to try to keep this cough at bay. Praise the Lord for lipstick and makeup and just having an opportunity to dress up and feel good today. This is our 24-hour marathon fundraiser for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Please make your donation using the payment methods that are now scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Please, ma'am, please, sir, we would be grateful for you. Okay, coming up in this next hour, we have another set of jewelry coming from Paparazzi Jewelry. This is going to come up in our silent auction. We've got a lovely dangly set of earrings and a matching bracelet. The way we're doing this silent auction during the fundraiser is that you may send a text to the number that you see on the screen and you put in a bid, $5, $10, $15. Your donation not only is going to a 501c3 nonprofit organization, but we will ship these items to you absolutely free. And so we're excited to be able to share. The winner from last hour said that they want us to continue to receive bids from this piece because they said that they are a him and they would not be wearing these items. And so when we looked at item 1 and item 2, it's almost like they match. I'm not a paparazzi consultant, so I don't know if it's the same set or not. But what I do know is if you want dangly earrings to go with this, it almost looks like they match. Along with, if you're a little more bashful and want to wear these little bitty tiny earrings. So for this hour, we're going to say that both sets will be going up for auction, and we're going to start the bid at $10 since it's 2 separate sets. A necklace, a bracelet, and 2 different pairs of earrings. Your 100% of your donation for this set will go to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And again, postage will be absolutely free. We will send it to you. If you are watching the replay and you'd like to make a donation, please do so, and you will still receive a free gift. And so we're very, very grateful for that. We truly are. Thank you to Pastor Mary Hope from It's All About Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. She called to check in. The ministry made their donation last weekend, and we're very, very grateful for that. We truly are. And we're also excited to let you know that if you're in the near King College in Union, New Jersey, in Downing Hall, please stop by and see author Avalon S. Brown. Author Avalon is there today introducing her book. She'll be there till 6 p.m. This is what she looks like. So you'll see her. I think today is a chilly day in New Jersey. So she's got on a black coat, looks like, and a blue lanyard. But please stop by, check out her books. Our team was thrilled to narrate the audiobook for Mommy, Why Do I Have a Cold? You'll see that one. And the special thing about author Avalon is that she strives to create a book for each and every one of her grandchildren. So her grandchildren are featured in the book. So again, we invite you to go out to King College in Union, New Jersey, and go check out Downing Hall. She says there's a book festival there from noon to 6 p.m. And the video that she just posted on Facebook when she went live, it looks like there's tables and tables of authors. So go out and look for Avalon, and you won't regret it. You won't regret it. All right, if you are in the Daytona Beach area and last night, or if you just wanted to come out and support Levi Long, the Night to Remember program took place last night, and I got pictures to show you. I got pictures. The program, let me see if I can move some of this out of the way so you can read the program. The program included music by Retro Flow. There was a prayer, the welcome and occasion, the introduction of Dr. Chester Williams, and the musical guest. They gave the history, academic information, stem cell patch information, which we were thrilled to learn about from Kiana last weekend during the 24 hours broadcast. Then they presented In Loving Memory. Okay, that was what she wanted to do to give a memorial to those that have passed on during their fight with sickle cell. Then the dinner performance was live music by Retro Flow and a request for silent givers. They had a speaker, and in honor of, and the thanks and the recognition. So what I want to do now is I have just a very special song I'd like to. No, I'm not going to sing it, not with my voice acting like this. But I got a couple of special songs that I want to play coming up next, and dedicate them to Kiana as she continues to spread awareness about sickle cell, and to truly ask you to do your best to give. Do your best to give. We'll be very grateful for you. Your soul cry
is set in the heart of man.
Dedicated to Kiana.
This life is hard. Our legs weak. How can we stand? There has to be something more to this life. There has to be a more fulfilling plan. The rest for the weary and burdened in a dry land. We need an answer to fill this vacancy. Show us the plan and fill this emptiness in me.
My soul cries, my soul. The heartbeat of humanity is searching for some sanity, something to fill this emptiness, this vacancy, this vanity. We chasing after everything our eyes can see, running after things that just don't satisfy our needs, needing love and a reason to live. God came and gave his son our sins, he paid the bill, but we riding in the darkness like the three blind mice. Our souls crying out, man, we tired of this life. I'm realizing that the only satisfaction is in the Christ that came, and I'm tired of seeing pain in people's eyes, chasing after lies, fortune and fame, walking there playing with life like chance. This ain't a game. Vanity, all insanity, filling it with things, but the emptiness remains. We play church, but no change. We gotta be real with God and stop playing games. We can't remain the same. You're the cure that I'm needing. I ask you, redeem me, lead me, teach me. I gotta to you. Your presence is the air I breathe, the reason I'm still alive. The essence of your love, it brings a supernatural high. It's the essence of your love, I sing, I'ma do it till I die. I go home with this thing, it's you for which I try. As the deer pants for water, my soul longs for you, Father. My tears are my supplier, evil's desire opens fire. The enemy had me in a trance, prisoner of war. Fell for counterfeit romance with sins that I explored. Given a second chance by you, a vacancy restored. Baptized, was a girl gone wild, now I'm a girl gone wise. That's why cry. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cries for you, Father. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cries for you, Father. My soul. Jesus, man, he died on the cross. You don't hear my pain. We gotta reach the lost. God's soul keeps crying out to humanity, searching for a lover that will love him for eternity. So he's on a journey to ignite our yearning. Our hearts set aflame with such passionate burning. Victory comes in the presence of a great king that loves to turn our bodies into great things. So my soul will sing, worthy is the Lamb. Lord, the great I am, here I come and here I am. My passion sets the tone as I enter into his throne. With praises, more praises until I'm consumed in this song. God love letter 66 in the book. Got me so hooked, my God, I'm so shook. He wrote to us like Noah in the notebook. Our souls long for his presence like the fish bones through the brook. Our soul cries for his love. Cry. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cries for you, Father. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cries for you, Father. My soul cries. My soul cries. My soul cries for you. As the deer pants for the water, my soul longs for you. As the body dies without water, my soul dies without you.
All around me, no one can find me. My mind is out there, it's so
I I tell you, I'm all choked up. It's me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. And I just took some menthol stuff because I thought my voice was getting a little tired. Woo! It opened my voice, my sinuses, my ears, my everything. So I am good to go. We are 8.5 hours into our 24-hour fundraiser, raising awareness for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association and raising funds. This year, we're asking everyone to give $12, just $12, because one testing kit costs $12, okay? And so the ways that you can give are scrolling at the bottom of the screen. You can make your donation using Zelle at 386-795-0965. That's 380. Oh, well, there's the Wonder Dog. 386-795-0965 or Cash App using $ Long Sickle Cell. Long Sickle Cell. And again, we're asking people to come on and talk about particular topics that may be of interest to our sickle cell clients and could be of interest to you. So coming up next, we've got Shakana Downs. She has a very intriguing topic that she's going to bring to us that I personally can relate to, and I'm glad that she's talking about it. And if you're watching us for the first time and you're wondering, well, what does this have to do with sickle cell? Everything doesn't have to do with sickle cell. Some things have to do with everything and everybody. We are spreading awareness. And so I am happy that she is here with us. Shakana, I just got to do one more quick thing before you come on. Somebody wants to know how the funds are being used this year. And since this is our third year, I'll go back and tell you how the funds have been used in the past. The first year, our goal was to raise $800 because it cost a little over $700 plus some shipping to get the smallest container of sickle cell trait testing kits. And so we were able to reach that goal. We were able to get the kits, and Kiana conducted trait testing on the campus of Bethune-Cookman University and other parts of the Daytona Beach surrounding area. The second year, our goal was 1,500. Kiana did just a little bit more. We were able to conduct testing kits, and there were more presentations that needed to be made. And so this year we're doing a combination of, yes, the organization could use another vehicle because Kiana is running her poor little vehicle to the ground doing all this running around. We still need the testing kits, because once they're gone, we got to buy more. And Kiana does not want to charge people to be tested for the trait. And so then Kiana is also in high demand. She's at an event this afternoon. She was at an event this morning. I think she had 3 events today. And so this is how the funds are being utilized. And this is why we need your help. Again, $12 pays for one kit. Okay, it's time to bring in Shakana Downs so we can hear what thus saith the Lord through this adorable vessel. Hello, my darling. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, girl, I'm good. I'm glad I'm awake. 8.5 hours in. I'm glad about that. But thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you.
My pleasure.
Tell everybody what you do, where you're located, and something that you're excited about today.
Okay. Well, I'm Shekinah Downs. I'm a licensed clinical social worker here in Daytona Beach. I am the owner of CG Keys Enterprises, LLC, mental health and counseling services. I do lots of things. I do therapy for couples, individuals, teens, 13 and up. I do educational workshops. I'm starting a new event called the Speak Easy, which is kind of an open forum for people to come and talk and share their heart and just get a little support and an amen corner if you need it,
Mhm.
or some good sound counsel if you
Yeah.
need it. If you got a bunch of knucklehead friends and nobody who is guiding you in a wise way, you can come. Um, I'm an author, I'm a minister, a whole bunch of stuff. So that's kind of what I do. And I think that's what you asked me to tell. Oh, what I'm excited about. Um, I'm excited about being here to support Kiana and Levi Long. My girl is always on the move. She
Yes.
is doing great things, and I think it's phenomenal that she had a heart and a desire to help a group of people that she is not a part of.
Right. Right. That makes a big difference. It's one thing when that's your tribe and you all are facing the same thing, but
Mhm.
it's another thing when you do it and you're not paid to do it. Kiana has no salary, and that makes another big difference. So thank you for pointing that out.
You're welcome. Hey, Sonia.
Yep, yep, yep. So, what's your topic tonight, dear? What?
So,
Yes.
I recently hosted a workshop called Enough about domestic violence, recognizing the signs of abuse in toxic relationships. And Kiana sent me a message and said, "Hey, I'm sorry I wasn't able to make it. I would love if you could come on and talk about it during the fundraiser." So, here I am. Um,
Yay!
and I think it's important because a lot of times people are in abusive and toxic relationships and don't even know it or realize it,
Right,
because a lot of times it's their norm. You know, the gaslighting, the manipulation, not having accountability, all of those things, especially in this generation, seem to be the norm. But it's not. It really is abuse, and a lot of times people don't recognize it. So I just wanted to share quickly about some of the types of abuse and some of the things that that encompasses, and a couple of toxic things to look out for. So,
okay,
types of abuse. Of course, most people know about physical. Um, that's somebody putting their hands on you, hitting you, pushing you, choking, strangling, all of those things, using weapons to hurt you. Um, but let me rewind because I wanted to point out that domestic violence isn't just for intimate partners. These types of abuse isn't just for your boyfriend, girlfriend, spouse. It can be a family member. It can be a caregiver. It can be someone who is in your home or part of your life, that's in a trusted position of power and authority. So it may not just be your boo. Okay. It could be a relative who is taking care of money, and finances for an older relative or a sickly relative, or even someone who has mental health or developmental delays, things like that. Um, but it does not discriminate. It's not a respecter of persons. So back to types. So we talked about physical, then there's emotional, and I'm gonna lump these together: emotional and intellectual abuse. This is where your feelings are minimized and diminished. Your thoughts and ideas are disregarded or downplayed, where someone makes you feel less than or like things didn't happen. Like, oh, you're just overly sensitive. You're just being emotional. Those kinds of things. But also things like withholding affection, the silent treatment, all of those things too tie into emotional and intellectual abuse. Then we've got financial abuse. Financial is where someone can limit the access to funds and spending, controls the funds and spending, uses money and assets as a way of gaining power and control, or holds the finances over your head. Um, well, since you can't do this, well, I'm just not going to pay for that. Well, if you want this new thing, then you got to do this, or you got to be that way. Um, but also misuse of funds. Like I mentioned earlier, if you have a caregiver or a representative payee or someone that's in place to manage somebody else's funds, and they're taking the money, spending it on their own things, stealing it, that kind of stuff, borrowing and not paying back, all of that ties into financial abuse as well. Um, Sexual abuse, we know what that is, but I want to reiterate that even if you're married, your no still means no. That it's not always just the act. It can also be unsolicited sexual attention, comments, jokes, pictures, videos, any of those things. Think sexual harassment in the workplace. Things that they tell you if it makes you feel uncomfortable and if it's unwanted. But think about that on a deeper level where you're being forced to watch or participate in these things that you don't want to, or things are being constantly pushed in your face or impressed upon you. You're pressured to do something you don't feel comfortable with, and your no is not respected. Um, those things as well. Then there is cultural abuse, and this is where people use their cultural norms to justify abuse. Some cultures, it's okay for spouses to beat on and hit their partners. Some cultures, it's okay to have multiple partners or to step outside your relationship in a sexual way. Different things like that. And in certain cultures where women don't have much of a voice and they're told to stay in your place and do what your man says. And when those things are used out of context for power and control, that's abusive. The other is spiritual abuse. And it kind of goes along the same lines of cultural, but it's using those spiritual things, using your beliefs against you, using the authority of your belief system to justify abuse and mistreatment and those kinds of things. So there's a lot of different ways that you can be abused and not know or not recognize that you've been abused.
The unfortunate thing is I've got 2 questions that have come in already. I'm trying to wait to the end, but this is a very hot topic. The first person said, did you say pushing is a part of physical abuse?
Mm-hmm. I absolutely did. If someone is putting their hands on you in any way other than a loving, affectionate way, and it is unwanted, it's abusive.
Mm. And the second question is, what's the statute of limitations for reporting the abuse? My husband gave me a black eye last year. Can I still call the police?
So, statute of limitations varies by state. It's different place to place. So, you may want to look up your local laws. But I will say this, when it comes to abuse, report it, document everything, pictures, video, whatever you can get to document, because a lot of times what happens is people never report it and it's been ongoing for a long time, but legally there's no history of it. It doesn't exist. As my old pastor used to say, if it ain't on paper, it don't exist. It didn't happen. And when it comes to legal issues in court and things like that, what matters is what you can prove. If you can prove a history or a pattern of this behavior, it makes it a lot easier for you to get the help that you need legally. It makes it easier for you to get the protection you need, as far as saying this person has a history of aggressive behaviors, has a history of violence. when those things are on that legal record, it's there in black and white. They can deny it all they want to, but if they've been to jail 2 or 3 times for assault or for having weapons or hurting other people or things like that, those things matter,
Wow.
and that would work in your favor if you needed an emergency protective order or something like that. Anything you can document and prove. Financial abuse and emotional abuse are some of the hardest to prove because there's no visible physical signs of it. There's no bruises, there's no scars. So those are a little bit harder to prove. And sometimes you may not get any justice in those areas legally, but you can still get out, you can still leave, you can still get help, regardless of what kind of abuse it is.
Regardless. And so that was our next, it really wasn't a question, it was a statement. Where can I go? I don't have any money. That's pretty much what the message said.
Okay, so locally, there should be a DV shelter in your area, but you can also call the National Abuse Hotline, and it's in my phone, so I can't pull it out and give it to you right now because I'm on my phone. But I'll come back and put it in the comments for you, or you can send me a message. I have a list of numbers and resources, especially if you're here in Volusia County. But if you call that National Domestic Violence Hotline, they'll give you local resources for your area. There's a lot of different kinds of assistance available, from shelters to support groups to assistance with moving and relocating. It just kind of depends on where you are and what's available in your area. A lot of domestic violence resources are grant funded. So sometimes they do run out of money and they may not have it right then. And you have to wait until the next month or the next quarter or whatever for some of those bigger financial resources. But they can always point you in a direction to get the resources that you need.
That's very helpful. And I appreciate the fact that you said at the beginning that these are ways that domestic violence appears and you may not recognize it. You may not know it. We all know about the physical, or we may know about the physical, but the financial control and some of the mental control aspects, those are powerful. Those are powerful.
Absolutely.
And again, the topic is for everybody, whether you have sickle cell, whether you're a caregiver, whether you're a viewer of this program, whether you're making donations, whether you're supporting the advocates as they go. I am grateful for the way you presented it and packaged the Enough workshop in Daytona Beach. There was enough information to keep my mind spiraling for a couple of days afterwards. Wow, what about this and what about that? And maybe this is why that happened. And maybe that, it was just so much that I'm still digesting. But I think the favorite thing was the little heart-shaped box that we had, the little heart-shaped box, and we had to write a love letter to ourselves. And yep, I got my little heart-shaped box in my room. Yep. And I encourage everyone to do that, whether you've got a heart-shaped box or not. Write a love letter to yourself. Almost like you love yourself, almost like you're proposing to yourself, or almost like write something to yourself and see how good it makes you feel. Yeah. Yeah.
And the reason I asked the participants to do that is because a lot of times a big part of the reason why people stay and why people end up in abusive relationships without recognizing the signs is because it may be a season where you don't love yourself enough to set healthy boundaries or to stand up and say enough is enough, or I won't tolerate this treatment, or I deserve better, or whatever the case may be. And I preface that with, think about a time where you didn't love yourself enough, where you didn't have strong boundaries, where you couldn't defend yourself or stand up for yourself, and write that letter to that person, to that version of you. Because we also talked about reasons why people stay. And before I started doing work with domestic violence and survivors and things like that, I would always be like, well, why don't they just leave? And it's so multi-layered and multifaceted that a lot of times it's impossible to just pack up and leave. You know, there's financial issues, there's kids involved, there may be a history of violence from that other person or partner, there may have been threats, you know, just straight fear. So many reasons, codependency, a lack of skills and knowledge to take care of yourself and stand on your own. And the biggest one is isolation, because most abusers will isolate you from your village, from your support system before they begin the abuse. And I was thinking about, you know, before I came on, like, how does this apply to sickle cell patients and just vulnerable populations in general? When you're sick, it's a lot easier for people to prey on you and to take advantage of that. When you're not strong physically in your body, when you need emotional support, when you are at a low place, it's a lot easier for them to build that trust and sense of dependency that happens during trauma bonding, where they've got you right where they want you. Oh, they trust me, you need me, ain't nobody gonna treat you better than me, all of those things. And then subtly they start to tear you down, tear down your self-esteem. Ain't nobody gonna want you with this. Ain't nobody gonna want you when you sick all the time. Who gonna take care of you? Who gonna be here for you but me? And it starts to wear on your mental and destroy your sense of self-worth and self-esteem. So now you're stuck and you're craving that affirmation and that love from them. So it's just like a cycle, just like addiction. You know, you're chasing that high or that love from them. So then after they've abused you and gaslit you and done all the negative things, things calm down for a little bit and they start love bombing you again to get you back in their good graces, or to get back in your good graces so they can do it all over again.
It's a shame, because it sounds so simple that to know that you don't recognize it is almost shameful. Almost, how could I have been so, you know, to have not seen it? And
the
so
enemy is subtle. You don't always come with big things. It's little things. It's little comments that tear you down, that attack your self-esteem, that, oh, well, what you won't do, the next one will. Oh, well, that's not what happened. I never said that. I never did that. Not taking accountability for their actions, making you feel like you're crazy or making stuff up, like you're the one that's always the problem, blaming you for everything, putting you down in small ways. Well, you used to this and that and whatever. Well, I remember when you was fine, and, or, you know, comments about your abilities, or your, oh, you still at that little job, that little, downplaying your accomplishments, not celebrating you, all of those things. It's the gaslighting, you know.
Well, I know somebody who will not gaslight, and that's Kiana. I'm gonna bring Kiana in right quick because she is here. Hey, I'm safe with Kiana. She ain't gonna gaslight me. She ain't gonna put me down. She ain't gonna make me feel no kind of way.
No. And then, you know, the old saying, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. And I just smile.
Well, I'm gonna say it.
And that's, look, you got letters behind your name. She got letters behind her name that let her know she's earned the right to say it.
But I'm gonna say it from a place of love. Because sometimes not saying anything makes issues worse. And especially in our community, so much is swept under the rug and overlooked and bypassed. And that's why a lot of people end up in abusive situations, because they saw it growing up and nobody said anything, so they thought it was normal. Well, that's how my daddy talked to my mama. Well, that's how my grandma talked to my granddaddy, whoever. And it was wrong and loud. And somebody needs to speak up and say, no, that's not right. Because if we don't confront it, it can't change. And the cycle is just going to continue. And we're going to keep being in toxic relationships. And that's not just romantic. That could be familial, business, whatever kind of relationship, because it happens everywhere, in the workplace, at school, everywhere. People love the gaslight.
Wow.
It happened to me at one of the jobs I had, and the lady got mad at me because I got in her face and called her on her crap. She literally got this close in my face and was real nasty to me and accused me of acting like I was better than everybody else, and questioning why I didn't apply for a certain position with that company. I said, oh, you want to know? Let me tell you why. I said, because when you were looking for someone in that position and I spoke up and said me, you and the other person were like, no, no. Guess what she said? That never happened. I didn't say that. I said, well, if it didn't happen, why do I remember it? Why does my partner remember it? Why does my other coworker remember it? Why does the lady who works for the other company remember it? But you don't.
That's a shame.
Mm-hmm. And she
But
couldn't say nothing.
it's a perfect example of what we should not be tolerating.
Mm-hmm.
I give you an example tonight, just now before I left early because I know I had to get back here. And I'm a firm believer that if you do something and you don't think you made a mistake, it's okay to recognize it and apologize. So we were sitting at the table, and I sat at the table with the NAACP, and I guess the server was frustrated. People calling her, if she wasn't the only server, but she has a history of not being nice. And so it was dessert time, and it wasn't the person next to me, it was the person next to her. I just know she asked her, well, can I get this? And she took the plate and slung it on the table. And so then I said, oh, I need her to come here. Just as nice, just like I'm in my monotone. And they said, you need her? Mm-mm. I want to check on her to make sure she's okay. And so then she walked by and I said, can you come here? I don't believe in treating servers any kind of way but nice because I've been a server. And so I grabbed both her hands and I said, are you okay? She said, I said, no, because you slung the plate. She said, oh, and I'm so sorry. I said, no, no, not me. Can you tell the person you slung the plate at? Can you let her know that you're sorry? And so then the lady said, I said, no, no, no. Mm-mm. It's only right that she apologizes. Because had it been one of us, and that's what it is, had it been one of us, and listen, right is right and wrong is wrong. I don't care. I don't care about this. True story. Well, she apologized to her. She apologized to her, and it was okay. And I didn't need nothing. I just wanted it was okay, because that's right. I had a job in Flagler County as a teacher. It was a co-teaching class. The Caucasian teacher, she was, cheery. I love working with her. I didn't know she was talking about me to the other teachers. She couldn't tell me. She was saying things, and we had a meeting, just her and I, in the teacher duty day. We had a meeting, and they knew she was talking about me to them. We worked together in the classroom, but no, nothing said to me. So that day, she said, "Does anybody have anything to say?" Everybody looked at me, and I was like, "Why are you looking at me?" Because they were giving her an opportunity to say what she had been saying. She didn't say a word. The next day, when all the children were in the room, that's when she spazzed out. You jerk. Me? Yes, a lady who has a master's degree. She didn't, and that's what happens in life when you don't know how to cope, you don't know how to form your words, and you spaz out. And I'm sitting there, I didn't say a word. They asked me, could I leave because I was a trigger to this grown woman with a master's degree. I politely walked up and got out. Then they put her in a room and she sat there looking around. And then they said, okay, well, tomorrow's going to be a better day. Oh, no, ma'am, excuse me. What's going to happen? Because today, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You mean we're going to act like this didn't exist? Because had it been the other way around, she would have been fearful of me. Had I called her a jerk, the deputy would have came and escorted me out of the classroom. And what it is, you're so right. Shakana, it's time we can say it in love, but it's time we have to say it. We've sat down long enough because now people think right is wrong and wrong is right because we have not said anything. And I'm asking, you know, how can I say this correctly? If I make a mistake and hurt your feelings, I can apologize. I don't have pride, but I don't need to sit there and don't say anything. I need to say something, especially if it hurts me. Why do I have to bear the brunt of the hurt? And a lot of times with sickle cell clients, with me advocating for them, I hope it shows them how to advocate. But when you're in so much pain, you can't advocate for yourself. You can't do anything but cry. And I've seen it. So that's when I'm coming in there. What's the problem? What's wrong? Why does this person have to make you do your job? Like, and I don't know how the world is going to get it or when the world is going to get it for those that are living with sickle cell. But I know for a fact that those Caucasians in DeLand, the Caucasians in New Smyrna, in the city offices have said to me, oh, every September we're going to fight, because they met people in that situation. If you don't know a friend or a neighbor or a family and you've seen someone suffer, you can't relate. A lot of people can relate with cancer. 80% of the world can relate to cancer because we've either had someone that had it or know someone. But when it comes to sickle cell, you won't know it. You watch Sisters, don't you? Tyler Perry Sisters. Did you see the episode this week? Oh my goodness, I actually recorded and shared it on my page. And I'm so proud of these producers exploiting and saying more about sickle cell because it's hushed too much. So, the four girls, the girls, Fatima, Sabrina, Andy, Karen. So, Sabrina is trying to have a baby. And she's doing it the in vitro style. So her boyfriend, he wanted to be the donor for her. Well, the doctor called me in this week, and guess what? She says, I have a personal matter to discuss with you. He says, you could tell me. She says, you can't be a match and you can't be a donor because you have the trait of sickle cell. He looked like, because he didn't know. He didn't know he had it. And see, that's why this is so important, because I got to test. Because people don't know. Older people in their 50s and 60s have asked me, I need you to test me right now because I don't know. Because they're great nieces and they're trying to find out where it come from. But it comes from the bloodline. It's a hereditary illness and it's an inherited disease. So it comes from that family member, either the mom or the dad side. That's the only way it can come.
Yep. It ain't gonna jump on you like COVID did.
Can't catch it like a cold. It's not a virus. It's in your blood.
It's in your blood. Yep. I wonder if it, like in my family, they always talk about how twins would skip a generation. I wonder if it could skip a generation.
So with the blood, that's why God has to say so. Remember I told you about my children's uncle?
Right.
And he has a disease. And then the auntie born right after him, same mama, same daddy, she has nothing. So remember the word chance. It's a gamble. So we don't know the chance that comes. I mean, statistically, it says 50%, 25%, but you never know. The lady I told you I met, all three of her children has the disease. They have the disease. So you don't know. And it can do that. Meaning somebody can have the trait and then they can meet with someone who may not know they have the trait, combine, have children. Then there's a disease and it's continually spreading just like that with the knowledge they don't know. They don't know.
And that's what I appreciated about Shakana's presentation. When she talked about the generational curse of it. You saw your parents act like this. You saw your grandparents act like that. And you think it's normal. It's a chance. Somewhere along the way, you're going to have to figure it out, or that lesson is going to be taught to you one way or the other. I think that's the similarity between sickle cell and domestic violence. It is a chance, like you said.
But also that lack of knowledge, because the Bible says my people perish for a lack of knowledge. The things that we don't know sometimes can be more detrimental to us than what we do know. Because when it gives you an advantage and you know how to fight. You know how to prepare. You know how to cope. You know how to maneuver. When you don't know, you're blindsided.
Right. Right. So tragic. Then someone sent me a message, said, well, how do you know when it's over? And so I messaged them back, when what's over? When the relationship is over. And so go ahead, Kiana.
Ooh, call on me.
I watch TV. I'm a movie watcher. I'm mushy. I love stories. But when the respect is gone and you know that there's no anything and you've tried everything, you've tried communicating with talk, you tried dating, you tried even counseling, that's in a boyfriend girlfriend relationship or a marriage. When you tried all you can try and the abuse is there, you ask the Lord to give you a way out. You ask the Lord to give you a way of escape, and He will.
Mm-hmm.
But you know when they don't want to communicate, and I'll be right back, and it's just distance. And what are you going to do? You're not going to hold on and pull on to their coat while they're dragging you. Come back. No.
I'm going to answer that question just a little bit differently, because all of those things can happen and a person still stays because they're holding out hope that that person's going to change, that things are going to get better. So I will say the relationship is over when you come to yourself and realize this is not God's best for me. This is not what I want. I can no longer stay here. Because when you've made up your mind that you're done, it don't matter what happens, you're done. My friend asked me, we went to lunch, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday, one of them days, Thursday. And she asked me, she was like, if your ex showed up with a ring tomorrow, would you say yes? And I said, no,
Done.
no. I said, because I'm done. It's no hard feelings, no love lost, no nothing. I just came to the place of realizing that I deserve better. And I'll tell you exactly what I told him. I said, listen, when I find myself saying I deserve better, I can't blame nobody but me for not going to get it.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to take accountability for my part in that and say, this wasn't what I wanted. And I stayed hoping that it would be, or that it would turn into,
Right.
knowing that it wouldn't. Because all the signs was there. I was just hoping. I was operating on that potential. You can't operate on potential. You got to operate on what you got in your hand, what's right in front of you right now. If they were to never change from who they are today, from how they are today, could you live the rest of your life with them? And if the answer is no, then
It's
you need to
time
be
to go.
asking yourself why you're still there.
It's time to go. We have a viewer, Sonia Bennett from Michigan, said it is really difficult with the intellectual manipulation, especially after years of being together. I agree. You do hope they will change. And it's sad that both of you are nodding in agreement. That is very telling. Thank you for that comment, Sonia. I appreciate you, because I know even when my parents came to the house and said, oh no, you can't live like this no more, we got to get you out of here, there was still some, well, when he comes to his senses, he'll call me and he'll come get me. And knowing that it's been a couple of years later and still ain't heard from him, okay, I I think I understand. Yes, no more of the hoping that they'll change.
Sometimes you just got to move feelings out of the way and look at it from a lens of facts only. Because this is the thing, scientifically, love makes your brain stupid.
I agree.
It releases
I
all
totally
the happy
agree.
chemicals and
I totally
and
agree.
makes you feel good, and you look at them through these rose-colored glasses where you just want to see the best in them, and oh, they're a good person, and if only they could do this, and if that is all the ifs. Sometimes you got to move all the ifs out of the way and say, but they're this and that, and their actions are this, and their deeds are that, and their words are this, and their behaviors are that. Is this what I want? Is this God's best for me? Is this something that I'm going to tolerate for the rest of my life? And if that answer is no, get out of there.
Mm.
Get out of there.
And then of
Put your
course we're
feelings
saying,
aside.
and we're saying get out of there, but some people, they don't know what get out of there looks like, or they don't know how to get out of there. And so it's you have to process a plan. You have to Google a shelter, like step by step. Google a shelter. I have resources. This is a reality situation because I lost a friend who, when she did decide she was getting ready to leave, it was too late. And it's a reality situation. So it's a step by step. Find someone you can trust. Find a friend you can trust, and let that person can help you. Let them help you. But people don't want to help because they feel like, when I helped you before, you went back. And sometimes I understand the back and forth because you're not sure. You don't know what the land of hope looks like. You got a black eye. You still don't know if you should leave. You're missing a tooth. I don't know. Maybe. And so it gets to the point to, you have to look in the mirror and see yourself as what you can be. And I'm telling you, it's a lot people go through with this situation, and it's not easy. I can say it's not easy. I've seen it on both ends, from outside looking in and from the inside in it. So you have to, first of all, you got to make a decision. And when you make a decision, you got to stick with that decision. That's the first thing. Knowing yourself, you go forward, you don't go back. I don't care what, you don't go back. That's the first thing. When you have a made up mind, you can do the rest. And there are shelters out here. There are shelters out here. Matter of fact, I know you can go underground and get a new social, all that stuff. Your children get a new, so you can get a new name. I'm telling you, it is help out here, but you got to want the help. You got to accept the help, because death is not it. And that's the end result. When you be in something so long and you can't let your mind understand and comprehend that you can get out, it's not going to end well. Especially when that person, and it's a spiritual thing, when that person knows that you're a weak link in their lives and they can just do whatever and you're going to keep coming back. Oh, I wish we could just take people like a bowl of ice cream and just scoop them up and put them somewhere else. But it has to be the mind of that ice cream. That person has to want to go, because we can do all we want to do, but that person going back, it's like we can't want it more than that person.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back. The same person is called.
Okay.
But I think
It's so
too,
good to
once
see
you
you
get
today.
out, it's
Thank you for coming
important to
on.
get the help you need to
Yeah.
recognize those signs and to learn what healthy relationships look like, so you won't keep repeating the cycle and keep ignoring those red flags. Because again, it's very much a spiritual thing, especially thinking about soul ties and how sometimes you can be so connected to a person where you just can't imagine leaving them, or you physically cannot because you're ill at the thought of being away from them, or just miserable on the inside. My old pastor used to give this illustration about soul ties, and he was like, it's like literally trying to rip a piece of your own flesh off of your body to break that tie. And sometimes that's what keeps a person going back, because you've opened yourself up intimately to that person. And now the things in them have attached to the things in you spiritually. And it's holding you hostage even when you don't want to be there. And I can say that from experience because I've been there. I was in a toxic relationship. Well, it was actually an assignment that I thought was supposed to be a relationship, but it was toxic nonetheless, for 12 years, off and on. And it came to a point where I recognized that this is not healthy. The hold that you have over me emotionally is not healthy. The fact that I can't take myself away from you is not healthy. And at the time, I was really that's when I really was forming my own personal relationship with the Lord and getting to know him for myself. And I ain't know a whole lot about soul ties. I didn't know a whole lot about intercession. I was just learning. But I knew enough to know that I gotta distance myself from this person. I gotta put some space and distance between us. I can't be on the phone talking to them for hours every day. I can't be spending all this time with them, because we would sit on the phone for hours and hours, fall asleep, take a nap, wake up, and keep talking. you know, and sometimes we don't realize that that's how we open ourselves up for an attack. That's how we open ourselves up for soul ties. It's not always sexual. Sometimes it's just intimate conversation, but it does the same damage. And if we don't sever those ties, especially in these cycles of trauma bonding and gaslighting and love bombing and all of those things, will stay because we're tied, we're connected spiritually, and God got to sever that tie so we can go. So you can come to yourself and realize, oh my God, how did I end up in this place? I got to get out of here. Because sometimes you don't even realize that you in the lion's den and he's circling you as prey
Woo.
because all you see is this cute little cub and this woo, moo, 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 and they about to devour you.
Mm. Did you want to say something, Ms. Angie?
Yeah, the caller was in tears. I didn't get her name. She said she really logged on just to learn more about sickle cell and had no idea what this topic was going to be, and it was exactly for her. She needed this. So thank you so much. Thank you. She said she just wanted to thank you. I asked her if she wanted to put her comments in, and she said no, just tell them thank you. And so
And if
wow.
she needs, Dr. Angie, if she needs some information, because it doesn't have to stop at that, you know, if she needs some information to get out, we're here to help her get out.
Right.
Like she doesn't have to stop here. It doesn't have to stop with tears. No, she needs
Right.
tears of joy, not of sorrow in any situation like this. This is
I
such a
did
reality situation.
I did tell her to call her local police department, not necessarily 911, but call the police department and tell them that she needed a domestic violence shelter. And she said she's gonna look up some stuff. So yeah, I tell you. While we're thanking people, I want to give some shout outs to our viewers. We want to thank Gwendolyn Carter Thomas for watching. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sonia Bennett over in Michigan. Guitars United, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. The Jericho Broadcast Network is our simulcast partner today. We're live on my social media platforms, but we're also live tonight on the Jericho Broadcast Network, JBN. So I'm really, really excited about that. Sister Lewis, Sister JB Lewis, thank you for joining us. And Pastor Mary Hope has been with us today. And so I cannot thank you enough. These are some powerful names in terms of people that are making their presence known in a difficult situation. Even Gwendolyn Carter Thomas said, "Good evening, ladies." You know, they don't have to give us a heart or a thumbs up comment, but they do. They're making their presence known. And domestic violence is real, just like alopecia is real, just like sickle cell is real. We heard in our last segment that so many patients are still being mistreated at the hospital. They're still being shoved aside for 12 hours with no care. They're still being considered drug seeking. They're still even one person said they went in as a patient, and after seeing how they were being treated, they said, "Okay, well, I'm a doctor." And the nurses were like, why didn't you tell us? We would have done this. We would have done that. Why don't you
anyway?
Why you got to be a doctor to get treated the right way?
Right.
Match your job description.
Right. So I am very, very grateful for the people who stand up and say, I'm going to help. And we do want to encourage you to make your $12 donation. Yes, you can donate more. Yes, if all you got is $5, we'll match it up with somebody else's $5. But we're asking people to donate $12 because one testing kit costs $12. So you can make your donation with Zelle. The number is 386-795-0965. That's 386-795-0965. And the Cash App is $ long sickle cell. Long sickle cell. And so even if you're watching the replay, now today is January 18th, 2025. Can y'all believe it's 2025 already?
I know.
It's January 18th, 2025, and the time is now 7:14. So if you're watching this broadcast and it's not that day and that time, we can still accept your donation. The Zelle and the Cash App don't shut down after the broadcast. But please put in the hashtag replay in the comments and tell us where you're watching from. That would be very, very helpful, because when we go to ask for grants or ask for financial support, we need a vehicle to transport patients in. When we go to ask, people want to know, well, where are your viewers, watching from? And it's nice to tell them that Gainesville, Florida checked in, Orlando and Kissimmee, Florida checked in, Michigan has checked in, and so many other locations. And the woman that called a minute ago just sent another text. She said, I called the police. I'm going to be all right. So I'm going to try to fix my face. She said, I called the police and I'm going to be all right. Thank you, Shakana.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I was late, y'all, to the party, because every time I always have all day activities. But I did want some, I don't know if you did already, Shakana. Did you do the definitions of love bombing and gaslighting? And can you give some definitions for those words, for those phrases?
I did some, but I can go back to do that. So love bombing is the first phase of trauma bonding. It's where they shower you with compliments and gifts and all the mushy gushy lovey dovey things, where they tell you everything you want to hear. They're the perfect gentleman or perfect lady, where they're really just showering you with compliments and all the lovey stuff. Gaslighting is when they make you believe that you're wrong, that everything you say or do is incorrect. It can also come in forms of making you out to be the villain when you're not, and them playing the victim. It can also be changing events and saying, oh, that's not how it happened, or that's not what happened, or I didn't say that, I never did that. Really discrediting you, trying to make you feel like you don't know what really happened or what was really said or done. Um, it can be a whole lot of things, but that's the basics, the most simple definition of it. Um, it can be physical, or like via text and phone, that kind of thing, where oh, I didn't send that text, I didn't say that. You can have black and white proof, evidence, paper trails, receipts of what happened or what they said or did, and they'll still deny it. Still pretend like nothing happened. Both of them really come down to a lack of accountability for their actions. With love bombing and manipulation, because they're trying to manipulate the situation or your feelings or thoughts, either way. With love bombing, it's really to kind of put them in a position where they can have control over you, because now you're in a trusted place with them. They've made you feel loved. They've made you feel accepted and appreciated. And really, they're doing it so they can tear you down. So after they gain that trust and they get you on the hook, okay, now I got my claws in them. I'm going to slowly, and sometimes quickly, tear down their self-esteem, tear down their defense, tear down their walls. Because remember, in most cases, they've isolated you. They've pulled you out of your support network. They've pulled you away from your village. They've pulled you away from other eyes who can see what's going on when you got your rose-colored glasses on. So there's nobody to speak up to tell you, girl, they manipulating you. Friend, they doing you dirty. Friend, have you noticed that every time da, 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 there's no other set of eyes or ears to give you wise counsel and let you know, hey, this is happening if you didn't see it. And there's no protection for you because again, they've isolated you. You're away from your family, you're away from your brothers, you're away from your siblings, whomever has your back and best interest at heart. They've caused ruckus between you and them. They've caused rifts between you and your family and put you in a position where you feel like now you got to choose. Well, I ain't finna let them come between me and my man or me and my woman. They family, they ain't got nothing to do with this, those kinds of things. And they feed you those ideas. They tear down what you've always stood on and cause you to compromise in your morals and values again because they've put you in this position through love bombing to trust them. And then with gaslighting, it's all about manipulation. Every bit of it is manipulating the situation, what was said, what was done, them playing the victim and blaming you, or taking what you've said and turning it around, projecting the things that they do onto you, all of those kinds of things. So if you need more resources or information, you can shoot me a message, or either one of the ladies and let them know, hey, I need information, and they'll give it to me, or you can send me a message and I'll be happy to share with you if you need an ear, if you need a strategy for somebody to help you strategize how to get out, holla at your girl.
Absolutely. Yes. I know this is so important. This is a real touchy subject because, believe it or not, men get abused too. It used to be where it just will be women, but men get abused too. They get abused
Absolutely.
worse because it could be a manipulating situation or, oh, it could be all kind of things. Yeah.
The statistics are skewed because men don't report it as often
At
as they
all.
are abused. So it doesn't look like it happens often based on the numbers, but it really does. And there are so many men out there who have been abused and are currently being abused. You know, think about that person that you know that's for lack of better words, ratchet and just real aggressive with their man. Talks down to them all the time, puts them down. You ain't nothing. You a broke a whoop de whoop blah blah.
Yeah.
That's
That's
abuse.
mental.
It's abuse.
Yes,
It
it
is
is.
emotional and verbal abuse. And I
Yeah.
didn't touch on that one. Verbal abuse, calling you out of your name, putting you
That's,
down,
that's
making
worse.
condescending remarks, attacking your character. All of those things that are done with words, cursing you out, degrading you, saying things that are demeaning, all of that falls under verbal abuse. And it
Mm-hmm.
can hurt worse than
Oh, yeah.
physical abuse because those
Mm-hmm.
wounds take a lot longer to heal. They tear down your self esteem and put you in a place of questioning your worth, your value, questioning who you are, what you know, everything.
Yep. So true. So true. So for anyone that's looking to get into that field, how long does it take to get your license to be a therapist or to get your master's? Because some people may want to go that route. They don't know how to take it.
Well, my route was a little different because I didn't start out in social work or therapy or anything related. I started out in apparel design and merchandising, but I believe that God does all things well because while I was studying for my degree in that, it was in the College of Family and Consumer Sciences. So we had a lot of core requirements that talked about family structure and relationships and all of those things that are much more related to social work than I ever would have thought concerning fashion. Even the fashion part, and how ingrained fashion is in culture and status and all of those things. So I got my undergrad degree in that, went and worked at a doctor's office and some other things, and God was like, hey, ma'am, I need you to go get these credentials for the places I'm sending you for ministry. Because for me, therapy is my outside the four walls ministry.
Yes.
I get to do this work. It's not a job that I clock in and out of every day. It is truly what I was made to do. And I believe I get the clients that I'm supposed to have, because every single person that comes into my office or that connects with me on the screen, I see how God orchestrates and moves things and puts those people in my life and puts theirs in mine, because I learn from my clients all the time. And a lot of times their issues will hold up that mirror for me and make me look at the things in my life and say, is this healthy? Am I being a hypocrite? Am I asking them to do something that I'm not doing for myself? So I went back to school when God tapped on my shoulder and was like, hey, this is where I'm sending you. You need these credentials to open the doors. And I got my master's from Asbury University. I was fortunate to go to a Christian social work program where I learned how to integrate faith and practice. So
Okay.
I love it when my clients say, hey, can you pray for me? Or they hit that, I know you're a believer. Well, yeah, I am. And so I get to do both. And even the clients that don't say, pray for me or whatever, they'll tell me, you sound like a preacher, or, you should this. And I just kind of nod my head. Mm-hmm. But if you are interested in doing this kind of work, I will say two things. One, know that you are called to it. This cannot be a job that you just show up to and clock in and out, because you hold the balance of people's lives in your hands. You facilitate change and growth and healing and those things. And if you don't have the compassion for it, if you don't have a heart for people and the love of God in you to see people be healthy and whole and healed, leave it alone. It's not for you. There's multiple ways you can help and help in these fields and areas. But if you don't know that you are called to do this work, find another way to help. To that end, the second thing that I wanted to say is that there are lots of ways to help. So really seek out which path is best for you. Is it being a social worker, therapist, counselor, or is it starting a nonprofit to help people get access to the things they need? Is it starting a program to raise awareness? Is it fundraising? There's multiple ways you can help, and that's across the board with anything. Just like Kiana had a heart to help people with sickle cell. She didn't have sickle cell, but she saw a need and she answered that. So whatever it is that you desire to do to help, find out what works for you. One of my dear friends was trying to find a way to give back to his community and how to use his gifts. He started a nonprofit called Soul Give, and he does philanthropic shoe design. Each one of his shoes supports a different cause. And he was like, I was sitting down with my mom thinking about how to give back, and that's what the Lord gave me. And so whatever works for you, do it authentically, however God gives it to you. You don't have to mimic somebody else or go down somebody else's path, because you may not be ready to handle everything that came with that path. Do what works for you.
Absolutely. Shakana, thank you. This is one of the most powerful segments to do. Yeah, such a powerful segment. Such power. Well, I've got just a couple of minutes before it's 7:30. I know that around 7:30, Kiana's going to want to give us a total of donations that we've gotten in. So I'm going to give you some time to get that done. And I got a nice little music video for you before you get out of here, Shakana. I think you'll like this one. I believe it's pretty good.
I don't think I'm ready for this. When I wake up in the morning and I look up, I just thank you for another day. I know there's something so special and unique about me. life, it's hard to be still. When I feel excited about every dream I fulfill. And I live my life purposeful. If one door closed, you gotta know another's gonna open. I feel it so deep in me. The world, they are waiting on me to walk it out, live out loud. Nothing's gonna stop me, 'cause I-B-E-L-I-E-V. I believe that I can do anything. I believe in me. I-B-E-L-I-E-V. I believe that I can do anything. I believe in me. There is no obstacle that I see will be too hard for me. I know where my help comes from, and I know that it got me. I gotta keep my eyes on the prize. Ain't nothing I can't achieve. Walking by faith every day, not moved by what I see. I live my life purposeful. If one door closed, you gotta know another's gonna open. And I feel it so deep in me. The world, they are waiting on me to walk it out, live out loud. Nothing's gonna stop me. I-B-E-L-I-E-V. I believe that I can do anything. I believe in me. I-B-E-L-I-E-V. Nothing won't stop me. Nothing won't stop me. Anything. I believe in me. Whatever I want to do. I believe in me. If you believe, you can achieve anything. Sing with me.
We're informed about stuff. So what is sickle cell disease, you say? Sickle cell disease is the term given to an inherited blood cell disorder that develop in individuals with abnormal hemoglobin in their red blood cells. And basically what happens is the blood cells, they normally is round, but now they turn into a sickle shape, like a little partial curve, almost like a half moon. And so that's how they diagnose it. And I know they said dominant in people of color, but anyone could get sickle cell. It don't matter what color, what race you're from. Sickle cell it does not have a particular person to get. But what we want to know is sickle cell has a lot of ill effects that come on with it. You know, they lose their hair. There's a lot of pain. They have blood disclosures where their skin will bleed. They end up getting a form of chemo. It's a very painful disease when it's not in remission. Children with sickle cell, you try to prevent them from falling, bumping their heads. It's just early detection is the best thing you can do, so you can learn how to prevent any type of illness or injuries that make it aggravate the sickle cell into another episode of sickness. It just come and go. It really is something that people live with all their life once they have sickle cell. The thing is, sickle cell is like this.
You ladies in a couple minutes look at the menu, or you know what you want?
A couple of minutes. Yeah, thank you. Sometimes when a parent have that trait, they usually the third child actually get the actual disease. Now that's not the standard, but usually that's what happens. The first two end up with maybe a trait, but that third child usually ends up with full-blown diagnosed sickle cell. And don't know why it's like that. Maybe just the way the cell divides itself. Sickle cell occurs when there are two hemoglobin genes. The hemoglobin, it shakes like a sickle. Like I say, it has episodes of pain. Sometimes it causes problems with the foot and the hand. It delays the growth. Sometimes the child is shorter, thinner than normal for the age. They might be, say they're 9 years old, and they might look like they're 7. Their weight represents like a 7-year-old. So all of those are things, like even if you notice that your child, if you know your genes are naturally tall, just normally 5'6", and you notice that your child is shorter than normal, it's good to just have it checked just because you want to know these things. Anybody got any questions? Help me out,
I think that's good.
Yes. Mr. Shaw, what's the difference between the disease and the trait?
The trait is like, you remember when they first talked about AIDS, and they said you can have AIDS in your body for years and it never does anything? Well, the trait actually sits there silent. It doesn't do anything. It's just sitting there. It's not active. Now, if that person actually have relationship or get married, and they have their spouse has it doesn't activate it. It just makes the possibility for their offspring or their children to become, with sickle cell. But the trait is silent. It's a silent partner.
And you got to know your status.
You got to know your status.
That's what we do at Leave Our Lawn Sickle Cell. We try to get all the college students and other people tested before, so that they'll know one or the other. All right, it's time for lunch here at Applebee's. Thanks so much.
I see. You're welcome to some. Come on.
I love it. All right, that is Pastor Mary Hope. She does a monthly sickle cell support group at Applebee's, and I am grateful for that. Lunch at Applebee's is wonderful. But from her medical background, she's able to help us answer questions and provide support in the St. John's area where we did not have it before. So I thank you for that. I thank you. Kiana, we're going to bring you back in, and I want to hear, I know you got to tell us about the donations that have come in and things, but I want to hear about your day. You had to go this place, that place, and another place. How you, let me check on you. How you doing, girl? How you doing? Oh, wait. I think you're on mute. Yep.
Yes, I'm off now.
There
I was
you go.
just saying, I can't wait to close my eyes. I'm so sleepy.
I know. Mm-hmm. Well, I think in 30 more minutes, we'll be able to go to our overnight programming and let you get some rest, because I know you've had a day and you also were at the celebration of life for someone.
Yes, Miss Ophelia Williams, also known as Miss Ophelia. I don't want to say last name wrong. Miss PP. Okay. Yeah, she's a matriarch in her family and in our community. She did my hair when I was a young girl.
Oh,
Yes, I loved her. She was inspirational and she encouraged me in the sickle cell realm. She, when I would sit down and her daughter Kim did my hair. The last time Kim did my hair, and I was telling her, you know, how I was excited. She asked how it was going. She encouraged me to just keep going. She motivated me, but she did that to anybody that came in contact with her. So I was
good.
so, yeah, I was so elated to go to celebrate her life, and I loved her very much.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Well,
Yes.
I want you to know while you were there, uh, Dr. Simone came and taught us so much about,
Yes, I love her.
yep. And she also had Cynthia to join us.
Bailey,
Yes,
I
yes.
love her too.
And their segment was powerful. They talked about the different types of sickle cell. They talked about how sickle cell patients are treated and why they don't like to go to the hospital if they can help it. Oh, and what encouraged her. And she even talked about how the two of you met, and she talked about working with another larger sickle cell organization in a collaborative way so that they both won a grant from the state that they're going to be able to implement. So it was a very informative segment, very, very informative. When we do the replay on Monday, you'll be able to see that part. That'll be fun.
Okay.
Yeah. You doing good over there?
Yeah, so I was looking, I had to plug up my phone to see the Cash App, and then I just got a message that someone Zelled. So that's what I had to grab so I can see what the Zell was.
Oh, okay. That's wonderful. 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 Again, this is the third annual 24-hour fundraiser for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. This is our third year raising funds for the nonprofit and spreading awareness. This year, we're saying donate $12. $12 will purchase one testing kit, and we're not saying that you cannot, send us $5 or $500. We will accept it and we will use it accordingly. But $12, please, ma'am, please, sir, if you could find it in your heart. The Cash App is $long sickle cell. That's long sickle cell. And you can also send by Zelle, which is 386-795-0965. That's 386-795-0965. We also had a challenge today from a pastor whose day job is a postal carrier. He was out delivering the mail and took his lunch break to talk to us, but he pledged $100, and he said he's challenging all letter carriers and all members of the clergy to do the same. So that was a $100 challenge. And if you want to help match that challenge, just send it via Zelle 386-795-0965 or Cash App $long sickle cell. Cash App $long sickle cell. If you have any other questions or comments, you can send a text to 407-914-6519. That's 407-914-6519. I will do my best to answer your question and get it up on the screen so that Kiana can see your question and respond to it. If you know that you'd like to do a donation other than tonight, that would be fine as well. Just text us and let us know. You get paid next Friday, you'll do a donation, or you get paid on the 3rd of the month and you'll do a donation. Just send us a text and let us know. We'll still give you a shout out. And we don't act like bill collectors. We won't come after you because you made a pledge, but we will. We will be grateful for you. Kiana, what you got to say, honey?
So I looked at the Cash App. It's at 175. I'm waiting for a Zelle. I just got a message that a Zelle was coming through, and I know another cash app was coming through. So hopefully I have a different total in the morning.
That'll be good. That'll be good. That'll be good. And it's
You
starting
sound
to
like
trip.
you're so tired. How was your
Yeah.
experience? Okay, so then my turn. Let's switch. We'll switch hats. So how was your experience this year? Because we've been in this for 3 years now. So how has it been this year? Because last year we had a lot of help. We had a lot of co-hosts. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed every year. But every
Yeah.
year has been a different year.
Yeah.
So how has this year so far been? It seems like it went by fast this year.
It has. I can't believe it's bedtime already. Just about.
I think it's because of the
Um,
time zone. Because we did
I.
last year during my birthday month, and that was a different time zone.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
it's a time zone.
Yeah. But we've had lots of new music and good music,
Mm-hmm.
and I've got a segment that's coming up in a little bit that I pre-recorded. Sugar Mama's Pound Cakes. I got a chance to talk
Oh,
with her. She's gonna come up. We're gonna bring her in here at 9 o'clock. Shakana said there was a $60 Dell, and it was from her. $60
okay.
Dell. So thank you, Shakana. Thank
Is
you,
that a
thank you,
message
thank
I
you,
got?
thank you
Okay.
for coming in. And I'm just really excited. We had so much good information from year one and year two that yesterday's pre-show got me all excited because that yesterday the pre-show this is the first year we did a pre-show all day.
Okay.
And
Okay.
so from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. last night we were running highlights from the 24-hour segments from year one and year two, and I was like, oh, that's right, we did interview that person. Oh, that's right, she did have a guest, and that's right, and that's right. So that was good. That it felt like all those people were back with us again. It felt like it. And so today has been really enlightening. People have been posting their messages and sending text messages. Even when Dr. Simone was on, we got a couple of text message questions. And so one of them was very interesting. Somebody said, what does a crisis feel like? And I was so glad I was so glad that Dr. Simone was able to describe it.
Mhm.
Described it as like having a heart attack or so much pressure on your chest, you can't talk or you can't breathe. And then you go in the hospital and they're asking you all these questions about what medications are you on and what's the problem and what's this. And all you can do is be in pain. You can't even speak. And so that was good. I know you can never, school is never out for the pro. So it's never like, well, I've learned everything I need to learn from Kiana. No, this year I learned some more, and it's great. It's absolutely great. Absolutely great. God
Yes.
is good.
And I'm so thankful to every supporter, even if the supporters that just look at the show. That's you're supporting because
Yep.
you're watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for donating. Thank you for those that will be donating. And every year I'm looking forward to getting you all more and more information. I learn, I look at things, I read things, I attend meetings, but I don't know it all. And I'm so glad I know I don't know it all. It's so much to learn. It's always something new. There's always a new medication. There may be a medication that has been taken off the shelves because it didn't do so hot for the bodies of those living with sickle cell. But thank you, thank you, thank you for all of your support, no matter which way it came. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So then I don't know if you saw this one. We got a video in from one of the board members. I'll play this right now so you can see it.
Hello and good evening. My name is Arroyo McCoy. I'm one of the board members with Levi Lone Sickle Cell Association. And I just want to share a quick video on why I chose to become a part of the Sickle Cell Association. I joined it to fill an opportunity for underserved need in our community. After doing some research and seeing how much Black and brown people are disproportionately affected by sickle cell, and the lack of resources, education, training, awareness there was around the issue, it was a great opportunity for me to not only serve the community, but, give back a little something as well. It's very ironic that it ties in on this. We're doing this telethon on Martin Luther King Jr. weekend because he really wanted to serve people that weren't represented. that struggled to be heard. And I think that a lot of our clients that are afflicted with sickle cell, they struggle to be heard. They struggle to receive the necessary attention, medical care, and advocacy. So in and around that, our organization strives to bring some awareness, bring some advocacy for sickle cell clients and those affected, whether it be family members or, people that are supporting them going through whatever emergencies those may be. And so being able to give back to the community is important. Being able to fulfill a need for an underserved population is very important. And it was a great opportunity for me. And I'm happy to be a part of this organization. And I hope we continue to take the charge and bring in awareness and resources and other needs to our community. Like I said, my name is Arroyo McCoy. Quick video on why I became a member of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Everybody be blessed and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kiana, we couldn't have done this without the help of the board members. And I know there's more than just Mr. McCoy, but the board members have been very helpful this year and years gone by.
Vernon sent one in. I'm not sure if you played his yet. The video by Vernon, the treasurer.
I only got it on my phone, and I haven't been able to send it to my email.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to transfer it so I can play it. But it's so good to hear from the board members.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good to hear from them. Shout out to Pastor Mary Hope for again sending in her video, and thank you again to all the recording artists that sent in their music videos for us to play. We certainly do appreciate it. Certainly do. Well, we got just a couple more minutes before we take our 8 p.m. break. I've got information from Originette and a couple of authors. I want to play their information. And get that squared away. Did you have any final thoughts or comments before the night ends for you?
Yes, I want to give the new total.
Oh, yeah. That's okay. I'm going to find some music to play while we're waiting on the new total. That's good. We can buy testing kits. Yes.
Yes, and so it's going to be so amazing. I know the community has been waiting as well. And so, of course, now with everything, it has to be with documentation. Remember, I shared earlier for those that can go back and see. I didn't have to have my CUs or any documentation, do anything. I did the testing before, where you will prick the finger, it's a small prick of the finger, and you will send it off, put it in the case, the red case, send it off to the lab, right? Now it's even easier where you prick the finger, put it in a vial, almost like COVID, and then I would shake it up, wait 10 minutes, and then you'll have your result.
Wow.
I send out to the lab, so that's even better. So Shakana, who was there, she's partnered with me, so she will be like a counselor. If you have it, she'll be able to counsel you, to encourage you, to let you know it's okay, it's not the end of the world. So I'm grateful for a team of people that care about people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That makes a big difference. A team of people that care about people. Yes, Lord. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So the new total is $235.
Ooh!
Yes.
$235. That is wonderful. And can you divide that by 12? Let me see, because you said the testing kit is $12. So that gets us
19.
Wonderful. That is so good. Thank you, honey. Thank you. We want to thank everybody that's made their donations so far and those that are planning to make their donations. Thank you so much. And in the meantime, it's just about 8 o'clock. So Kiana, I'm gonna let you log off so you can sleep. You message me when you wake up and we'll come back live.
Yes, ma'am. I know we have a guest that's coming on at 9.
Okay, good.
Danita coming on. She was here last year. She wants to share with us the accomplishments from last year to this year. So she'll be on at 9.
Oh, good. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
All right, dear. You have a wonderful evening.
Yes. Have a good night, everyone. Enjoy, because I'll be working out through the night.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thanks, dear. Oh my goodness. 12 testing kits. That's good. That is really, really good. Okay, got some more information for you before we take before our next segment starts. So let's hear a little bit from Orjanette Bryant.
I am Orjanette Cooper Bryant, board certified family nurse practitioner, author, and mentor. I am the proud owner of Vita Lift Infusion. One of the most important things to me is serving my patients. The driving force of my career is changing medicine holistically. Vita Lift Infusion is a medical aesthetic practice focusing on vitamin infusion, body contouring, and primary care. At Vita Lift Infusion, we are invested in your health journey. Our intention is to provide maximum support to you and assist you with your transition to a healthy lifestyle. We offer a wide range of infusions to help your body in various ways. Our infusions are packed with vitamins from a board-certified compounding pharmacy to help you generate healthy cells. Our injections and infusions help support immunity, anti-aging, longevity, performance enhancement, and beauty. We do have vitamin B12, ascorbic acid, and glutathione, and more. Our team is ready to help you take your health to the next level.
Hey everybody, it's me, the Queen Bee, Dr. Angie B, and I'm inviting each of you to join me for a year in literacy. I'll be in Daytona Beach, Florida, February 20th through the 22nd for the 9th Annual Fresh Book Film Festival and the 14th Annual Fresh Book Festival. Join me February 20th at the Museum of Arts and Science, 352 South Nova Road, and the 2-day Fresh Book Festival at 925 George W. Ingram Boulevard in the beautiful city of Daytona Beach, Florida. Come out and meet authors, publishers, producers, on-air radio personalities, and more. Get your tickets at freshbookfestivals.net. Follow Fresh Book Fest on Facebook or send an email to freshbookfestivals@gmail.com. It's a year in literacy. You don't want to miss it. Desmond's wish for Christmas is a blue scooter. He goes to bed early Christmas Eve, hoping that when he wakes up on Christmas Day, his wish has come true. The newest children's book from author Avalon S. Brown. Connect with the author on Instagram, author Avalon S. Desmond's Wish by author Avalon S. Brown. Now available. The Precious Petals of God, an anthology presented by visionary Diana C. Hill and a collection of anointed authors. Don't let this day go by without capturing a copy for yourself and secure another copy for someone else. An eclectic collection of stories symbolizing the flowers, the women of the Bible, and the authors. Contact any of the co-authors to purchase your copy or purchase your copy on Amazon and be sure to write a review. The Precious Petals of God, an anthology published by Angie B. Productions and presented by visionary Diana C. Hill. We can help you put the pieces together. Audiobooks, flyers, commercials, and more. Angie B. Productions on Facebook.
Step into a world of resilience and self-discovery with this captivating memoir. Through heartfelt anecdotes and profound reflections, the author takes readers on a transformative journey, navigating family dynamics and finding solace in faith. With raw honesty, they confront domestic violence and the challenges of the pandemic, showcasing the strength of the human spirit. This memoir inspires hope, resilience, and the power of never giving up, even in life's darkest moments. Discover the courage to rise above adversity today. Available now on all major platforms. Unbroken Spirit, A Journey to Redemption by Avalon S. Brown.
The Me Project, a woman's guide to thriving in singlehood by visionary author Alexandria Evelyn Johnson and courageous women around the world, featuring a new personal testimony from me, Evangelist Angie B. It's time to order your copy by email to evangelistangb@gmail.com. A woman's guide to thriving in singlehood. The Me Project.
DFCmarket.com.
If you or someone you know needs help coping with depression, anxiety, or PTSD, overcoming low self-esteem, or managing major life transitions, we invite you to schedule a free consultation call for telehealth clients. Shekinah Downs, licensed clinical social worker, is now accepting new telehealth clients in the office too. Schedule a free consultation by calling 386-385-4483. That's 386-385-4483 in the brand new Daytona Beach office as well. 50 to 60-minute individual therapy sessions and a variety of insurance plans are accepted. Couples therapy and coaching is coming soon. We invite you to log on to cjaqis.com. Schedule a free consultation by calling 386-385-4483. That's 386-385-4483. I am in my Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Good evening. It's me, the Queen Bee, Angie B. And yes, I'm got my nightcap on and I'm in my PJs. Well, maybe not my PJs, but we are still in the 24-hour fundraising mode for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And we not only are raising money for the foundation, but we're trying to raise awareness. There are still people that have questions about sickle cell, and we decided we'd bring a couple of them on to express their questions and allow Miss Kiana the opportunity to answer those questions later on. So right now I have Alicia in the background, and she's waiting to come on. We're going to let her talk a little bit about herself and then express what's on her mind about sickle cell awareness. Hi, dear.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good, good. Thank you for spending this time with us. I know you had other things to do, but thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Now, where are you located?
I'm located in Orange Park, Florida, Jacksonville. Orange Park.
One of my neighbors. That is so good. That is so good. Now tell me about Sugar Mama's Pound Cake experience.
Okay, well, Sugar Mama's Pound Cake Experience is truly an experience, and it starts with me. It does. Um, but this is truly a God-given business because we have over 59 flavors of pound cakes. I'm pretty known in Orlando, Florida, Jacksonville, Brunswick. I've done some things in Atlanta. I've shipped as far as Maryland. I've done some things where people know me in Virginia, all over. But
Wow.
one of the most popular things that makes us an experience is the things that we do with pound cake, the creations that we come up with, and the most popular is pound cake with chicken salad. It sounds crazy, but now I can't go anywhere. And if somebody knows me, the first thing they're going to ask is, Sugar Mama, do you have pound cake with chicken salad? I'm in the theater, ma'am, sir. No, I don't. But one of the things I want to mention here, a true blessing for me, but also has opened the door even wider for me to be a blessing to other people, such as the organization that you are representing and raising funds for is he allowed me to create a fundraiser. I'm so excited about it. And it's a
Really?
fun because in 20 years, this year made 20 years. I've been doing this pound cake. I got my first award here in Jacksonville for my business. We've never sold a traditional slice of pound cake. We have this thing called a pound cake bar, a pound cake on a stick, and that's the only way that we're going to sell a slice is. But we do more things with it. But I want to show you this cute little box.
Oh, nice.
And you can reuse it. And this is a part of it. You get 4 of those in a box for $20, and then we split a percentage with the organization that is doing the fundraiser with us. And so we get to choose the 4 flavors because we want you to try things that over 59 flavors, 74, 75. Listen, I can pull one out of my hat and say, okay, you know what? They need to try this one. And so you would get to try it, say you like it, tell your friends about it to support your organization. Rather, it's for sickle cell, for cancer, baby, and I always say daycares, and other facilities like that, preschool. I would really love for them to do a fundraiser with us. To hopefully they would offset some of the costs, be able to set off some of the costs for the parents.
Right,
Um, because
right,
things cost so much and you got to pay so much.
right,
You practically having a job for gas and daycare.
right.
But if
Definitely.
we can help with our fundraiser to help offset some of the costs, in any way that they can, that's the kind of businesses that we are really reaching out for to do fundraisers because we are a business that want to give back as much as possible. And the more we can get is the more we can give. And even out of our lack, we still give because we still believe.
Because especially with the parents that have children with sickle cell, when these children go into crisis and are hospitalized for a couple of days, that daycare bill goes on. It's not like
It
they
does.
get a day off of daycare if they still want that spot held so that their child can return to daycare.
Hmm.
That money still needs to be paid. And so I'd like to put out a challenge to all of our viewers that if you contact Sugar Mama's Pound Cake to have the experience and you decide to do the fundraiser, please keep us in mind. Please keep the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association in mind to receive some of those. At least give us 10%, at least a little bit of what you raised, at least.
Absolutely.
We that could be a whole new concept to help out these parents because you're right, daycare is high. Daycare
Hmm.
is high.
Absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. And I like what you said that even if they do, they still partner with your organization. And because now I brought that to your attention, or now we're talking about it actually about the daycares. What a great way when you know a parent who has a child in sickle cell that you're going to bless another way. Say, hey, you know what? Well, we're going to send this $200 to your daycare to
Yeah.
help with that. And even if it's 150, even if it's $50, it's less is less than what the parent has to pay out of pocket because of their sick child, trying to help them keep that daycare going. So I think that would be so great. So call me. Do you need my phone number?
Yes, yes, yes. Give us the digits. I'll put it at the bottom of the screen. Okay,
Yes,
what's the
ma'am.
number?
It is 210
210
584
584
5223.
223. All
And the
right.
best thing to do is to text me, because sometimes, I have my phone. If your number is not in my phone, it'll go to voicemail, and that voicemail get full sometimes. So the best thing to do is text me a message, and I will truly get back with you.
All right, no problem. Now tell me, what do you know about sickle cell? Do you have anyone in your family with the disease?
Okay, this is the thing. In my family or the friends I've known all my life, I've never known anybody personally to have sickle cell.
Good.
Um, but I've heard about sickle cell since I was a little girl. But like most people, you're not concerned until it touches you.
Yes.
That's not the way that we should be. If you hear about something, learn about it, because even if it does not affect you or those around you, you still should have some concern, because it may be something that you can do, some gift, something that you can do, avenue that they can go to, that they can channel to get more help. It may be something that that can help that organization. It doesn't have to affect you. And I think too many of us um, keep our head in the sand. It
Mm-hmm.
don't affect me, it's none of my business. But when
Mm-hmm.
it comes to a sickness, our
Yeah.
children are having children. We
Yeah.
don't know what's in the bloodstream. We don't know what's in the DNA.
We don't know if one
You
has
know,
a trait, a sickle cell trait,
absolutely.
and then they meet up with another. I say every person of childbearing age should be tested so they know if they have a sickle cell trait, because as we've learned, you get two traits together, you end up with a child that's either got a trait or full blown sickle cell. And
Hmm.
that is tragic because we love who we love. We just need to know how to manage the trait and what to do if our children have the full blown disease, which can cause undescribable pain when they're in crisis. Undescribable.
Absolutely. So to be honest with you, I don't know what. So like I said, I kept my head into the sand until I saw your post, and it was like, oh, let me reach out. Let me find out more about this. What is going on, and let me see what I can do to help. And the fundraiser is something that I can do to help. So I'm like,
Perfect.
oh, let's see about this. So I have a few questions. What is sickle cell? You may can't answer them all. What is sickle cell? How does it happen? How does it affect the brain? How does it affect the body? And what can family members or loved ones do, or even the community do, to help in that comfort of the direct person? I know what things that we can do for the family that's not sick, that is taking care of them. That's obvious. But what are some of the things that we can do to help the person with sickle cell?
Well, as a board member of Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, I think I can give you answers to your questions, and then we're going to have Miss Kiana come in and try to fill in any gaps that I may have. But sickle cell, what is it? It is a situation where our blood cells become misshapen. Normally, our blood cells are round and they kind of bounce through our veins and our arteries. They kind of go through and drop off the good stuff and scoop up the bad stuff that we eat and that's in our body. But this disease causes our blood cells to look like the letter C, misshapen, like a sickle. And
Mm-hmm.
so they can't just bounce through. They get caught on the edge of the vein and the arteries, and they clump onto each other. And when they clump onto each other, it creates a backlog. And you can just imagine the backlog of some round cells, some cells that are sickled. That turns into a crisis. That's where pain erupts from that area, excruciating pain and swelling, and I just can't say pain enough. I had a college roommate. We were in a dormitory with 6 rooms, and one of our roommates had sickle cell. And when she would go into crisis, the moans and the screams that would come out of this grown woman was just heartbreaking. I will never forget that. But what needs to happen is that these patients, when they go into the hospital, they need to be hydrated. The hydration helps to plump up the sickled cell as best it could. It's not a 100%. It's just a temporary fix to try to get the pain under control so that they're not on heavy narcotics and getting addicted to narcotics. In fact, we've been told that some patients that go into the hospital in a crisis are deemed drug seeking and sometimes pushed over to the side until somebody can read over what's going on. And so that's how the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association helps the patients and their family members. They will be an advocate for those patients, taking them to the hospital, showing up at the hospital to say, hey, you need warming blankets, they need to be hydrated, they need pain meds, trying to be encouraging to the family members that are there, especially like we talked about earlier, they're taking time off work. And I mean, babies are born in crises with their little hands all swollen and little feet. It is tragic. As you continue to watch the broadcast this weekend, we'll put pictures up on the screen of what the babies look like when they're born that way, in crisis, because stress can cause a crisis. A change in climate can cause a crisis. Just like we have seasonal allergies, they can go through crisis when the weather drops, or if it's too hot, they can go into crisis. And so Levi Long Sickle Cell Association has been purchasing testing kits so that those on college campuses can find out if they have the trait. And like I said earlier, if you have the trait and the person you're having a child with has the trait, then those 2 traits can either result in a trait in the child, which then further along, the disease is the disease goes further along, or that child could be born with full-blown sickle cell.
Okay.
And we have interviewed siblings. We have interviewed people who have lost a sibling to sickle cell. They had the trait, their sibling had the disease. We've also talked to parents who both children had the disease and they're functioning just as well as can be expected, as long as they can keep the crises under control. So recently there have been advances in the research to find a cure, and Ms. Kiana will tell us more about that. But I think the hardest part about sickle cell is the stigma. So many people think that only Black people can get sickle cell, and that is not true, because it may have. Well, it may have been discovered by a man in Africa. It may have been, discovered by someone who looked like us, but that doesn't mean that it can hit men, women, children, any ethnicity. It's like my mother used to say, as long as it doesn't affect me and mine, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. That sounds familiar. Wise women say that.
Yes.
So that's what we have to do. So this broadcast is helping to spread awareness. We don't want to send our kids to college without knowing whether or not they have the trait. We don't want them to connect with somebody that has the trait if they know they have the trait. And if they do connect with somebody, we want them to be educated enough to know what could happen if they choose to bring children into this world. And so I am grateful for Sugar Mama's Pound Cake Experience, for the option to have another fundraiser. And then I won't have to stay up all night long raising money, begging people to make donations.
Oh, right, right. Let them sign up for the box. Let them sign up
Yes,
for their box.
yes, yes, yes. And like I said, we'll have Miss Kiana come in and direct more of a response to your questions. But I also wanted to say for those parents and for those caregivers, they need a break every now and then. They need a break. So if you know someone whose child has sickle cell or they're just going through it, sitting at the hospital, just maybe let's send one of Sugar Mama's pound cakes to them to enjoy, and let's try to put a smile on their face while they're going through this. This would be
Yeah.
wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And I really pray that that God meets all of your needs according to his riches and glory.
Amen.
Because there's so many of us, like I said, if it doesn't affect us, even just knowing, but the fact that you know and that you are stepping out to help others, that is truly, truly, truly a heart of God to
That's what we're
help others. That's what we're supposed to love God and love people. That's my
Yeah,
motto.
that's what we're supposed
Everything else we get, the cars, the houses, those are just trinkets,
I know.
but the heart of people, the heart of a person is loving God and loving people. And I see that in you. So thank you so much.
Thank you for supporting the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Again, if you're listening, her number is 210-584-5223. That's 210-584-5223. You can send a text, let them know that you want to participate in the Sugar Mama's Pound Cake Experience fundraiser, and you want to make a donation to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association as a result. Thank you, Alicia. I appreciate
Yes, ma'am. You too, sweetie. You all have a great one.
you too, and God bless. You have been watching the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. We are in our 24-hour broadcast. We are raising awareness and we are raising funds. And if you would like to support us, just send a text to the number that you now see scrolling at the bottom of the screen. We're doing some fundraising along Sugar Mama's pound cakes, and we would love to have your donations. So we do have another special challenge that is coming up in just a minute. We're doing the Yep, I'm an Author Challenge. That is our youth writing workshop where we teach children how to write a book, become an entrepreneur, become an author. And it is a program that is open for children to participate virtually. It was inspired by our very first children's book that we published during the pandemic, where 5 and 6 year olds got a chance. No, they were 7 and 8 year olds. 7 and 8 year olds got a chance to write how the pandemic had them feeling. And that book is now available through Ladero Press. But we're going to play a quick video from Sandra B. She's one of the graduates of the YEP program. And we encourage you to enroll your children. For every child that is enrolled in YEP as a result of this broadcast, we will be making a donation to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. So take a look at this and we will be right back. Please allow us to introduce you to one of the graduates of our YEP program.
Hi, I'm Sandra B. I live in Michigan. And yep, I'm an author.
YEP, Youth Entrepreneur Author Program. Our goal is to initiate literacy in students and lead them to entrepreneurship through authorship. Our mission is to identify and invite organizations to participate in this program. Students participate in virtual writing workshops where they are encouraged to write their stories and provide reviews of stories read. We ask you to support our youth.
For a donation of only $50, your company or organization will be mentioned as a youth supporter in the next audiobook. Send an email to yepI'mAnAuthor@gmail.com to provide a scholarship for a young person to participate.
Yep, I'm an author.
Proceeds are accepted and disbursed by Angie B. Productions. And now, these students are authors and entrepreneurs. Follow us online. Just search for Yep, I'm an Author on Facebook. Use the hashtag Yep, I'm an Author. Or call 407-914-6519. That's 407-914-6519 for more information. This program is sponsored in part by Angie B. Productions.
Yep, I'm an author.
Greetings. This is Evangelist Angie B. of Angie B. Productions. We recently received your press release distributed by blacknewsblackpr.com, and we are very interested in producing your audiobook. For more information, would you please call 407-914-6519 or send an email to angiebproductions@gmail.com, which is spelled ANGIEBEE productions@gmail.com. You may read our reviews and see our past assignments on Facebook. Just search for Angie B. Productions, ANGIEBEE. Each of our clients receive promotional videos, media interviews, and social media postings. We thank you for your consideration, and we hope to hear from you soon. Again, the number is 407-914-6519, or simply reply to this email. Thank you, and be blessed.
Hello and good evening. My name is Arroyo McCoy. I'm one of the board members with Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And I just want to share a quick video on why I chose to become a part of the Sickle Cell Association. I joined it to fill an opportunity for underserved need in our community. After doing some research and seeing how much Black and brown people are disproportionately affected by sickle cell, and the lack of resources, education, training, awareness there was around the issue, it was a great opportunity for me to not only serve the community, but, give back a little something as well. It's very ironic that it ties in on this. We're doing this telethon on Martin Luther King Jr. weekend because he really wanted to serve people that weren't represented, that struggled to be heard. And I think that a lot of our clients that are afflicted with sickle cell, they struggle to be heard. They struggle to receive the necessary attention, medical care, and advocacy. So in and around that, our organization strives to bring some awareness, bring some advocacy for sickle cell clients and those affected, whether it be family members or, people that are supporting them going through whatever emergencies those may be. And so being able to give back to the community is important. Being able to fulfill a need for an underserved population is very important. And it was a great opportunity for me. And I'm happy to be a part of this organization. And I hope we continue to take the charge and bring in awareness and resources and other needs to our community. Like I said, my name is Arroyo McCoy. Quick video on why I became a member of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Everybody be blessed and have a good day. Thank you.
Now what you thinking? Lungs breathing, heart beating, body moving, my point proving. The man right there, favor it ain't fair. If you Google the sin and death, his name ain't there. We blessed and highly favored. Now look to your neighbor. We say, my God is able and grace. And that's
Desmond's wish for Christmas is a blue scooter. He goes to bed early Christmas Eve, hoping that when he wakes up on Christmas Day, his wish has come true. The newest children's book from author Avalon S. Brown. Connect with the author on Instagram, author Avalon S. Desmond's Wish by author Avalon S. Brown. Now available. The Precious Petals of God, an anthology presented by visionary Diana C. Hill and a collection of anointed authors. Don't let this day go by without capturing a copy for yourself and secure another copy for someone else. An eclectic collection of stories symbolizing the flowers, the women of the Bible, and the authors. Contact any of the co-authors to purchase your copy, or purchase your copy on Amazon, and be sure to write a review. The Precious Petals of God, an anthology published by Angie B. Productions and presented by visionary Diana C. Hill. We can help you put the pieces together. Audiobooks, flyers, commercials, and more. Angie B. Productions on Facebook. Hey everybody, it's me, the Queen Bee, Dr. Angie B., and I'm inviting each of you to join me for a year in literacy. I'll be in Daytona Beach, Florida, February 20th through the 22nd for the 9th Annual Fresh Book Film Festival and the 14th Annual Fresh Book Festival. Join me February 20th at the Museum of Arts and Science, 352 South Nova Road, and the 2-day Fresh Book Festival at 925 George W. Ingram Boulevard in the beautiful city of Daytona Beach, Florida. Come out and meet authors, publishers, producers, on-air radio personalities, and more. Get your tickets at freshbookfestivals.net. Follow Fresh Book Fest on Facebook or send an email to freshbookfestivals@gmail.com. It's a year in literacy. You don't want to miss it. Desmond's wish for Christmas is a blue scooter. He goes to bed early Christmas Eve, hoping that when he wakes up on Christmas Day, his wish has come true. The newest children's book from author Avalon S. Brown. Connect with the author on Instagram, author Avalon S. Desmond's Wish by author Avalon S. Brown. Now available. The Precious Petals of God, an anthology presented by visionary Diana C. Hill and a collection of anointed authors. Don't let this day go by without capturing a copy for yourself and secure another copy for someone else. An eclectic collection of stories symbolizing the flowers, the women of the Bible, and the authors. Contact any of the co-authors to purchase your copy, or purchase your copy on Amazon, and be sure to write a review. The Precious Petals of God, an anthology published by Angie B. Productions, and presented by visionary Diana C. Hill. We can help you put the pieces together. Audiobooks, flyers, commercials, and more. Angie B. Productions on Facebook.
What is my name? My name is Michael Douglas Scott. I've had chronic pain for the past 15 years. As I age, I get more pains. I have degenerative arthritis. I have basically 14 different medications, and they range from sleep apnea, trazodone, to ibuprofen, to meloxicam, to gabapentin, these are pain medications, about 6 different pain medications, medications to go to sleep. And I learned about immune support through Ernest Warren. He's a real good friend of mine. Do something, and he wanted to know how it made me feel. But it made me feel like a young boy again, you know. And it caused me to be feeling full of life, full of energy. When I took the super immune support, I saw results the second day. Several friends who really wonder what the heck's gotten into me, because I'm jumping all over the place. I catch the bus and the train. I drive my van to the train station and use the stairs. And every chance, all day I'm jumping up and down and doing push-ups, not push off the walls, jumping jacks, just full of energy. I've lost 25 pounds since December the 5th. I want to tell the world. I'll stand on the mountaintop and tell the world how good this stuff is on me. It takes care of me. My name is Michael D. Scott, and I take super immune support, beta-glucan, and I think you should too.
First, we invited you to save the date because it's time to shine. I've got Georgia on my mind for the 8th annual Bold, Beautiful, and Bald.
You don't belong here, nobody loves you, nobody cares about you. You ain't special, not on the level, your dreams will never come true. Always forgotten, don't feel important, who would even miss you? Voices in my head telling me I'm better off dead. All of the lies the enemy tries, he won't win. I'm sorry my friend, this ain't your end. Just count to 10 and 1, 2, 3, just 4, 5, 6, just 7, 8, 9, 10. Don't even give those thoughts attention. If you really knew what God had for you, you wouldn't even dare sitting at the wall and stare. Question if he really cares for you. And all of the lies the enemy tries, he won't win. I'm sorry, my friend, this ain't your end. Just count to 10 and 1, 2, 3, just
was wounded for our transgressions, bruised for our iniquity. The chastisement of our peace was laid upon his back, and by his stripes we are healed. You make me better, I won't forget you. 'Cause you make me better, I'll praise forever. You make me better, I won't forget you. 'Cause you make me better, I'll praise forever. Be strong, sister Lord, sister Lord. Be strong, sister Lord, sister Lord. Be strong, sister Lord, sister Lord. Jesus is the Lord, is the Lord, is the Lord. Jesus, the only name to call, to be saved, to be changed. Came into my life and rearranged. Made me a made man, will never be the same. You gotta lift your hands, believe and call his name. Now give your life to him, before to follow him. Help bring his kingdom come on earth, his will be done. Have faith in the Son of God, he's still alive to take you high by the Holy Spirit of the living God. Truly inspired by him, the word of God, a living fine. When you carry line, kept line, I ain't lying. Just trying to find the right words to say, to make it clear as day for all to see that Jesus is the Lord, he's the Lord. Jesus is the Lord, he's the Lord. Be strong, she's the Lord, she's the Lord. Be strong, sister Lord, sister Lord, sister Lord. Jesus is the Lord, he's the Lord. Jesus is the Lord, he's the Lord. Be strong, she's the Lord, she's the Lord. Be strong, sister Lord, sister Lord, sister Lord. My God, after you inside, every time I speak your word, I know that everything is gonna be alright, right? I don't have to fight, overcome by my faith, that's right. I'ma take you by force, not by might, by the Spirit of the Lord. Jesus paid the cost for my sin and yours on the cross. And you have to excuse me, I ain't lost for words. I'm more like blessed with the word. Now I'ma have to be heard, 'cause I ain't shutting up. I'm cutting it up, feeding it to you till you throwing it up. Yourself out your mouth, there's power in what comes out. That's why you need to get that word in your mouth. That's all I'm talking about, so now you understand. See, I'm a gentleman, I speak in many languages, and I'ma have to win this thing. I'm a child of the King, so I'ma rep his name. If it kills me, I'm real G, I will be back, resurrected next to Jesus Christ, my bitch. Jesus is the Lord, is the Lord. Jesus is the Lord, is the Lord. Be strong, she's the Lord, she's the Lord. Be strong, sister Lord, sister Lord, sister Lord. Jesus is the Lord, is the Lord. Jesus is the Lord, is the Lord. Be strong, she's the Lord, she's the Lord. Be strong, sister Lord, sister Lord, sister Lord. Jesus Christ, he's my Lord, my Savior. Y'all don't know why he did it, but I'm glad that he made me better for all my days. Lord, I'ma praise you. Ain't nothing better than your presence, it's amazing. Yeah, I won't fake it to try to relate to those that don't know, they just not your grace. But I am blessed to know you are Lord. So if it takes all my breath to let them know, I let them know, Lord. Have your way in my life today. Yeah. Have your way in these lives today. I pray today you these they pain away, 'cause I can see in some fake fading away. But God got you. No, he's not gonna let you die. Yo, God got you. He's not far, he hears your cries. He's on top of the situation, stressing your mind. It's just been testing your faith, will make you stronger in time. Jesus is the Lord, he's the Lord. Jesus is the Lord, he's the Lord. Be strong, she's the Lord, she's the Lord. Be strong, sister Lord, sister Lord, sister Lord. Jesus is the Lord, he's the Lord. Jesus is the Lord, he's the Lord. Be strong, she's the Lord, she's the Lord. Be strong, sister Lord, sister Lord, sister Lord. Was wounded for our transgressions, bruised for our iniquity. The chastisement of our peace was laid upon his back. By his stripes.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Bedside Church of God in Christ. This is Bishop T-Dog. So today's sermon is going to be talking about doing the most. Oh, it got quiet in here now.
Amen.
Oh, it's quiet now.
Amen.
Y'all want to street dance, but you don't want to praise dance.
Right,
huh?
Pastor.
Y'all dance in the club, but don't want to dance in church. But the parents is not bringing their kids in. The kids showing not. The kids doing a little too much. Son, what you want? Try to preach, huh?
Excuse me, Pastor. I don't mean no disrespect, but I think I speak for everybody in the congregation when I say we have no idea what you're talking about.
See, that's the problem now. You're not listening. I tell you what, if you think you can do better than I can, come up here and do it yourself.
Mr. No compromise in the building. Swag so on fire, set fire to the ceiling. Put your hands in the air if you feeling this, cause I'm about to set it out to the picket. Boy, I got time to play. See, boy, I live this. You can catch me getting that work, but about my father, man. Searching too concerned about the beat. They don't listen to the lyrics. They trying to put me in the box. Tell me they don't wanna hear it. I'm just trying to reach the youth. Give us something that they can listen to. Try to give us something good for their soul. Call it chicken noodle soup. See, I've been there and I done that. Trying to save it for them landmines. Yeah, the devil's on the move. Yeah, homie, it's game time. I refuse to turn down. I'm on go like Monopoly. Two turned up, one turned down. You can't stop me. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Can't stop and I won't 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 turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turning up is my specialty. It's in my veins, it's what I bleed. In my mouth, yeah, continually. It's my lifestyle, it's daily. Let me give you some clarity. Why the stinking devil, he tired of me. Won't catch me with my head low. Depressed and stressed, that's no go. Not bothered by the status quo. I won't be part of that puppet show. Got victory in Jesus. So turn up when we see ya. I know you got some reason. Praising him in season. See, I can't turn down. So watch me, hey, get down. Praising the roof off this place. Don't mind me, just give me some space. Go in, don't you hesitate. Praise him in his holy place. See, I can't turn down. So watch me, get down. See, I can't turn down. So watch me, hey, get down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Can't stop and I won't 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 turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down.
A Mother's Heart, an anthology by visionary Teresa Jordan, featuring 9 phenomenal co-authors. This book is created for men and women around the world. It is dedicated to mothers from the past, present, and future. We thank you for your resilience, strength, and unconditional love. We honor you for the countless times you have been problem solvers, held things together, and became a superwoman to many. You are appreciated, and your great work and contributions will continue to be celebrated. Quote, "But Jesus beheld them and said unto them, With men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible." End quote. Matthew chapter 19, verse 26. Our prayer is that these powerful stories will transform your life, creating pivotal moments for you, and also be responsible for leaving permanent marks in your heart. Our prayer is that every story is an inspiration to you going forth. A Mother's Heart, compiled by Triumphant Magazine, published by Triumphant Magazine Publishing, promotional support by Angie B. Productions, and narrated by me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. A Mother's Heart, an anthology.
You don't belong here, nobody loves you, nobody cares about you. You ain't special, not on the level, your dreams will never come true. Always forgotten, don't feel important, who would even miss you? Voices in my head telling me I'm better off dead. All of the lies the enemy tries, he won't win. I'm sorry my friend, this ain't your end. Just count to 10 and 1, 2, 3, just 4, 5, 6, just 7, 8, 9, 10. Don't even give those thoughts attention. If you really knew what God had for you, you wouldn't even dare sitting at the wall and stare. Question if he really cares for you. And all of the lies the enemy tries, woo, he won't win. I'm sorry, my friend, this ain't your end. Count to 10 and 1, 2, 3, just 4, 5, 6.
DJ Shaheem Care Mix Edits. Explore innovative fusion music of hip-hop, house, Afro beats, and gospel genres all rolled into one perfect mix. Visit the world of a gospel praise experience as DJ Shaheem shares his new edit packs, filled with a remarkable experience. Enhance and elevate your worship experience through praise as we embark on a new and unique purpose to glorify Jesus and what he has been able to do in our lives. If you are looking for a different vibe in your worship and praise experience, this will definitely keep you moving and inspire you throughout your day and week. These mix and edit packs are not only for DJs and radio stations, but are meant for gospel music lovers as well. Take time out and visit DJ Shaheem Care Mix Edits for your music source. Support the ministry as we reach others and draw them closer to Christ. Stay blessed, safe, and encouraged. DJ Shaheem Mix Edits. .SELLFY.store.
When I took the super immune support, I saw results the second day. Several friends who really wonder what the heck's gotten into me, because I'm jumping all over the place. I catch the bus and the train. I drive my van to the train station and use the stairs. And every chance, all day I'm jumping up and down and doing push-ups, not push off the walls, jumping jacks, just full of energy. I've lost 25 pounds since December the 5th. I want to tell the world. I stand on the mountaintop and tell the world how good this stuff is on me. It takes care of me. My name is Michael D. Scott, and I take super immune support beta glucan, and I think you should too.
We can help you put the pieces together. Audiobooks, flyers, commercials, and more. NGB Productions on Facebook. DJ Shaheem Care Mix Edits. Explore innovative fusion music of hip-hop, house, Afro beats, and gospel genres all rolled into one perfect mix. Visit the world of a gospel praise experience as DJ Shaheem shares his new edit packs, filled with a remarkable experience. Enhance and elevate your worship experience through praise as we embark on a new and unique purpose to glorify Jesus and what he has been able to do in our lives. If you are looking for a different vibe in your worship and praise experience, this will definitely keep you moving and inspire you throughout your day and week. These mix and edit packs are not only for DJs and radio stations, but are meant for gospel music lovers as well. Take time out and visit DJ Shaheem Care Mix Edits for your music source. Support the ministry as we reach others and draw them closer to Christ. Stay blessed, safe, and encouraged. DJ Shaheem Mix Edits. .SELLFY.store. Hey everybody, it's me, the Queen Bee, Dr. Angie B, and I'm inviting each of you to join me for a year in literacy. I'll be in Daytona Beach, Florida, February 20th through the 22nd for the 9th Annual Fresh Book Film Festival and the 14th Annual Fresh Book Festival. Join me February 20th at the Museum of Arts and Science, 352 South Nova Road, and the 2-day Fresh Book Festival at 925 George W. Ingram Boulevard in the beautiful city of Daytona Beach, Florida. Come out and meet authors, publishers, producers, on-air radio personalities, and more. Get your tickets at freshbookfestivals.net. Follow Fresh Book Fest on Facebook or send an email to freshbookfestivals@gmail.com. It's a year in literacy. You don't want to miss it. Desmond's wish for Christmas is a blue scooter. He goes to bed early Christmas Eve, hoping that when he wakes up on Christmas Day, his wish has come true. The newest children's book from author Avalon S. Brown. Connect with the author on Instagram, author Avalon S. Desmond's Wish. by author Avalon S. Brown. Now available. The Precious Petals of God, an anthology presented by visionary Diana C. Hill and a collection of anointed authors. Don't let this day go by without capturing a copy for yourself and secure another copy for someone else. An eclectic collection of stories symbolizing the flowers, the women of the Bible, and the authors. Contact any of the co-authors to purchase your copy, or purchase your copy on Amazon, and be sure to write a review. The Precious Petals of God, an anthology published by Angie B. Productions and presented by visionary Diana C. Hill. We can help you put the pieces together. Audiobooks, flyers, commercials, and more. Angie B. Productions on Facebook.
Schedule. When I say busy, I mean Kiana Griffin is busy. She is gainfully employed, she has a family, and she travels to 4 counties stressing her sickle cell advocacy. So if you have questions tonight for Kiana Griffin, please text them to 407-914-6519. All right, are you ready, Kiana Griffin?
Hello, everybody. Good
Hi
evening.
there.
Good evening.
Griffin, thank you so much for joining me again tonight, Kiana. You are very reliable.
Thank you so much.
You are so welcome, Kiana. So tell us first how you became involved with sickle cell as an advocate.
I began my journey in the year of 2009. And when I was looking in the penny saver for something else, I was working with Volusia County Schools.
Okay.
I graduated from Bethune-Cookman University in 2003. And I began my journey with Volusia County Schools. But it was something really tugging on my heart that it was like, that wasn't enough. And so I was just looking through the penny saver and I saw a case manager position at the Volusia/Flagler County sickle cell. And I said, I'm going to get that job.
Okay.
And I called. I had never done case management, but I called and I got an interview with Mrs. Lillian Williams. And I went in, I got the job. And she told me what the job entailed. And it was, specifically, as she would say, you have to know the story. So she taught me the story. She had me to say it for her over and over again so that when I would go out to give my sickle cell education, I would not miss it. I would dot every I, cross every T, and do my paperwork so that we can continue to get funding for the business. Well, I learned in my journey that so many people with sickle cell, they're very old. They don't leave. And so Mrs. Williams was older.
Right.
Volusia County, Florida, which is made up of Daytona Beach, Florida, and several of the surrounding cities. The founder of the organization is Kiana. And Kiana Long Hargret is a passionate, obedient woman of God who knew that sickle cell had touched her family, had learned lessons, and is on a mission to help as many people as she can, and not just those in Florida. She has traveled to different states, made a variety of phone calls to advocate, and her organization has interns, volunteers, a board of directors, and now she needs transportation. She needs a vehicle that can help her to transport patients when they contact her and say that they are in crisis. We spoke earlier when the broadcast first started that Kiana is so dedicated that if someone calls and says that they're in crisis and needs to get to the hospital, she will take her personal vehicle to pick them up and to take them and to advocate for them. And as a nonprofit organization, the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association needs their own transportation. They truly, truly do. And so we are raising money and awareness today and tomorrow. And just like my sister Sonia loves to tell the story about the Jerry Lewis telethon. When we were younger, Jerry Lewis would come on Labor Day weekend, and Lou Rawls would also come on to raise money for United Negro College Fund. But Jerry Lewis was well known for being a part of the Rat Pack with Dean Martin and Sammy Davis Jr., singers, dancers, entertainers, comedians. And he would come on dressed to the nine. I mean, just tuxedo, well pressed, and shoes well shined, and hair all in place to raise money for muscular dystrophy. And as the weekend continued and as the broadcast went on, he would begin to look more and more disheveled. His hair would be out of place. You can tell that he was taking a nap and somebody woke him up, and his shoes were scuffed, and it was just not a comedy of errors, but you could tell he was human and he was doing the best he could. So that's me today. I'm dressed to the nine. I got on my lipstick from my alopecia sister, Uniqua Leak, Uniquely You. I got on my red lip gloss. I got on my queen earrings and matching necklace that was created for me by a vendor from the Bold Beautiful and Bald Beauty Bazaar for alopecia awareness. It is still Alopecia Awareness Month, and I'm still wearing my blue nails. But for sickle cell, oh yeah, I got my blue bracelets and one that was given to me by another vendor. Got on my Alopecia is Real bracelet from Tracy, the diva herself. And I'm thrilled to wear my bracelet that was just given to me by my pastor, Mary Hope. It's all about me. It's all about Jesus and me, the teaching ministry based upon the sermon that I'm more precious than rubies. And so these colors may not match, but they serve a purpose. Royal blue is for Alopecia Awareness Month, and the red is for Sickle Cell Awareness Month. We both happen to be at the same time. So just want to say that even though my voice is not its best, it is our goal to serve the Lord with gladness by helping raise money and awareness for Levi Long sickle cell. Now we've got an extended video for you, so I can go and grab some tea, and we will be back in just a little bit.
When I walk through Rosewood hammock, see the oaks and palm trees sway. I bow my head, swear in my heart this loss won't be in vain. Though hated in 2 days spreads like a terrible disease, we're all coming together, so come join me please, so suffering can sustain. Rosewood FLA. Here so much beauty grows in
center near you or that can give you any information about it. Other than that, I pray for everyone who carries the disease, and I'm praying for your pain, praying your pain is managed, and that one day we'll have a cure.
Sickle cell. This is what the cell looks like. Sickle cell is an inherited disease caused by a defect in a gene. A person born with sickle cell has to inherit it from both the mother and the father. A person who inherits just one gene is healthy and said to be a carrier. The most common are SS and SC. The red states: eye damage, bacteria infection, bouts with pain and leg ulcers. Activating a protein in the red blood cells may improve anemia.
Hey everybody, it's me, the Queen Bee, Angie B, and I am buzzing in my beehive. I'm so excited because it's almost time. It is almost time for the 6th annual Bold. Hello, 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 hello. It's me, everybody, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. That last cup of tea is doing its job. I think I have much more voice than I had before. Welcome to the 3rd 24-hour fundraiser for Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. We are honored to be here to share the history, the passion, information on sickle cell, and to raise funds for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. We're thrilled to now have our founder here. Kiana Long Hargret will be joining us in just a moment. She is live at an event, so I'm grateful that she had a chance to pull away And Kiana, thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate you. Tell us about what you're doing.
So today is the last day of Sickle Cell Awareness, and I am here at the Ormond Beach Community Recreational Center where I'm doing some information and education on sickle cell. So right now we have Nurse Donna Edwards, who is up, and I'm so excited because her presentation is awesome. She's a part of the Black Nurses Association, so she's doing her presentation now. And when she finishes, then I go up and I fill in the blanks of some things that was said, and I'm so excited to be here. Today is the last day, but it's not the last day to give. So those of you all that are able to give and willing to give, you can donate all year long. This is a nonprofit organization. You can receive a receipt all year long. Tax year is coming up, so you can definitely put this in to get it back. You will always be blessed for giving to any organization. And I'm asking you to give to mine because it does help those that are living with an inherited disease called sickle cell. I was like, what's going on?
I'm so sorry, dear. We had a question earlier about the 501c3 status and that $1 million certificate.
Yes.
Could you explain that, please?
Yes, ma'am. So let me tell you how I found out. So I was at a health fair. It was actually a book signing of a friend, because Putnam County is one of my areas, and that includes the city of Palaca, Hastings, Crescent City, those areas. And I was at a book signing of a young lady. Her name is Cora Fales. And while I was there, I'm friendly. I talk to anybody. And I was sitting in my spot, and the photographer came by, and he was just taking pictures. And I stopped him, and I said, how are you doing? And he says, oh, good. I have a cousin that does sickle cell in Miami. I said, call her right now. So he called her, and I spoke to her. She says, well, do you know about this? Do you know about that? You have a nonprofit? I said, yeah. She said, did you get the letter from the Department of Agriculture? I said, what letter? Right. And that's why networking is so important. Why keep it to yourself? Tell everybody so we can all be blessed.
But they said closed mouth don't get fed.
It don't get fed a little bit. And so she said, you can get a letter from the Department of Agriculture, which gives you the right to solicit. So everything is a law. Everything is done in a certain order in the United States of America. And I found out from talking to the Department of Agriculture, you can receive a letter that you can send along with your 501c3 nonprofit, your profit status letter to donors to show them that by law you can solicit up to $1 million in one donation. They can give you up to that amount, and that's legal. A lot of people don't even know about it. A lot of people don't even have it. So I share it so you can reach out. I have the number to the Department of Agriculture. I call them every year. I have to renew my status. All you have to do is show them the money that you make, and you get your status. And it's just like that.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful, because I know earlier this morning I was talking about how you have to use your personal vehicle to drive patients around. And
I'm trusting God for a vehicle. I declare, I know I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it.
Declare a decree. Especially a larger vehicle. I think, sometimes the patient and their family may want to go, and you can only put so many people in your vehicle. So I'm praying with you, me and Atlas, my wonder dog right here. We praying with you.
Thank you.
I know you getting ready to do your presentation. When you come back afterwards and let us know how everything went, we'd appreciate it.
If you don't mind, I can also bring some nurses on there. Some nurses here, or there's someone who here, she's lost a loved one 2 months ago from sickle cell. So I can bring people on that have personally, has affected them personally in their families. So yes, when I come back on, I'll have someone on the camera with me.
That would be wonderful. That'd be wonderful. We're proud of you for being out there. Thank you. We'll see you when you get back, honey.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks. Have a good day. I'll talk to you soon.
Yep. That was Kiana Griffith out doing what she does for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. There's Atlas, my wonder dog, in the background. Looks like it may be nap time for him. He's doing that circle plop thing. And I'm so grateful for him and for my daughter Angelyn and my favorite blue-eyed son-in-law Christopher for allowing me to have Studio B here in Jacksonville, Florida, so that we can broadcast live. It's a very special thing when a person can open up their home to you and welcome you with a meal and a place to lay your head. And I know you may be thinking, well, they're family, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. It's still a choice, and it's not mandatory. So thank you very much for making room and making a way for me. All right, we will get back to our video in just a little bit. Before we do that, we want you to know that tomorrow is Sunday afternoon service in St. Augustine, Florida. It is coming up quickly, and we want you to know about it.
You are cordially invited to join us for Sunday afternoon service. It's all about Jesus and Me Incorporated, the teaching ministry. Join us every first and third Sunday at 2:30 p.m. with Pastor Mary Hope and Minister Deacon Jerome Hope. Our outreach ministries include the Sick and Shut-In for our members, a virtual youth writing ministry, virtual Bible study, assisted living facility services, and a brand new shoe ministry, Walking in a New Life. Our teachings come from testimonies to show how the Word of God is effective in our lives, making the Bible come to life in our daily walk with Christ. It's all about Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. Join us on the first and third Sunday of the month at 2:30 p.m. at 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. You are cordially invited.
Hey everybody, I'm Bart T, and we're coming to California.
Spirit to guide you? Jesus told the disciples that he would leave them a comforter to be with them after his departure. But what about Jesus? He was the first to allow God to guide him, and he set that example for us all as well. When you are the first, there are all sorts of opinions, comments, scrutiny, and challenges that go along with that status. Jesus was the first person that I ever heard of to be crucified. People have been put to death in that manner long before Jesus died in that manner, but because of his sacrifice, I learned all about that torturous method of execution. The Obamas were the first African American leaders to work and live in the White House, yet I bet you that there were other first families that were blessed to have African ancestral genes in their bloodline. Sometimes you are the first in a situation to grow, evolve, or lead your family to a better destination. You are the first to get that job that leads your family out of living in the projects. You are the first with an illness that teaches you a lesson of personal care. You pass that lesson along to your children, therefore breaking the generational curses of illnesses. You are the first to have a grandchild for both sides of the family, and you are the first to submit during a life lesson in order to receive love. When you are the first, you can cause stability in a situation. As you are driving down the road, are you the first to be a defensive driver, or are you the aggressive one? Are you the one to start an argument or the first to apologize and forgive? Are you the first in your relationship to ask for sex? Or are you the first to encourage abstinence and wait for marriage? Are you the first to wake in the morning and set the atmosphere of your home, giving glory to the living God? Are you the first? My husband and I wrote our very first book together, and it debuts on August 1st, 2017. It is entitled, In the Beginning, There Was God, Me, and You, the true love story that only God could have written. God gave us life through the first of his creations, Adam. Jesus redeemed us from death through the first and the only required sacrifice of his life. Now God has given me the first true vessel in my husband that allows me to give and receive love. When we met 4 years ago, my husband was not trying to get married again. He was enjoying the life of a bachelor after his divorce. I was never going to submit to another man ever again after surviving 2 failed marriages. We were not the first spouses for each other, but we are the first married lovers and leaders in our situations that God has ordained us to be. I want to thank Denise Walker for this opportunity to be the first to contribute to this blog. I thank my Lord and Savior, through the power of the Holy Spirit, for giving me guidance in this writing. And I thank my husband for tolerating my hot flashes. When you are the first daughter in a family that's having hormonal changes, well, that is a different story. I thank each of you that were the first to purchase our book online, available at laderopress.com, LADEROPRESS.com. And I hope that you're downloading the book on Smashwords as well. There will be book sales throughout Canada, the United Kingdom, and Australia. And we have a few anticipated readers from Africa that are waiting to receive the book. Will you be the first in your family to own a copy of the book? Have you listened to your copy of the audiobook yet? Visit thequeenbee.com to order your digital download. www.daqueenbee.com to order your audiobook. Angie B Productions specializes in producing audiobooks for authors, and our audiobook project was so much fun to produce for each of you. We can't wait for you to hear it. Be the first to invite Barty and I to speak at your marriage conference or singles retreat, and we hope to see you at the next book festival. As we continue to travel with the tour that Angie B presents, we are led by God to bring concerts, workshops, book signings, and the love of the Lord through his preached word to communities and families everywhere. When you are the first to travel down a road, your footsteps can leave a path for another to follow. I pray that this reading opens your eyes to possibilities of achieving the life that God desires for you and sets your ears to hear from God. Share this article, share this word, stay in touch, and be blessed. This devotional blog was written for Hope in Christ Ministries, composed and narrated by me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B.
Sickle cell. This is what the cell looks like.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Bedside Church of God in Christ. This is Bishop T-Dog. So today's sermon is going to be talking about doing the most. Oh, you got quiet in here now. Amen, oh, it's quiet now. Amen. Y'all want to street dance, but you don't want to praise dance.
Right,
huh?
Pastor.
Y'all dance in the club, but don't want to dance in the church. But the parents is not bringing their kids in. The kids showing not. The kids doing a little too much. Son, what you want? Try to preach, huh?
Excuse me, Pastor. I don't mean no disrespect, but I think I speak for everybody in the congregation when I say we have no idea what you're talking about.
See, that's your problem now. You're not listening. I tell you what, if you think you can do better than I can, come up here and do it yourself.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mr. No compromise in the building. Swag so on fire, set fire to the ceiling. Put your hands in the air if you feeling this, cause I'm about to set it out to the picket. Boy, I got time to play. See, boy, I live this. You can catch me. Running that work, but I'm about my father. Church are too concerned about the beat. They don't listen to the lyrics. They trying to put me in the box. Tell me they don't wanna hear it. I'm just trying to reach the youth. Give us something that they can listen to. Try to give us something good for their soul. Call it chicken noodle soup. See, I've been there and I done that. Trying to save them for them landmines. Yeah, the devil's on the move. Yeah, homie, it's game time. I refuse to turn down. I'm on board like Monopoly. Two turned up, one turned down. Yeah, you can't stop me. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Can't stop and I won't 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 turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turning up is my specialty. It's in my veins, this is what I bleed. In my mouth, yeah, continually. It's my lifestyle, it's daily. Let me give you some clarity. Why the stinking devil, he tired of me. Won't catch me with my head low. Depressed and stressed, that's no go. Not bothered by the status quo. I won't be part of that puppet show. Got victory and Jesus. So turn up when we see. I know you got some reason. Praising him in season. See, I can't turn down. So watch me, hey, get down. Praising the roof of this place. Don't mind me, just give me some space. Go in, don't you hesitate. Praise him in this holy place. See, I can't turn down. So watch me, get down. See, I can't turn down. So watch me, hey, get down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Can't stop and I won't 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 turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down.
Hey everybody, it's me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Edgy B. And I am here in the 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, in the 10th hour of the 24-hour Leave Out Long Sickle Cell Association fundraiser. Now, that's Atlas, my wonder dog, my comfort support. He woke me up to tell me that, hey, it's time to get on the air. Now, why do I look like this? First of all, I'm wearing red in honor of Sickle Cell Awareness Month. Sickle cell and alopecia share the same month. I'm wearing blue. Oh, there's my glasses. I was wondering where they was. Okay, so I'm wearing blue for Alopecia Awareness Month. Okay. I'm looking disheveled in honor of Jerry Lewis and his Labor Day telethon. Now, for those of you that are too young to remember Jerry Lewis, he used to come on Labor Day weekend every year, raising money for muscular dystrophy. We children knew that once Jerry Lewis hit the airwaves, the summer was over. But Jerry Lewis, back in the day, was a part of the Rat Pack. That was Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., him. They were singers, actors, dancers, all around entertainers, right? So when Jerry Lewis would come on the telethon, he'd have all his Rat Pack members, right? They have on their tuxedos, their shoes would be polished, their hair in place. Back then, you could smoke a cigarette on TV. So, they'd be looking, and Dean Martin always had a cup or drink in his hand. We never really knew what was in there, but, our parents probably did. And so when the show first started, I was looking fabulous. And now I'm looking a hot mess because that's what Jerry Lewis used to look like. As the 24 hours were gone, you could tell that he had been in the back taking a nap, and somebody woke him up and was like, yo, man, you got to get on camera. His bow tie would be crooked and he had hair out of place, and he had on his slippers instead of his, his shoes. But he would still come out and he would still do his job. And that's what my goal is tonight. We are raising money for the Leave Out Long Sickle Cell Association. If you don't know anything about them, we're going to try to give you an idea about the association. But first, we're going to tell you why we're raising money. There is a cure for sickle cell. The price tag is $39,000. Does the insurance cover it? No. Do you have to have a family that matches you to be able to get it? Yes. That's one reason we're spreading awareness and raising funds for sickle cell patients. And later on, we will talk more about the association. So I got a very special guest in the background, waiting to see if the author, Avalon Soule Brown, is going to be able to join us. There she is, Avalon. Avalon, you need to turn that light around. It's right in my... No, turn the other way. I can't see you. All I see is light. I don't put it in. Okay, that might be a little bit better. Girl, I'm bringing you in. And it's so good to see her and to be able to talk to her. Avalon is a retired nurse. She just retired in April, I think, after about 30 years of nursing. There she is. That's a pretty little face. And Avalon is a dedicated author. She says that she writes children's books for each of her grandchildren. So my team at NGB Productions was thrilled to produce the audiobook for Mommy, Why Do I Have a Cold? And she's got so many. I hope she keeps having grandchildren because then she'll keep having new books. But she's got a book that's coming out real quick. Nursing is Our Passion. We Can't Quit. This is an anthology with a collection of anointed medical professionals. Yes, we're working on the audiobook, and we're excited about what's going to happen. But I definitely wanted Avalon to come on tonight because she does have the nursing experience, so she may have a little bit of insight into what the patients with sickle cell go through. So I'm bringing you in, girl. Hey, hey, hey.
How you doing? How you doing?
Thank you for being here. I know you had a long day. You were at the book festival.
Yes.
How was it?
It was great. It was great. There was about 60 authors there.
60. Yeah, I saw your lives, and we gave you a shout out on the show earlier today.
Oh,
So
wow.
I'm glad. Yep. You're looking wonderful.
Thank you.
So tell me about the reason why you wanted to do this book. The Nursing is Our Passion book. Tell me the reason why you want to do that one.
Because in my profession, actually, I've been a nurse for 42 years. I went through a lot of challenges in nursing, whether it was with coworkers or management, mostly with management. And there was always an issue with me, and a lot of things that I felt that they just weren't being fair, or either some things they were just, was on the racist side. But I always seemed to clash with management, or either they was making up some story on me, It seemed like if you weren't the type that was like always like bowing down to them, or you're not part of the clique or part of the group, it's like you're a target. You don't get the same treatment as maybe some of the other nurses. So I always said I wanted to write a book, and eventually I wrote my first book in 2012. It was The Devil All Along, and I talked about all these issues and challenges. So recently, a couple of months ago, I was thinking to revise that book and write the rest of the years, because I only wrote the book up to 2010. And then I had the idea that, okay, instead of finish it, maybe I can reach out to other nurses and ask them to talk about some of the challenges, or find out if they went through some of the same things that I went through. Because I said, okay, I don't want to look like, okay, I'm just out there bashing nurses. I know that other people have gone through some of these same situations. I know it can't be, especially nurses of color. And so I reached out to nurses, and we ended up with like 11, 12 nurses who decided that, yes, they wanted to do a chapter. And yes, they have put their challenges. And I said, yes, I'm not alone. I knew there was other nurses that's gone through things, even my own daughter, and I think that was another reason that made me do this project, because she kept telling me about how a new nurse, a friend of hers, was a new nurse on orientation, but she kept coming home crying because of the things that were being done, either the work. I don't know what it is about nurses of today. It's like they kind of eat their young. It's like they don't, I think because maybe they're so busy, the load is so heavy now, they don't really have patience with new nurses, or they forget that they were a new nurse at one time. So this girl comes home, and my daughter says she's literally in tears every time she's talking about her experience on the floor. And that was another reason that made me say, let me reach out to other nurses and see what's going on. Maybe we can put something together, talk about our challenges, and give them some encouragement, so that they know that they're not the only nurses, this new generation that's coming behind us that has gone through this. We went through it, but because nursing was our passion, which, I hate to say it, but I don't think it's really the passion of the new nurses that's coming out. Some it is, some it's not. Some are running behind the money because, they're jumping from job to job. But the ones that really want, it's their passion. Like, we've been through there too, but we did not let these challenges or people make us quit. Some nurses, they will leave because they just don't want to take it. They don't like the way they're being talked to, so they keep leaving. And no matter where you go, the same thing is there. When you get there, same thing is waiting for you. So this is one reason why I wanted to put this book together.
I learned so much about the career just reviewing the book for narration. I learned so much about the struggle I never could understand why y'all had to be on 12-hour shifts, but the way you're able to handle yourselves with the patients, even though sometimes you're under duress from management, it's got to be applauded. That's truly admirable. And I want people to recognize that the I believe the career of nursing is truly a ministry, because when I was recently hospitalized, there were the nurses that came in and I would watch them because I was hospitalized with COVID. They had the double mask, they had to put on them yellow paper jackets, a couple of gloves. They had to do 20 minutes of getting dressed before they could even come into my room. And so at one point, right, she had come in and done my vitals and checked my checked everything. And you need anything else? No, I'm good. Thank you very much. So she undressing, doing everything, put it all in there. And then my IV machine starts to beep. Well, I ain't gonna call her back to come get dressed again. I just let it beep. I've slept through worse. So about 20 minutes later, she comes back getting dressed again. Oh, how come you didn't tell me it was beeping? I said, girl, it took you. The least I could do. Yeah. And it's those little things when I think about what you guys have to go through, and you're dealing with people in their worst time, scared, sometimes away from home like I was, sometimes alone, sometimes asking you questions and the test results ain't even back yet. Or like me, they kept coming back with test results and I was like, well, what does that mean? And she was like, well, the doctor will be with you. Yeah, well, let me just tell you. Oh my goodness. It was a lot. I respect you. I respect everyone in your upcoming book. And I can't wait. I can't wait to be finished with it. I can't wait. I can't wait. So I mentioned earlier that you have your books that you have written these books to leave a legacy for your grandchildren.
Yes.
And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 grandchildren now. How many grandchildren?
Well, I have 7 grands and 3 great grands.
Oh.
Yes, I have a new great grand that's 2 months old.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I want people to know that, even though the Bible says a wise man leaves an inheritance for his children's children, this is a beautiful inheritance that you can leave for your family. Write a book. Even I tell people, even if you don't get it published, but print up some copies and give it to the family for Christmas. That's acceptable. My mother wrote a book about me and my first husband, about how we fell in love and how the whole family gathered together and planned the wedding. And she printed up some copies and put some ribbon on it. And it was never published, but I cherish it so.
Right.
So I'm proud of you for writing something for your children and publishing it. I'm proud of you. So, as a nurse, I'm going to ask you what you know about sickle cell and what have you experienced with patients, and do you have any advice? That's what I want to know from you.
I have had a couple of, when I worked in med surge, I had a couple of patients that had come in with sickle cell. They're always in such pain. They need medication, pain medication, almost every 4 hours they're asking for the pain medication. And especially those that come in like a crisis, they're really in a lot of pain. Sometimes people say, oh, I don't, you have people working, they'd be like, oh no, they just want the pain medication. But these patients are really in serious pain. I mean, I have something like, I don't experience pain, but I have something like a cousin to sickle cell. And it's called hemoglobin C. I have like a trait. I don't really have a full blown, and it's only like 2% Black people get this hemoglobin C. It's really like a European blood, but they say it's a cousin of sickle cell. Like sickle cell, the cells are sickle. My cells aren't sickle, but they carry a low oxygen concentration.
Oh, like you might be anemic a little.
Well, I haven't had really problems with anemia. That's why I said probably because it's a trait. But they, that's the way they explain it. It's a cousin, so it's called hemoglobin C. So it's not exactly like sickle cell, but they say it's like a cousin to sickle cell only because of the oxygen. My cells aren't sickle, but it do carry a low. And I never knew what it was. I didn't find out about it until I was grown. I was at work one day and we were taking care of a patient. We were doing the doctor was doing like a spinal tap, and I was holding the patient, hold the patient in a certain position on the bed. And when I stood up from, because we had to bend over, I passed out. I passed out at work, and they said that they had called the code because they said I turned completely white or whatever was going on. And so, when they did, they wouldn't let me go home. They made me be admitted because they said, you can't come back to work until you get admitted. And that's how I found out, because they did a lot of blood tests trying to see what was going on because my hemoglobin was low. And that's when the doctor had told me he did what they call electrophoresis blood test. And that's how he found out. He asked me, did you know that you had, this was in 1995. So
oh my God.
Did you know that you had hemoglobin C? I was like, no, I never even heard of that. He said, yeah, it's only 2% Blacks. And you know me, I start researching and reading that get it. But yeah, it's similar to sickle cell, but I don't have all the symptoms. But yes, I've taken care of quite a few sickle cell patients, and they come in such pain. They come in a lot of pain. They need the pain medication. And but as far as anything, that's the most that I've dealt with, just far as having them patients.
Wow. And I know you mentioned it briefly that the frequency of them wanting, every 4 hours needing the pain medication, and people may be thinking they're just drug seeking. And how do nurses or medical professionals come to the conclusion that they're not drug seeking? They is it after you do the blood work that you determine they're really in a crisis, or are there things
I think that thought comes from sometimes like they're frequently admitted, maybe every month or something like that, and then like they're constantly asking for meds. But if it's ordered, I'm giving it. The doctor ordered it. If they ask for it, I'm giving it. That's not for me to say that you're not in pain, because I'm not the one with sickle cell. I'm not the one that going through a crisis. They wouldn't have admitted you if they didn't think that you were going in a crisis in the emergency room. So who am I to say that you're not having that level of pain, that you need that pain medication? So I give it. The doctor ordered it, I give it. As long as it's within the time frame that the doctor ordered it. If he ordered it every 4 hours and you're asking for it every 4 hours, I'm going to give it to you. I just signed that, you had the pain medication.
You're right. Because it's doctor's orders. Orders. Whew, I tell you, we have learned so much about becoming an advocate for sickle cell patients during these broadcasts that we've done. Kiana even talked about how, as a resident of Florida, she called up to New York, New Jersey, someplace up north, to be an advocate for a patient who was not receiving the proper treatment from the medical providers. And I encourage retired members of the medical profession like you to maybe be an advocate for somebody, maybe be a a voice for somebody who's not able to express themselves or prove what they need. We've had challenges throughout the broadcast. We last week we said if you're an author, pay $50 and we'll give you an interview slot on the show. And then somebody said if you're a teacher, give a shout out to your class. And we've just had a variety of challenges as we want to spread awareness. But ideally, there's just not enough people paying attention to those blood disorders, those inherited blood disorders. I really believe that.
Probably because it's not in their family. They don't have a family member. So, they don't really, pay attention, as you said, to those blood disorders.
Yeah. We had Dr. Evelyn Bethune on the show earlier. She is the granddaughter of Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune, who founded Bethune-Cookman University in Daytona Beach, Florida. And she talked about how, you put the money where the research is going to go, and you put the money where the interest is. And if people aren't interested, people, it can definitely be a challenge. It can definitely be a challenge. And I know my mother always said, well, if it don't affect, other folks,
right, that's true.
Then I don't care about it. So, Avalon, I want to introduce you to the founder of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. She'll be on in just a minute. Kiana is just a powerhouse. But before I introduce her to you, I want you to know that I have truly enjoyed working with you over these past few months. I keep learning. And you keep sharing. And so thank you so much, honey.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Enjoy working with you too.
Kiana, I want you to come in and meet Avalon Soleil Brown.
Hi, nice to meet you.
You too.
Avalon is a retired nurse, retired after 42 years, worked with sickle cell patients, limited, but says that she has a very rare trait that was discovered one day on the job. Avalon, you want to tell her about that right quick?
I don't know. Hemoglobin C? You know about that. It's like I was telling her, only 2% blacks get this blood disorder. It's really a European blood disorder, which, I know I have family background of that, but I just could not pinpoint. When I asked my mother, she didn't know because, back then, because her mom died early, like in her 50s. She said of some blood things she don't even know. So, because I was trying to find out where did I get it from, and none of the immediate family admitted to having it. So it must come from way back somewhere down the line.
So when you said rarity, I was looking at you, and when you said yes, your family, so you have history of European in your back history.
My mother's father was half Caucasian and half Chata Indian.
Okay.
And then my niece, she was working for the government. She traced the family tree back to where some Spaniard came over and married one of the Indians. So I figured somewhere down the line, but none of the immediate family that I know have this hemoglobin C.
Isn't that interesting how it skipped so many generations and then directly got to you? But did you find out about your father's trait and your mom's trait directly? Because that's the only way you get it is if your mom and dad had the trait.
No, my mother had no idea. My mother was born back in 1920, so she had no idea.
Fantastic. Yes, that's where you could have gotten it from your mom and your dad, and that's The show was there with people. It can hit any culture. It can be Caucasian, which is European, or African American, or Indian. It's everywhere. That's why it's important for everyone to know about it, everyone to get tested for the traits. Because if you have the anemia, you know, because you would have had a crisis, you know, coming up sometime. You would have never gone through in your body without having one. But that's why it's so important. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited because you've retired, so you have time to just relax and still learn, but you've retired. And so how is that right now for you?
Well, after I retired, so I was having a lot of problem with my knee, so I'm actually recovering from a knee replacement for the last 2 months. So I'm getting that taken care of. Then I can branch out to whatever it is I want to do.
So do you have an inkling or a mind thing set of what you would like to do after your knee is better?
I would like to venture out more into my books and, you know, doing more promoting. Maybe I can, like, before I was working so much, I couldn't really like do anything but locally.
Oh
so maybe I can branch out into other states now. You know, I'll have the time.
Yes, those are beautiful books. I love your books.
Thank you.
Yes, and I need to see because I don't know. Are you're in Flagler County?
No, I'm in Essex County.
Okay, now what city is
New
that?
Jersey.
Oh, okay, you're in Jersey. Okay. Okay. Yes.
And this is the project that I'm working on now with Angie B.
Okay.
Yes.
It looks interesting.
Yes, we're all writing about our challenges in nursing and how we overcame them and why they didn't make us quit the profession. Even though some of them was based on races and unfairness, we stuck with it.
Yes. Or your heart wouldn't let you quit.
Right. It was our passion. That's why we named nursing is our passion.
Yes.
Hey, Kiana, you know, earlier today when you was at the event and you put the little fella on camera, he was the head of the what now? The nursing
Nurses Association.
That's why I said I wanted his contact information because Avalon is working on part 2 of this book about men in nursing. And I think he said he had been in nursing for what, 10 years or something?
Wow.
12 years.
He got some stories to tell. So that's you tell him we want him in the second book. Because I even had to share my story in the book. There was a male nurse that was trying to assist me, and I was like, "Well, no. I mean, I need, you know, he didn't do anything wrong. I had my daughter in the room. I was, you know, he was doing his job, but I was like, oh." And later on, I had to repent. Oh Lord, forgive me, because. And so that book is going to be incredible. So if you know any men that you run across, just tell them to get in touch with Avalon. So
because they go through their own thing too.
It was a couple of men when I went to their meeting, the Black Nurses Association. There are a couple of men, so I'll ask him to see if they will give me their information to give it to you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That would be great.
Yes, that would be nice.
Avalon, I'm so grateful. I know you had all day at your book festival, and I'm gonna put you backstage in case you want to relax a little bit, and if you want to come back in and chime in, just wave at me from backstage and I'll let you come back in. But Kiana, I don't know about you, but I see the hand of God all over today's guests. You know, the nurses and the artists that sincerely wanted to know what a person could do to help. You know, today was just wonderful. The guests came in, and one of the last things that Dr. Bethune said before she hung up, she said she's gonna look for you when she comes for homecoming this year. So be ready for that.
Oh, I can't wait to see her. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I will be there.
Her time on the show was wonderful because you know what she shared, Kiana?
What?
She said that when she was in school, she was head of the sickle cell department. And then when she left, her daughter came through and was running that.
Oh, see, I missed all of that. That's okay. We're gonna in 2
We
weeks.
recorded it all.
Yeah.
And you'll be able to see it again. But she said when I messaged her about sickle cell, it was like, so we see how God's hand has just aligned everything and everyone. She said the Bethune family is united as one, and their goal is to they have a new book out about her legacy with the statue, the journey in the statue.
Oh my goodness.
She said the family's goal is to get a major movie done, not just a documentary, but a major movie done about all the aspects of what Dr. Bethune truly touched, like United Negro College Fund and all the other little. And she said they'd like to have a series about it too, because you just can't cover, girl.
It's gonna be. Did I share with you that I went to South Carolina this year to visit Dr. Bethune's home?
Yes.
Oh, gosh, I love you so much. I literally stood in the house where she was born and was raised and lived with her mom and her dad. She was a 15th child. I learned so much about that lady this year.
And the first one born free, was it?
First one born free out of 17 children. She was a 15th child, but first one born free. Isn't that awesome? I felt so good to be right there in her home. Oh my gosh, it was so exciting to meet her great niece, her sister's daughter.
Yeah.
And oh my goodness, that was just it was so amazing to me.
Yeah.
And then to be blessed to be able to play as her in the parade. And in the homecoming parade, I get to be her one more time.
Your little outfit was so cute that you posted. It was so cute. It was so cute.
Anything. I had everything in the house. I even had the shoes like she did a long time ago. I'm gonna wear that again homecoming. I'm so excited.
And I was so honored to be able to share with Dr. Bethune that we saw the statue when it was in Daytona. And I was there when they revealed the second statue at Riverwalk. And I saw Dr. Bethune get out the car and I was so happy. But when we traveled to DC, I was just determined. I got to get to Sanctuary Hall. I got to see it. And I was in a wheelchair and everybody was sick of pushing me around, but I was determined. And when you get to Statuary Hall, you got to see a movie. I'm like, where's the statue? Then you get out and then they take you on a tour. And I'm like, where's the statue? And so the tour guide finally got us in the room and I could see everything. And I was like, bye, Mr. Tour Guide. I see what I came to see. And me, little Miss Detroit, born and raised, I got up to Dr. Bethune and looked to her left and there was Rosa Parks.
That's right.
And as a child, my mother took me to Rosa Parks' home. I got to sit at her kitchen table with her and just be in her presence. Now, I didn't know who she was. Until later on, my mom was like, okay, you got to write a thank you letter for Mrs. Parks for letting you come. I'm like, what in the world? Them two powerhouse statues right next to each other. It feels, and so we have to share all of this. Dr. Bethune shared so much, and she has just a fond appreciation of what you're trying to do because she's been there. She been there, done that. Been there, done that. And wrote the book about it a couple times. So I'm excited.
Homecoming is going to be so different for me this year because it's my 20th class reunion. It's going to be so different for me.
Wow. You's a baby.
Yes, ma'am. And I remember Rosa Parks came to Bethune-Cookman. In her last days, my mom had a picture that my mom was blessed to get a job at Bethune-Cookman.
Oh, and wow.
I have a picture of my mom with Rosa Parks.
Oh.
Emma. And in the Rosa Parks movie, my little cousin Dee Dee played in her Sunday school class in the movie. And my Dee Dee's mom, my Auntie Gwen, she was in a jail cell in the movie with the person that played Rosa Parks in the movie.
The things that our women folk had to go through, the things that author Avalon talks about, what she had to go through just to be a nurse, just to have a career as a nurse.
Can't imagine. God knew what to do and who to allow to be born in those times. Imagine they went through. Even now.
just like I cannot imagine what a patient in crisis goes through. And Avalon touched on that a little bit, that I think about them going into crisis every now and then, maybe when the seasons change, or Avalon taught us that they might be coming in once a month in crisis.
Once a month. I have a patient that goes every week. Every week. So they're doing a study on her now. They're trying a new medicine on her to stop sickling as much. Every week. When I call her, and I just shared this at the banquet last night, if she's coming out of the hospital on Monday, she's going back on Wednesday. If she's coming out on Friday, she's going back on Sunday. It's back to back. Oh my
gosh. I cannot imagine.
And for me, I feel like a human rights activist because I have to advocate for them to have human rights, to be treated fairly. Really do feel like a human rights activist.
And speaking of activists, I talked with Pastor Mary, told her that you're available to come out, and she wants you to share your testimony, 10-15 minutes at the Blood, Sweat, and Tears conference based on Luke chapter 22, verse 44. It talks about how Jesus was in agony and he prayed earnestly, and the sweat was falling off of him like great drops of blood. And so that conference, put on your calendars, November 10th through the 12th. Any of those days you can join us in St. Augustine. There'll be preaching and testimonies and workshop, but in the church, we always talk about the blood. It's all about the blood, the blood, the blood. I do not think it's a coincidence that it's time for you to come and speak during that conference in St. Augustine, Florida. Oh, let me shut the door. Here comes Atlas the Wonder Dog trying to check on me, but that's all right. You need to know I'm fine. I'm hoping that Teresa Jordan from Triumphant Magazine can join us this evening. She has a new book that I would love to hear about. I held up my copy earlier today and played her commercial. So let me do this. Let me give our guests time to get in and get their cameras up and going. And let me introduce you to these two projects. Okay, sweetie?
Hi, this is author Avalon Celeste Brown. I am the visionary of this project. Recently, I've been speaking to different nurses who have been expressing and voicing their challenges and their frustration while working in the field. So I decided to reach out to different nurses from different specialties and bring them together to create a book so that they can write about their experiences, their challenges, their frustrations that they experienced in nursing and how they overcame them and why those challenges did not make them quit. This is going to be a very important book for the next generation of nurses because they can see that they are not alone out there. The nurses before you have gone through these same type of challenges, these same frustration, but they never allowed it to make them quit because nursing is their passion. And this is what we want you to know. Keep your passion. Never let them make you quit.
Audiobook produced and promoted by Angie B. Productions. A Mother's Heart, an anthology by visionary Teresa Jordan, featuring 9 phenomenal co-authors. This book is created for men and women around the world. It is dedicated to mothers from the past, present, and future. We thank you for your resilience, strength, and unconditional love. We honor you for the countless times you have been problem solvers, held things together, and became a superwoman to many. You are appreciated, and your great work and contributions will continue to be celebrated. Quote, "But Jesus beheld them and said unto them, With men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible." End quote. Matthew chapter 19, verse 26. Our prayer is that these powerful stories will transform your life, creating pivotal moments for you, and also be responsible for leaving permanent marks in your heart. Our prayer is that every story is an inspiration to you going forward. A Mother's Heart, compiled by Triumphant Magazine, published by Triumphant Magazine Publishing, promotional support by Angie B. Productions, and narrated by me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. A Mother's Heart, an anthology.
Hey there, family. It's me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. Please excuse my voice. I'm. It's going. We can do all things through Christ who strengthens us, and He is strengthening. He is strengthening me to get going. Kiana is in backstage. We're gonna bring her back in just a minute. We've got maybe one or two more guests before we end our live portion this evening. But wanted to thank some of the folks that have been watching and that have been sharing. Very special thanks goes out to Evangelist Tahara Thompson. Her company is Business with a Heart, and it's on Facebook. And she does a marvelous job of posting and sharing and tagging. And if it wasn't for her, half of y'all probably wouldn't even know about the broadcast. And so thank you so much, Tahara. We do appreciate you. Shout out to Brother Malachi Steele in your new home area. Thank you for joining us and supporting the broadcast. Please keep us in your prayers as we all continue to do the work of the Lord in spite of slight afflictions. Shout out to Teresa Jordan, who is with Triumphant Magazine. And thank you again to author Avalon, who is with us even after a long day at the book festival. Kiana, I'm bringing you back in for a minute. We had a couple of questions that came through that I did not want to try to answer without you. So turn your microphone on when you're ready. Somebody truly wants to know what you're gonna do with the vehicle. Why does Levi Long need a vehicle? Can't patients get to where they get into on their own? So can you give us an example of how you have had to use your personal vehicle and why Levi Long needs a vehicle?
Yeah, so a couple of occasions where I had to get off one job, go to another, and then go immediately to my patient's house and get her to go straight to the ER. With them waiting, it just made their crisis worse. And last night at the banquet, the gentleman shared how he sat 12 hours waiting for help. And I'm like, golly. And so to bring that down,
12 hours in pain.
And so let me tell you the example that the doctor who has sickle cell, living with it and is a doctor, speaks on behalf of those with sickle cell and can know where to pinpoint them to. She said, imagine this, because a lot of people can't fathom or even think of or imagine how it is to have sickle cell. She said, when you go to the dentist and you get a procedure, tell them don't use any anesthesia. If you have a baby, don't use anything. If you have surgery, don't use anesthesia. Don't even worry about it. Just go ahead and have the procedure. She says it's so strong. That's why it's almost like the heart can't almost take it because the pain is so severe. So with me having a vehicle to separate my personal from my business vehicle, it'll help me to do what I need to do for them more.
Oh my goodness. 12 hours.
That's like normal for them. That's why they would rather stay home and just be in pain versus going to the hospital and getting mistreated, talked to like they are looking for drugs when they've been given stuff strong as narcotics as children.
We heard you say that in the earlier broadcast that they started them off with babies.
Morphine.
Somebody's next question was, we had put up this picture and it looks like the baby's hand is in distress, but do you know why it looks the way it looks? Are the cells clumped up in the little thumb, or why is it blown up the way it is?
Because so with our bodies, we have whole cells. So while we're sitting here talking, our cells are flowing through just smoothly because they're smooth and round, and they just going to where they need to go. What their job is to make sure oxygen goes to our organs for us to continue living. When you have sickle cell, that baby is in crisis. You can tell by the way that the hands look. They're swollen, and that's an indication that baby has sickle cell because of the swollenness. And you see, though, you can see like from the outside, you see that purple?
Yeah.
That look like blood clots. Look like blood clots in their baby's hand. Where the cells that are like this have gotten clumped. And they're just packing. Because they can't flow smoothly like this. They're stopped. They're stopped and compact. And that causes that pain. There's a 3D picture of it. I love that picture. I used to have a picture on my wall in my office. I love that picture.
We had a guest on earlier that even described she was a nurse practitioner. She's the one that gave you the gift certificate for the facial she was on. And she described them as like a hook, like, Peter Pan and Captain Hook, and the hooks get stuck on the stuff.
What an awesome illustration to think about.
Yeah, they get hooked on each other. Man,
how to be like that.
I want to thank you, God, because not only does she own a med spa with the B12 injections and weight loss and the facials and things like that, but she's a nurse.
And she's very intelligent. I can't wait to go get my facial. I think my face broke out from stress. I hide stress, like I keep it on the inside.
You had a lot
came out of my face because of the banquet. It was a lot, but it's a success, and I thank God that. Yeah.
Well, I know I got maybe one or two more questions for you, but some people did ask about the banquet because we put some pictures up, and so we want to show these pictures, and if you have some commentary, you can share. Girl, I love this ensemble.
You like the motif? So this is your girl right here at the end of the banquet when it's all over. And I was able to woosah and breathe like, thank you, Lord. You did it again. And so that was my 2023 picture. The first banquet I had was 2021, and I posted that next to it before it. So this shows my this year picture, and then I can't wait to my next year picture, and then it was just amazing. It was amazing. That was a victory smile right there.
Hey, and this program, oh my goodness, the welcome and the intro and the
goes to Rhea Singleton. Yes, Rhea Singleton. She's awesome. She did my program. She did my flyers. She did my tickets. She did my table settings. She did everything. She's the one when I did my grand opening. She did my hats for my baseball caps. She did my cups for me to give away, my tumblers. She does it all. She puts your logo on whatever. She does it. She did a purse for me. She put my logo on a big red purse. I love socks for me. She put my logo on some socks.
Oh,
she does it all, and I'm so thankful for her in my life. But that's what she did. My program, isn't it beautiful?
It is. We put it up last time, and somebody texted and said, "What was the academic information? Can you give us maybe a?"
Yes. So a lot of people don't know when you have sickle cell and you're growing up with it as a child, you miss school. You miss so much school because you can't attend school. And guess what? Then when you miss school, the lady got up and shared she had sickle cell in the 70s in New York. When you miss school, you just flunk. It was no virtual. It was no, and the teachers don't understand. What? You didn't come to school because you were in pain. That don't make sense. They can't recognize. So Miss Carl Lewis, she got up and she's a doctor of math to me. And she got up and she has written her own curriculum. She's written her own math books, and she's written it so smart that people like us, she's written math books specifically for nurses who have a hard time taking that test. And they've passed it. She said, I think it was 10,000 people that have used her books and have taken and passed the test, so they can relate in the hospital because they look like us. They can relate with those that have sickle cell. Isn't that awesome?
Wow.
She has a curriculum where kids can do math at home if they miss school. And it's so good because she's my son's math teacher.
Oh my goodness.
I love it so much. I was so glad she was able to come, and I wanted her to definitely share her gifts and talents with us.
And the final question about last night was, we know you did in honor of, for those that are no longer with us.
Nope, I did a in remembrance of. And then I remembered those that were not here, and I honored those that were here.
Okay. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. So some people didn't even know they were there to be honored. They just knew it was about it, and they just knew it was about sickle cell. They didn't know specifically. So I had some beautiful plaques made up with their names on it, and the in memory of had something. So one couple here, I grew up with them in church, the Hills, Deacon and Sister Hill. They had a 2-year-old in the 70s who died from sickle cell complications. She was so overwhelmed because she didn't know I was honoring her baby. And it was almost like she was just mourning again for that, like the beginning of it. And I let everyone that went up there say something, share their experience so people can hear how it really is. Nobody gets to hear them. It's like they have a silent cry. Of course, I cried because the young lady that died this year, I didn't even know it was my last time seeing her. And her mom made me just cry. She said I was there when she couldn't be. That lady, she fought so. She came to church with me. She always dressed nice. I didn't even know the last time I advocated for her in the hospital would be my last time.
Oh my God.
Her.
I remember we were all praying you through that time, and I don't want to say prayer is all we could do, but prayer was the best thing that we knew to do for you, because like somebody said, they don't want Kiana to get so discouraged about the losses that she leaves this mission. We don't want that to happen. We don't want that
That's
to
not
happen.
even a part of my anything to leave. I just don't want to just become so upset with the healthcare and how they're doing things because I've gotten there. Oh, I've gotten upset to where the doctor, he was even afraid to come in the room. He stayed out because when I have to get up and put on clothes and go to the hospital, they already know I'm coming asking questions. They try to find other people to talk to me. The DON, the director of nursing, don't even want to talk to me because they know they're going to have to answer. Why are you allowing these nurses that you are over to just do and play with these people and use them as guinea pigs when their chart clearly says this? What is going on? And I'm going to make them answer. Then I'm going to talk to the director of their hospital. I'm going to put their names out there. I don't care. And the next thing I told them, I'm going to put them on social media as the nurses they are, because your oath says you do what you're supposed to do, and that's not right. It's not.
It's not right. It's not right. Okay, got another question for you that has come in. Tell us some of the misconceptions about sickle cell. And I think this may be a good time to put some of the images up on the screen too, so that people can see. But what are some of the misconceptions about sickle cell?
The main misconception is that it's a only Black person's disease. That's a real bad misconception. And the reason why people always say that is because it was founded in Africa, in South Africa, actually, Sahara Africa. And it was founded by a doctor named Dr. James B. Herrick in 1910. He gave sickle cell its name because he looked inside of a microscope and saw the two different cell shapes. So that's a misconception. Another misconception is, even though the statistics and the numbers say it's 1 out of 4 chance or 25%, that's not always correct. I know a mother who had 3 children. All 3 of her children have sickle cell disease. She's lost 2 of them. One at age 16, I went to her service. I even went to be with the young lady and talk to her. And, I was able to just get to know her, and so that's a misconception because of the numbers. Love this book. I love this book. This book, it helped me tell the story of so many community people, to so many places that I've gone. And that right there, it tells what is sickle cell disease. It's just it's like a coloring book.
Yeah. That's the way I describe it whenever I show it. I say, this is Kiana's coloring book. She just don't color in it.
And that's what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to make many copies of that. And when I go to the youth groups, I go to after school programs, a lot of the youth groups, the Boys and Girls Clubs, and I'm going to have them to color it while I tell them the story. And I think that'll help them remember.
Yeah. So Kiana, your final guest for this evening has arrived, Sister Bertha L. White. And I want her to come on because she's another one who said she didn't know too much about sickle cell. And I asked her to come on and ask you a couple questions, but like we know, we are sharing the month. September is the month for sickle cell awareness, so we wear our red, and September is also the month for alopecia awareness, so I'm still in my royal blue. And Bertha is one of my alopecia sisters, and so I'm excited about seeing her and introducing her to you. So Bertha, we're going to bring you in right quick. Sister Bertha, this is Kiana. She's the founder.
Hello, Kiana. How are you?
Good. Did I meet you last year at the conference? At the poolside?
I'm not sure.
Bertha, where do you live?
I'm in Maryland.
Yeah.
She was there?
No.
Oh, I don't know if it was there, and I don't know if we've met, but it's good to see you nonetheless.
It's nice to meet you as well.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I'm sorry I'm so delayed. I'm sure I missed a lot.
That's all right. We'll be playing the replays throughout.
Good. That
Bertha,
is good news.
Tell us a little bit about you, Bertha.
Well, my name's Bertha White. I am a clinical therapist licensed in Maryland and Virginia. My practice is housed at the agency that I founded, which is Agent of Change, Mental Health Services and Resources. I am a co-author, public speaker, advocate for our Black youth. And I am just glad for the invite. I'm really glad for the invite, and I'm looking for some insight. I know a little bit about sickle cell traits. There are a few family members of mine that, are impacted by that. Otherwise, that is not an ailment that, has impacted my family nor me. So I'm hoping to gain some information. I'm sure I will gain information from you all. And I apologize. I'm working with my phone here. I couldn't get the technically challenged. Sorry about that.
You're good.
But
You're good.
yes, indeed. So I mean, it as you said, we've celebrated all of these months. What I find interesting is that, we are insightful and we are engaged during this awareness month. But as we approach the end of the 30th day of Alopecia Awareness Month, I am imploring everyone to, continue the fight, to be very vocal, to stay woke, gather your information, share your information. And so, again, I'm just really glad to be among you guys.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I specifically wanted you to come in because Kiana deals with the patients directly, taking them to the hospital. And I cannot imagine the mental health challenges that a sickle cell patient may go through. Knowing next week, next month, they could be in crisis, knowing they have to drink extra water, knowing they have something that they could possibly pass along. Do you have any tips or suggestions that you could give to Kiana that could maybe calm their mental issues a little?
What I would say is something you probably, are very aware of and promote with the people that come to see you. And that is they arrive to you as an individual. And what they're experiencing is individual. So that's how you approach them. We definitely want to validate all of those that come in, because it's a journey to even get to step one, getting ready to come and see you to begin with. That's a whole journey, a number of steps that people have to take to even get to your door. So just recognizing how important it is that they took the first step, validating them, their experience is individual, your care will be individualized. So, just making sure of that. I know that people appreciate honesty, so definitely being honest and speaking to folks at a level that they can understand is critical. It's important, I think, that, the folks that you're talking to, you gain a rapport with, because I'm not going to open up and I'm not going to talk to you and I'm not going to share the valuable information or even gain information from you if I can't connect with you. I'm not listening to you, so that's primarily what I would say. Give information at the beginning, consent at the beginning, ensure that they understand what the process is going to be as much as allow them to feel comfortable asking questions, and we don't always say the question the way that we really intend for it to be. We may not have the right words to say the question, so being patient is going to be, I think, the most valuable thing.
That is wonderful. Now, Kiana, I know you're out there. You're not alone in your advocacy work. You got backup, but sometimes you may feel like you're alone. How can we keep you encouraged and keep you shored up? And what can we do for you, Kiana? What can we do for you?
Probably, I want to say, check up on me, because you know how to reach me. You can reach me on inbox, keep me motivated. Even if you want to just throughout the year, just say, you're okay, you need anything, what's going on. Because I'm trying to build a team within these 10 counties of a support group. And I got word today that a group from the Disability Solutions, they're going to team up to do a support group and get it back going, which is awesome. And I think with me knowing that I'm not alone is a big thing. It's the mindset and then my mentality. I know I'm not by myself in this venture, that there is, a village for me in this. Important for me to know that there's a
yes, well said.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So, Bertha, did you have any questions about sickle cell? I know we have another question that's waiting, but did you have any questions that Kiana could answer for you?
I'm sure I have a few, but I'm going to sit back just for a second and gather more information since I just joined, you know.
Okay. Okay. No problem. No problem. Well, the next question, Kiana, are there warning signs for sickle cell? Can a person get sickle cell by hugging or touching? And so
that's like a two-part question. Are there warning signs? So I asked that to my sickle cell clients, and some of them they do know when they get a certain age, how like if they haven't drank enough, if they're not as hydrated, they know when they start feeling a feeling in their body, they can. It's like almost like you can know your cells are not coming together and they start feeling a little bit of pain, and then it starts increasing because the more they don't get the hydration in their bodies through the IV to get their cells to back whole, then it's the more the pain increases and the more the cells are clumping together because the oxygen has left them and they're depleted and it's coming into a shape like that.
Oh
So
my
they
God.
is left. So that's how they know, that's for them, the detection. And then you're saying about the hugging. No, absolutely not. So it's not anything someone can catch. It's all through your red blood cells. All internal. So and if you're a sickler, you're just that. You're a sickler. No, it calls you like, and I used to say that when I would educate. It could be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, any day of the week. It could be cold, hot, whatever. You have to make sure you dress the weather. Make sure you keep your feet covered when it rains. Put an umbrella over your head. Put a rain jacket on. Protect yourself. This is our shell. We have to protect our shell. If we have sickle cell or not, we still have to protect our shell so we won't get colds. People forget about colds. They go straight to COVID. Oh, you cough, you got COVID. They forget there's an actual, you cough. That's natural. Or your nose may run. We in Florida, we have seasons that change. We can be hot in the morning and then cool in the afternoon and back hot at night. So it's just protecting our shell. But yeah, they go through a lot.
I got you. Now, let me tell you that Tanya Butler Williams is joining us. You may have met Tanya at the Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar, Kiana. She is our representative for Ruby Ribbon garments. And she knows maybe a little bit. So hopefully she'll share just a little bit. Tanya, I'm bringing you in. Want to introduce you to Bertha in Maryland. She probably knows nothing about Ruby Ribbon, so you got to tell her. And Kiana, you can always come in and say hi to Kiana. Hey, Tanya, welcome.
Hello.
Yes.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you guys, and I'm glad to be here. Glad to be here. I'm just listened in on just a little bit of what you were saying, and it's an interesting conversation here. So I like to learn more and listen and tell you whatever I need to tell you.
I appreciate you for being here, Tanya. You've had a long day, just like Author Avalon. You had guests and everything, and you said you still wanted to come in. So tell us a little bit about you, where you live, and tell us a little about Ruby Ribbon, because Bertha may not know.
Again, I'm Tanya Butler Williams, and I'm here in Florida. I'm in Ocala, Florida. And I have a line and work with Ruby Ribbon. Basically, I'm one of the stylists, the many stylists around the country. Ruby Ribbon is a shapewear that gives you an alternative to bras. So it takes away the underwire bra, but still give you the shaping, the lift, and the support that you need is the reason why we actually need to wear the bra. So Ruby Ribbon gives you that alternative, and it is the best thing you can do for your body and to help your body. While Ruby Ribbon cannot say that its garment reduces or takes away breast cancer, we certainly can say it does help it and support it. because our lymph nodes underneath our breast need support anyway, but we don't need the underwire, which is not healthy for us. So that's the way we can put it in there. So the garments are that healthier alternative to wearing regular bras, underwire bras. And we all know we have so many different issues with underwire, and we don't want to contribute to any other health issues as much as we possibly can. So this is one of those garments that I truly believe in. I put it in on the first time, and I threw away every bra that I have. And this is all I wear. So now we say bye-bye to bras. And so we help other women do the exact same thing. It is the best thing to put against your body and your skin, and your girls will love you for it.
What's your website?
The website is
I'm looking for an intern.
rubyribbon.com.
Okay, hold on. Wait.
Rubyribbon.com/Tanya Williams.
Okay.
Tanya, do me a favor and put it in the private chat, and then I'll put it up on the screen while I brag about my ruby ribbon. I love being able to step into it. You step into it and pull it up, and then get everything where it needs to be gotten, and adjust the straps. And I love that it says you can wear it one day, and then the next day switch to another, and let it rest. One day to rest, and one. But what I really love is and I forget the style name of the one that I love, because it's all over down, that it gives support to my back and my belly, but it's got this ribbony stuff that sticks to, it doesn't roll up on me, is what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely. It's called the cami. That's the one that you have. We have the cami style. It fits you just like a camisole does. However, you can use it as a shirt if you want to. There's no need for you to put on a bra under it, because that is your bra. And you can be all at one time. So, and it gives you that support, just like Angie B was saying. It gives you the support in the tummy area. It pulls that stuff in, and all of the fluff, it pulls it all in for you. Pulls all the underarm fluff in, pulls it all right on in for you. At the same time, giving you the back support as well. Many people actually need that in their lives. And so we have different shapes, different styles and shapes. Depends on what you like, and also it depends on your body shaping. So it's not one size fit all. It's not bad either. So it is really something that you must try. We say step into the cami, and we have what's called the demiette. It looks like the way the bra looks, except there's no claps in the back. There's no falling down straps. There's no wire, of course. And it's molded cups. When you put on a bra, the bra should be shaping to you, not the other way around. You know how you have that gap in front of that bra, and you're like, oh, wow, it's okay, but I wish I didn't have this big gap right here. No, you won't have any of that, because it shapes to you, not the other way around.
I don't know about y'all, but mine is not. They're not twins. They're not identical. They fraternal. One's a little bit different than the other. So I'm about to bring Kiana back on because I know Kiana knows Tanya, but I want to thank you ladies.
I can't hear you.
Oh my goodness. Let me see what happened.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. I want to thank you two ladies, because Bertha, each of them came to the Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar during our 7 years, one year, one the other. Tanya did a fabulous presentation about, our support. And she was backed up by one of our alopecians that said, we tend to slump, but we need good support to help us to sit up. And then Kiana came one year and just brought the Holy Spirit with her. Sang for us and gave us a 30-second spiel and left to take a patient to the hospital. So these two ladies truly support alopecia awareness and what
That
we're
is
trying to do.
wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Now,
Hmm.
Tanya, do you have a minute to share a little bit of what you know about sickle cell, or a tribute testimony, or a question? Is there anything you'd like?
Well, unfortunately, we lost my daughter's boyfriend. Um, we lost him just a couple months ago to sickle cell. Um, they were attempting to get him to the hospital. It just didn't work. He had been suffering from sickle cell since he was a child. Um, he was only 32 years old. And he went in, had an episode, and it just went on all day. And my daughter kept calling me, I don't know what to do. And I kept trying to tell her to have him go to the hospital. He wanted to try to do it himself. Unfortunately, that was the wrong thing to do. And she didn't know what else to do, except for try to appease him. But finally, it just got to be too much. And she called the ambulance. But by the time they got there, got him to the hospital, it was too late. And so Josh Diaz was a wonderful young man, and he was really the highlight of his family. He was really a special guy, and my daughter appreciated him so much. I just, had to bring her around. She was devastated over it. Um, she blamed herself. I should have called earlier. And these are things that, I had to explain to her that grief comes in cycles, and there is no end to it in terms of when you have to get over grief. And it's okay to say you're not okay. It's okay to reach out and say, hey, I love him, but honor him and let the world know what this disease is for our community and what those things are. So she did give me permission to give him honor today. And I want to be able to respect that and to say to the world that Josh Diaz lived longer than his mother expected him to live. His mother did not expect him to make it past his 20th birthday. She said he'd suffered so long with this disease, crisis after crisis. In the 2 years that my daughter dated him, he was pretty much in the hospital every single month. So it was something that really was out there. And I just had to just stand back and just watch her be this woman that I knew I raised a great daughter, but I had to watch her grow and be a woman and face this head on. So I'm really thankful to God for her blessing, and thankful to God for the time that she did spend with him. But I want your audience to know that sickle cell is real. Don't take it for light. Get tested. If you don't know whether you're a carrier or whether you have the disease, you need to make sure that you're taking care of yourself and making sure you know what your status is. Now, really, it'll show up if you have it, but sometimes as a community, we tend to ignore things, and we want not to do that and make sure that we're taking care of ourselves. Our health is important.
Bertha, I do want you to connect with Tanya to maybe offer additional grief advice. But Kiana, we have a question that comes in for you. They want to know why do they die at such a young age? Why is the life expectancy so short?
Because when a person that has sickle cell, remember the cell shape is like this. And the purpose of our cells in our bodies are to carry the oxygen through to the organs so that we can live. So as those cells are sickling, as you know, it goes from when they're born with it. So all the time they're having crisis, it's shortening the times that oxygen can continue to flow through. So a lot of them are dying early because they have so many crises. And it was stated last night by someone living with sickle cell. It's not the sickle cell that allows them to die. It's the neglect of the healthcare worker. It's the time they have to stay in pain. Because as they're in pain, they're constantly sickling. That's why I have to have a vehicle to rush them. Because I don't just take them to the hospital in the vehicle. I stay with them. I push them through. I make sure they get in there. They get into the emergency room. They get in there. They get in the bed. They get the IV, and the process starts for them to get back whole again. I don't just pull up to the door and drop them off. No, I got to get in there, and I got to continue to advocate until they actually get in there, and something is done about it. Because if I drop them off, they will sit there for hours. And if they sit there,
God.
Let's go to another hospital. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Oh my God.
I remember my daughter saying that happened on many occasions, that they had to rush to the hospital, is that they sat for hours. He was never rushed back. He was sitting there for hours in pain, in constant pain. And this was one of the issues that was going on that particular day that he passed away, was that he was in a lot of pain, and they went to the emergency room, and he was in so much pain, he just refused to stay because they were taking so long. And then he went back home, still in pain, unfortunately.
Poor baby. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Yeah, for both families. Both. We're all involved. All involved. Oh, ladies, we have. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask, is this the young lady that was in Daytona with she did the bras where you put them on hold?
Yes, that was her.
I love you. I love you. And I love my bra. I was thinking the other day, I got to get some more. Because, oh my gosh, mine fits so well. Listen, it's so perfect because it feels so good not to have to deal with putting your hand behind your back and turn around and touch the ground, do the hokey pokey, all that stuff. Just put it on over your head and it just fits perfect. And I said, oh, whoever made this, I'm so thankful. And I remember getting it. And I was thinking of the person I got it from. It was you. Thank you so much. I love it so very, very much. Yes. Thank you so much.
Yes. I'm grateful for Tanya. She has traveled with us on tour and talked about the bras, and now they've got, the leg and thigh shaping thing. That's what I'm counting on next. I'm adding up my pennies so I can get me one of them. So I am grateful for the technology, but I'm grateful for her. Oh, excuse me. Grateful for your wisdom, Tanya. I am grateful. And so, Tanya, you have to get Kiana's information. She should come to your sorority and talk about sickle cell awareness. And Bertha, when this new book comes out, we all come into Maryland for the book signing.
Absolutely. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Come on out. I'm looking forward to seeing you. Indeed.
You want to tell us just a little bit about the new anthology project that you're in before we get out of here?
Yes, thank you. The new anthology that I am co-authoring is about baldness. It's about resilience. And it's coming out in October. You'll see more information. It's going to flood social media and such. But the premise is resilience. When we talk about our baldness and the journey to coming to where we are, I suffered with what's called traction alopecia. And a lot of us are familiar with that. That's the pulling of the hair from our braids and the perms and the ponytails and all. And then I also suffered from alopecia induced from medication. Certain medications that we take cause hair loss and baldness. And then second degree burns from glue bomb around my head, you know.
Lord.
So it was, yeah, it was time. It was really time to let it go. And even at that point, my journey was still longer than that before I decided to go bald. But the book is not just about our journeys, but for me personally, when I talk about resilience and baldness, that is, I was affected by the perception of others. It affected me. As a clinical therapist, I sit in front of people every day. I talk to people every day. And when I was saying earlier about the rapport and the connection that's necessary, if my head is a distraction, you know, then that posed a problem. It impacted my business life and how I traveled and navigated life, you know, with my baldness. Now, don't get me wrong, I will wear my hair hat if I choose.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
I will
yes.
wear my hair hat. But nonetheless, we have this book coming out. Please, please, please be on the lookout for it. A group of wonderful, brilliant, resilient women, spiritually led women, sharing their experience about their baldness, what they gained, what they lost, what was renewed, what was restored. So be on the lookout for it.
Well, Sister Bertha, I appreciate you. Please share this video
Yeah,
with your co-authors.
I most
And
certainly will.
my mission now is anytime 3 or 4 people get together, I want to invite Kiana to come and say something about sickle cell because people still don't know. So you just let your co-authors know that me and Kiana coming at you. Tanya, you want to tell everybody about the new anthology that you're in that's coming out?
We're in, I'm co-author with Joy Devotional 365, and it is a devotional of 365 authors. And we put out the message of joy, restoration. And it's really a great message for anyone who needs joy in their life, who needs hope and spirituality in their life. So each one of the authors are giving you a message from their heart to give each person that's reading it joy in one respect. And my piece in it is talking about, are you listening to God? And I am deaf and hard of hearing. And so with that, I talk about listening with our ears is not always the way that we listen. We need to
Right.
listen. But when we
Right.
listen to God, God has a message for us. And sometimes we want to ignore that. But God's message to us comes through his sound, his word, and get that word and receive that word from him. And so that's my piece in the book. It's again, it's Joy Devotional 365.
Absolutely. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We're going to stay in touch. All right, ladies, I'm going to put y'all backstage so that our founder, Kiana, can have the final word this evening. We're going to be airing some history from our fundraisers. But Kiana, this has been an emotional time for me looking at you. Last weekend was your birthday weekend. We raised a couple $100, and this weekend you had your big banquet and a presentation. How do you do it? I mean, how you doing?
I'm looking forward to resting.
Yes, I'm glad,
Yeah.
and I'm forward to allowing you to rest. So we're gonna let you get out of here and get some rest. I want everyone to know how much I appreciate you, dear. And I'll be on the air live with you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. as we close out the final hour to officially thank everyone. So good night, my dear. Good night. Good night. Thank you so much. Somebody was reminding me of where my hat was. So here's my hat. This is my tribute to Jerry Lewis when he used to do his Labor Day telethons for muscular dystrophy. We always talk about how he would come out with the Rat Pack, and they all look so good with their tuxedos and shiny shoes, and they would sing and dance and perform. And then as the 24 hours went on and on and on, Jerry Lewis, with his hat would start to look, and his hair would look disheveled, and his tie would be all crooked and everything. And so this is my tribute to Jerry Lewis, because if it wasn't for him and Lou Rawls doing the telethons for United Negro College Fund, our agency, Angie B Productions, would not have been able to do what we have done last weekend and this weekend. I know I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. That's why I'm grateful, because I'm still recovering from first bacterial pneumonia from COVID, and now viral pneumonia, a sinus infection, an ear infection. If it was up here and it needed to be infected, it was, and my chest. And I know some of you keep messaging me. I hear it in your voice. What's going on? Only God could have allowed today's broadcast. And only God can tell you how much you need to donate to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Only God can tell you how your prayers are going to empower others to become advocates, empower others to learn more and share more. Your prayers are going to heal the hearts of those who are in crisis, and those families who lost loved ones. We know that Levi Long needs a vehicle, because Kiana's using her personal vehicle to pick up patients and take them to the hospital, to be with them when they're in crisis. She's been on the phone from Florida to New York to California, talking and advocating and teaching, and she is tired, but she's not gonna grow weary before her job is done. So we ask that you keep her in prayer. Please contact each of the guests that you saw tonight and tell them thank you for helping us. They shared their hearts, they shared their expertise, and they shared. They truly did. So I want to thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Bertha. Thank you, Dr. Bethune. Thank you to each of you that were here. You could have been any place else. You could have been doing anything else, but you were here. So right now we're going to play for you some of the excerpts of our earlier sessions today. And you can still make your donations overnight. And as I said before, Kiana and I will be back with you tomorrow morning for 1 hour just to give our proper thanks and give our fundraising totals. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, God. Thank you for giving us the technology, the strength, the wisdom, and the understanding to be able to embrace each other as they live with not only sickle cell, but with alopecia. I ask for traveling mercy for those that are in Memphis, Tennessee this weekend with Camille Barnes. I pray traveling mercy for those in Atlanta, BaldyCon, and all other alopecia awareness events and sickle cell awareness events as we close out this month. Thank you so much for providing wisdom, guidance, and comfort. And if it is the Lord's will, we will continue on this journey to assist people as the Bible has instructed. Thank you so much, everybody. Tanya, I love you. Tell your daughter. Okay. That's from us, and my daughter, Jasmine, says the same. Okay. All right, family. Going to bed. See you in the morning. Be blessed.
Caused by a defect in a gene. person born with sickle cell has to inherit it from both the mother and the father. A person who inherits just one gene is healthy and said to be a carrier. The most common are SS and SC. The red states: eye damage, bacteria infection, bouts with pain and leg ulcers. Activating a protein in the red blood cells may improve anemia.
Do you remember me? Do you remember me? Remember me? Hello. Do you remember me? Yeah. Do you remember me? I'm not the girl that I used to be. I always say yes, no, was it testing me? You never know who's really free. Always being tested, the enemy or me. I fight alone, the enemy is me. Always in my mind, crisscross release. Mirror image of the girl that's standing right in front of me. Mentality. Mentality. Hello. Mentality. It's mentality. We're all puppets in this little social game, hoping and wishing, hoping and praying. No, we won't be your next tragedy. We got the most high above me. Gotta learn to let it go. So much control. Lift your hands up. Come fight with me. Mentality. You're amazing. Hair, skin, eyes. Don't listen to the lies. Don't paralyze your mind. Don't overthink. Just be a little clearer. You're amazing. Just look in the mirror. So strong, ambitious, a queen. Whatever you set your mind to, you can achieve. Regardless of any insecurities, you can do it. Just do it for you. Do it for you. Stay strong, you too. You got it, you're gonna pull through. I've been there, them insecurities, they don't go away unless you really dig deep. Queen bee, mommy mission, I'm on the road. Here's the better days, you gotta let them know. Mentality. Do you remember me? Do you remember me? I'm not that girl that I used to be. Do you remember me? Do you? Sun shining bright, amaze my life. Take this pain away. Sun shining bright, amaze my life. Take this pain away. Insecurities wash away. Sunshine, take my pain away. Insecurities wash away. Sunshine. You gotta dig deep. You gotta dig deep. Check out the melody. You gotta dig deep. Check out the melody. It's away. Check out the insecurities. It's washed away. Check out the melody. Sit back, relax. Check your mentality. Sit back, relax. Check your mentality. Sit back, relax. Check your mentality.
Hey, everybody, it's me, the Queen Bee, evangelist Angie B, and I'm thrilled to be here with you. I'm even more excited that the Lord helped me find my glasses because I couldn't figure out what I did, what I did with them. We are here for you until 10 o'clock p.m. tonight, bringing information, knowledge, interviews, and music videos, all in celebration of Sickle Cell Awareness Month, which is September. And of course, I'm still repping Alopecia Awareness Month because alopecia is real. We happen to share the same month, and Levi Long Sickle Cell is on a mission right now. They truly need to raise some funds to be able to transport some patients back and forth. And so we put out a call to some entrepreneurs to see if they could help. And this lovely nurse practitioner answered the call. She said, "Hey, I can help." And I said, "Well, please come on the show and tell us about your business. Tell us about what you've donated. And if you have any questions about sickle cell, we hopefully will be able to answer them." So I'm going to bring you on right now. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the show, dear. Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Tell us your name and where you are.
My name is Mabel. I'm a nurse practitioner, and I'm located in DeBary, Florida, so Volusia County.
Okay. And the name of your establishment is Emerald
Lux.
Mm-hmm. See, I happen to love emeralds. That's my birthstone. So
favorite color.
I got to come out and see you.
Yeah.
So what services do you provide at the medical spa, dear?
So I'm the owner and I'm also the injector. We opened back in October 2020. So I started out with IV hydration. So, just normal saline, a lot of the natural vitamins that our body is probably, depleting, and we're just dehydrated, So I started with also injections like the B12 shots, glutathione, vitamin D, because certain things you can't get through orally or even the IV, you have to do like an IM intramuscular injection. So that's how.
Like that B12 shot. Yeah.
And it also maintains sleep. So it kind of gives you a good circadian rhythm. People think they're going to be up all night cleaning their house. I was like, no, you're not going to be like an Energizer bunny, but you're not going to be as sleepy or falling asleep behind the desk that people have. The B12 shot gives them a good energy because we don't naturally build it in our bodies. So we have to get it from the environment or food or supplements.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. What got you interested in this form of healthcare? Why not pediatrics or something?
Well, I did. It's so funny. So now I have 2 little ones, but so I love like NICU, pediatrics. I worked in mother baby as a nurse, as an RN. So that's still an active license in Florida. So if I ever want to work at a hospital, COVID, I can always do that. But then I had my babies, right? So when I had my babies, I don't know if it's the mom hormones, but everything is very more empathetic and more like I'm just very more emotional and in tune with things that go on at the hospital. So I kind of just, I always had a business side of things. So, and I wanted the flexibility as a mom to be able to take off, because as a nurse practitioner, when you're working for someone else, it's hard when your kids are sick, right? And then you're canceling all the appointments, or your boss is mad at you that you have to cancel because my boys are sick and they need mom, right? I got into the medical spa business and aesthetics and just educating the community. I still have, I still prescribe medications and do lab work, but more of a wellness and aesthetics.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I never thought I was going to go into it. I just thought I was going to work at a hospital, have a regular schedule, work 12 hours and have a family work-life balance, but it's hard when you're a mother. So yeah,
it is. And we don't want to take away from the fathers.
Yeah,
it's probably hard on them too, because they're traditionally at work all day and they get to miss some of those the first walks and
for sure.
But to reassure the fathers, the kids always say dada before they say mama.
I think it's easier for them to I'm like, I don't think they really say dada. I think that's just the sounds are easier. And I'm like, even though mom took care of you, right? Most of the time.
So tell us about the certificate that you donated to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association.
Yeah, so it's a gift certificate worth $99 for a signature facial. So it's a 1 hour long facial. My esthetician, LaDeja, she's part of the medical spa, so it's just me and her. So she handles more of like the brow tint lamination, facials, waxing, body sculpting, and all the skincare part. So you will be booking the appointment by calling our number 386-588-2999, whoever won. And then you kind of just book and schedule with her and you'll love it. I literally fall asleep. So yeah.
Well, I'm excited to announce that we did this 24 hours last weekend, Friday and Saturday, and someone made a generous donation. They won the certificate and they said they wanted to gift it to Kiana because it was her birthday and she's the CEO of the Levi Long Sickle Cell.
Oh,
so
that's
I think she's the one who came and picked up the certificate.
Probably. I did have a client, so I just saw some lady there that I was just like,
Yep.
You're here to pick up. Like, you're not my client, but you might be the one that's So she was like,
Right.
yeah, and really quick, yeah.
So she was very emotional. She said, "Oh my goodness, it's so sweet," and she's looking forward to it. And then she said, "I need a facial too." So that just worked out perfectly, and we are so grateful. We are so grateful.
So she won the facial technically.
Mhm,
Okay, good.
She
Yeah,
wanted,
tell
yeah.
her
Someone from out of state made a donation towards it, and so if you're watching us, this is our 24-hour broadcast fundraiser, and entrepreneurs have donated certificates and gifts. And this hour we're doing an auction for this lovely bracelet earring combination from Paparazzi Jewelry, and we're going to be doing the drawing for that in just a little bit. You can send a text to the number that you see at the bottom of the screen and put in a bid. Say, I want to bid $5, $10, $15, and we will already package it up and send it to you. So that's good. So tell us some more about your location. Why did you decide on that location, and what else is available for your clients when they come see
for
you?
those of you that don't know where DeBerry, Florida is, it's between Orange City and Sanford. So if you think about, I just feel like it's just a great location where you still don't have the Seminole County taxes. You're still in Volusia County, but it's like it's probably one of the most growing cities in Volusia County itself. They're building everywhere. They have a good school district, especially for the elementary school. So my oldest now goes to DeBerry Elementary. And now, so I've been living in the country club here, and then literally my med spa is like 3 minutes away. So I'm very spoiled. We chose a good location, and I definitely hope to expand.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful. So as a nurse, do you have any experience, or do you know anything about sickle cell? Do you know anyone? You have anything you like to share?
Definitely. When my early years, I'm originally from Philadelphia. Moved down here in 2014. So when I initially started on the medical surgical floor up in Einstein healthcare system in Philadelphia, like on Broad Street, if anyone's familiar with that area near Temple and everything, we had a lot of obviously African Americans, more demographic with sickle cell, a lot of teenagers, like 16-year-olds that would come with active sickle cell and will just need IV drips with, a high, more of medications like morphine, so it was literally around the clock, every 2 hours, pain medication, because it needed to give them relief, so I just remember like a lot of teenage boys specifically that would come on in the medical surgical floor. And I was a new nurse, I would say a year in at that time. This is before 2014, before I moved down here. So, but it was just an interesting experience, the patients, my heart definitely goes out to people who deal with sickle cell itself and the family members around it for sure.
Teenagers.
Yeah.
Earlier we were trying to describe the level of pain, and we really didn't have anything to compare it to, but as a teenager, I can imagine. I can only imagine. That is so tragic.
I was a nursing instructor. I still love teaching, so I still do it on the medical spot owner's business side. But when I used to teach the nursing students about how sickle cell is and how it's genetics and you can get early testing for it, because sometimes a lot of people don't know that you might be a carrier, and then you might have a baby with someone else who's a carrier, and then again then your kids might actually exhibit the symptoms. You know what I mean? So it's a little complicated, and people just assume like is it like curable? It's pretty much you're pretty much living with it. And then you just hope to maybe not have your kids, go through the things that you went through. It's tough. But definitely I learned and taught a lot about that in nursing school too, for my students. And some of my students definitely knew a family member that did have sickle cell. So it's actually more common than we think. Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe you can answer a couple questions. We have a young lady out of Jacksonville, Florida, that asked 2 questions. She wanted to know what causes sickle cell and can anyone get it? You think you can answer those questions for us?
More common in the African American population specifically. It's not something like it's contagious or this we're around someone like COVID. You can't get sickle cell like that. It's passed down through genetics. So you can be a carrier for it, but you might not have symptoms, right? But usually the symptoms will be if maybe dad and mom has the sickle cell trait that can be dominating in the actual child. Yeah. So usually if they do early testing, right, if you're a carrier, like sometimes, and it doesn't mean that just because mom has symptoms, the child is definitely going to have the symptoms too. Like it's going to be, they might just be a carrier, but as long as you give that information and be like, hey, it runs in our family, make sure you get that checked. If you are planning on having babies, because it's pretty painful when you're going through it. I can't, tell you, but I just know that when I worked as a nurse, they were on really high doses of like morphine, like Q2 every 2 hours. I would have to come in and because your cells, generally are like a spear, red blood cells, but when it's a sickle cell, it's like this, right? It's like a hook. So imagine your bloodstream being irritated by hooks like everywhere, like your whole, and your bloodstream's everywhere, right? Like it goes to the brain, your organs. I don't know why I'm getting emotional, but I can just talking about it, I feel like it's painful. You know what I mean? Like it should be a nice, like blood cells all nice and flowing, like round, but no, it's all hooked up and like getting caught everywhere. Right. So imagine when you're having a flare up, I guess you can say, because it's, when they have the flare ups, it's so and that usually can be flared up during seasons, like temperature change. I forgot about that, why they get the flare-ups can happen when they have different elevation changes. So things like going on in their lives, they can exhibit more of the flare-ups. But yeah, they're definitely they live with it pretty much and just manage it. Yeah.
We had a couple of images that were given to us.
Yeah, it's like
that. Yeah. And when you talked about the sickle and the hook, I'm thinking Peter Pan and Captain Hook, but yeah. And then even
I guess
this image, right? This image where it showed the sickle cells getting clogged up, and oh my goodness. And you were talking about babies and this I just
and
we had
so if you do carry it, at least if you can avoid it, knowing that your partner doesn't have it, genetic testing will be the best. Like, they do blood testing on that too. You want to prevent stuff, right? So if you already are a carrier or you're going through it, if you can prevent it, that would be the best thing you can do for your babies. Yeah.
Well, I know that Levi Long Sickle Cell Association does go to organizations and agencies, and she will do trait testing. And so maybe that's something that we can arrange with you for her to come out to the spa, because if you're, I like to say, of childbearing age or interested in having a child, you should know, and you should disclose that before you guys decide to raise a family like yours. Maybe I'm so appreciative for you. I know I reached out to you in the Facebook group, and thank you for your donation. Thank you for your education and your support.
Oh, you're welcome. Let me know. I'm always here. My medical spa is definitely open to you and the community.
Wonderful, wonderful. We look forward to working with you again. Thanks, dear. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
you.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye. That was nurse practitioner right here in Central Florida. She came in and not only made a wonderful donation, but she was able to give us some education on sickle cell and answer a couple of questions too. I always imagine sickle cell like Kiana describes it as a sickle shape. But when she said like a hook, which, you know, I guess visually it's the same thing, but the hook sticking to the walls and grabbing, I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine. This is the Queen Bee Evangelist Angie B. Yes, I have gum in my mouth to try to keep this cough at bay. Praise the Lord for lipstick and makeup and just having an opportunity to dress up and feel good today. This is our 24-hour marathon fundraiser for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Please make your donation using the payment methods that are now scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Please, ma'am, please, sir, we would be grateful for you. Okay, coming up in this next hour, we have another set of jewelry coming from Paparazzi Jewelry. This is going to come up in our silent auction. We've got a lovely dangly set of earrings and a matching bracelet. The way we're doing this silent auction during the fundraiser is that you may send a text to the number that you see on the screen and you put in a bid, $5, $10, $15. Your donation not only is going to a 501c3 nonprofit organization, but we will ship these items to you absolutely free. And so we're excited to be able to share. The winner from last hour said that they want us to continue to receive bids from this piece because they said that they are a him and they would not be wearing these items. And so when we looked at item 1 and item 2, it's almost like they match. You know, I'm not a paparazzi consultant, so I don't know if it's the same set or not. But what I do know is if you want dangly earrings to go with this, you know, it almost looks like they match. Along with, if you're a little more bashful and want to wear these little bitty tiny earrings. So for this hour, we're going to say that both sets will be going up for auction, and we're going to start the bid at $10 since it's 2 separate sets. A necklace, a bracelet, and 2 different pairs of earrings. Your 100% of your donation for this set will go to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And again, postage will be absolutely free. We will send it to you. If you are watching the replay and you'd like to make a donation, please do so, and you will still receive a free gift. And so we're very, very grateful for that. We truly are. Thank you to Pastor Mary Hope from It's All About Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. She called to check in. The ministry made their donation last weekend, and we're very, very grateful for that. We truly are. And we're also excited to let you know that if you're in the near King College in Union, New Jersey, in Downing Hall, please stop by and see author Avalon S. Brown. Author Avalon is there today introducing her book. She'll be there till 6 p.m. This is what she looks like. So you'll see her. I think today is a chilly day in New Jersey. So she's got on a black coat, looks like, and a blue lanyard. But please stop by, check out her books. Our team was thrilled to narrate the audiobook for Mommy, Why Do I Have a Cold? You'll see that one. And the special thing about author Avalon is that she strives to create a book for each and every one of her grandchildren. So her grandchildren are featured in the book. So again, we invite you to go out to King College in Union, New Jersey, and go check out Downing Hall. She says there's a book festival there from noon to 6 p.m. And the video that she just posted on Facebook when she went live, it looks like there's tables and tables of authors. So go out and look for Avalon, and you won't regret it. You won't regret it. All right, if you are in the Daytona Beach area and last night, or if you just wanted to come out and support Levi Long, the Night to Remember program took place last night, and I got pictures to show you. I got pictures. The program, let me see if I can move some of this out of the way so you can read the program. The program included music by Retro Flow. There was a prayer, the welcome and occasion, the introduction of Dr. Chester Williams, and the musical guest. They gave the history, academic information, stem cell patch information, which we were thrilled to learn about from Kiana last weekend during the 24 hours broadcast. Then they presented In Loving Memory. Okay, that was what she wanted to do to give a memorial to those that have passed on during their fight with sickle cell. Then the dinner performance was live music by Retro Flow and a request for silent givers. They had a speaker, and in honor of, and the thanks and the recognition. So what I want to do now is I have just a very special song I'd like to. No, I'm not going to sing it, not with my voice acting like this. But I got a couple of special songs that I want to play coming up next, and dedicate them to Kiana as she continues to spread awareness about sickle cell, and to truly ask you to do your best to give. Do your best to give. We'll be very grateful for you. You're so fine.
It's set in the heart of man.
Dedicated to Kiana.
This life is hard. Our legs weak. How can we stand? There has to be something more to this life. There has to be a more fulfilling plan. The rest for the weary and burdened in a dry land. We need an answer to fill this vacancy. Show us the plan and fill this emptiness in me.
My soul cries, my soul.
The heartbeat of humanity is searching for some sanity, something to fill this emptiness, this vacancy, this vanity. We chasing after everything our eyes can see, running after things that just don't satisfy our needs, needing love and a reason to live. God came and gave his son our sins, he paid the bill, but we riding in the darkness like the three blind mice. Our souls crying out, man, we tired of this life. I'm realizing that the only satisfaction is in the Christ that came, man. I'm tired of seeing pain in people's eyes, chasing after lies, fortune and fame, walking there playing with life like chance. This ain't a game. Vanity, all insanity, filling it with things, but the emptiness remains. We play church, but no change. We gotta be real with God and stop playing games. We can't remain the same.
My soul cries.
rescue, redeem me, lead me, teach me. You gotta walk me through, show me the ways to get closer to you. Your presence is the air I breathe, the reason I'm still alive. The essence of your love, it brings a supernatural high. It's the essence of your love, I sing, I'ma do it till I die. I go hard with this thing, it's you for which I try. As the deer pants for water, my soul longs for you, Father. My tears are my supplier, evil's desire opens fire. The enemy had me in a trance, prisoner of war. Fell for counterfeit romance with sins that I explored. Given a second chance by you, a vacancy restored. Baptized, was a girl gone wild, now I'm a girl gone wise. That's why cry. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cries for you, Father. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cries for you, Father. My soul. Jesus, man, he died on the cross. You don't hear my pain. We gotta reach the lost. God's soul keeps crying out to humanity, searching for a lover that will love him for eternity. So he's on a journey to ignite our yearning. Our hearts set aflame with such passionate burning. Victory comes in the presence of a great king that loves to turn our bodies into great things. So my soul will sing, worthy is the Lamb. Lord, the great I am, here I come and here I am. My passion sets the tone as I enter into his throne. With praises, more praises until I'm consumed in this song. God love letter 66 in the book. Got me so hooked, my God, I'm so shook. He wrote to us like Noah in the notebook. Our souls long for his presence like the fish longs for the brook. Our soul cries for his love. Cry. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cries for you, Father. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cry. My soul cries for you, Father. My soul cries. My soul cries. My soul cries for you. As the deer pants for the water, my soul longs for you. As the body dies without water, my soul dies without you.
All around me, no one can find me. My mind is out.
Shaheem on the track. DJ 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 Shaheem on the track. Shaheem on the track.
Please allow us to introduce you to one of the graduates of our YUP program.
Hi, my name is Jalen. I live in Michigan, and yep, I'm an author.
YUP, Youth Entrepreneur Author Program. Our goal is to initiate literacy in students and lead them to entrepreneurship through authorship. Our mission is to identify and invite organizations to participate in this program. Students participate in virtual writing workshops where they are encouraged to write their stories and provide reviews of stories read. We ask you to support our youth. For a donation of only $50, your company or organization will be mentioned as a youth supporter in the next audiobook. Send an email to yup!'imanauthor@gmail.com to provide a scholarship for a young person to participate.
Yep, I'm an author.
Proceeds are accepted and disbursed by NGB Productions. And now, these students are authors and entrepreneurs. Follow us online. Just search for Yup, I'm an Author on Facebook. Use the hashtag Yup, I'm an Author. Or call 407-914-6519. That's 407-914-6519 for more information. This program is sponsored in part by NGB and Barty Productions.
Good evening. This is Kiana Griffin with the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. I am the CEO, and I'm happy to be here today. I'm grateful for Mrs. Angie B and Miss Laretha Simon for this opportunity to be on. And we're talking about sickle cell on this evening. So we have some comments and we have some questions. And so my goal is to answer them to the best of my knowledge, my research, and my ability. So the first statement is, I heard about sickle cell in the 1970s, but I haven't heard anything more. So the main goal for me as an advocate is to get sickle cell out more in the community to be talked about. You guys probably have heard more so about cancer. You may even heard more about lupus, but sickle cell is a hushed disease and it's not talked about as much, which needs to be. So I can honestly say since the 1970s, it has not been really out there, but let's make it about sickle cell and put it out there so it can be talked about because it is a very serious and inherited disease. So let's go to the next question. Why would a person have a child if they already have the trait? Irresponsible. So the first thing we don't do, we don't use our opinions to dictate how a person should and could not respond to having a family. So if a person has a trait, a lot of times I found out in this field, they did not know it. Even close to home, my children's uncle, he was born with the disease. His mom knew, and she had been taught by her family to specifically not talk to anyone with the trait. But her husband, who had been to the military, still not tested because after 1988, it was not a mandated test. He had not been tested. And so when her baby was born, which is my children's uncle, he was crying and he had the symptoms as a baby would. Swollen hands, swollen feet, excessive crying. And when she took the baby back to check him, that's when they found out that he had the actual disease. And she screamed hysterically because she had been taught and it was instilled in her that you don't get with someone that has the trait. And a lot of times people don't know that they have the trait. And so, no, I would not say it's irresponsible. What I would say it's a lot of education that needs to be out. The reason we're having our marathon is so that I can give the trait test to those, especially in the college years, that are not parents yet, so they would absolutely know if they have the trait or not. Let's go to the next question. They told me my daughter had the trait, but they didn't tell me what to do about it. So that comes with education. When a person has a trait, you don't have the excessive symptoms that a person has with the disease, but your cells are not as hydrated, meaning the person will be tired more so than a person that doesn't have anything. The person will need more rest, but they won't be in and out of the hospital. So when it comes to what no one says, we have to self-educate ourselves. No matter what we don't know, we need to make sure that we do know. And I know in reference to the trait, there is a lot of information. You're welcome to reach out to me to get information on what to do when your child has the trait. Next question, please. Is sickle cell on the rise? I thought it was cured and gone. Yes, sickle cell is definitely on the rise. I personally can say that the FSCDR, the Foundation for Sickle Cell Disease Research Organization in Hollywood, Florida, has brought their clinic duplicated to our area. It will be in New Smyrna Beach at the health department, in which I will be running the clinic. So yes, sickle cell is definitely on the rise. My goal is to put advocacy in every area that there's no advocacy. And in reference to, I thought it was cured and gone, sickle cell will never be gone because it's an inherited blood disease. Persons are born with it. And yes, there is a cure, in which is through stem cell treatment. Next question, please. Can I apply for disability for my child? He has sickle cell. Definitely. Sickle cell is a definite disability. Yes, and I encourage those that have it to definitely apply for disability, whether it's a child or an adult, because it is definitely on the list. Next question, please. Tell us more about stem cell treatment. How can I get it for my child? So stem cell treatment is a real serious treatment. And the way you can get help for it or information about it is you go to your primary care doctor and you ask them for a referral to go to a specialist, just like you would when you will need surgery. And it is an actual procedure in like surgery. And when you get the referral, you talk to the specialist, but it's just not like that. You have to have someone that's a match. And just like it is with kidneys, you have to have someone in your family that's a match that does not have the sickle cell disease or trait. And the way you get it for your child is you first start off by asking your primary care doctor, and then you get a referral to the specialist. And then that specialist, more than likely in our area, you will get referred to Shands in Gainesville, or even possibly in Orlando. So if you have any more questions in reference to that, I would also like to give more information depending on the specific questions for it. But it is a cure and it is help out here. Any more questions? Can I apply for disability for my child? He has sickle cell. Yes, definitely apply for disability because it is definitely out there. And actually, I remember going to Tallahassee and speaking to legislators from different areas in the state of Florida who let me know personally that sickle cell is not going anywhere. And now there are two representatives that are not like us. They are like others, another descent, and they're fighting in the state house of representatives to get more money and more funding, because now they see that it's not a black only disease. There are Caucasians that have the actual trait and the disease, because love does not choose who gets it and who doesn't. People come together and they match up all the time, and without knowledge and education of their background, that's how sickle cell continues to spread. Next question, please. What is the difference between sickle cell SS, SC, sickle beta plus, etc.? So there are different types of sickle cell. And then I want to explain or just state SS, SC, sickle beta plus, and it all is a part of the gene mutation, because we know that sickle cell is formatted in our bloodstream. And that's how a person is born with it. So the different types of sickle cell is according to the types of it's according with DNA and with the blood types in our streams. A lot of people don't understand that we have different blood types within our blood levels, and that's really scientific. So I had to Google it to make sure I found the right question answer for you guys. So the sickle cell disease is caused by a mutation in the beta globin gene. So when you hear stuff like globin, that's really like our blood. And then our genes, that's a part of our characteristics and our makeup. When I go out to do education, I always explain we get our makeup and our characteristics from our parents. Everybody has a mother and a father, no matter where you go. And you get your nose, your eyes, your lips. Every formation that we have comes from our parents. So in the beta globin gene, it's in our blood makeup. And so this can result in an abnormal hemoglobin called sickle hemoglobin, or HB. And the different types of sickle cell disease that are on the rise based on whether they're hemoglobin beta S gene, which is probably Spanish or another language to you all, because this is all scientific and it deals with our bloodstreams. So there it comes from the gene mutation, which is our different genes that we have. And I hope I answered that question to the best of you all liking. And for me personally, Kiana Griffin, I would like to publicly thank Commissioner Barbara Gertman for believing in me and inspiring me to press on in spite of everything that's trying to go against sickle cell these days. I thank the city of Daytona Beach and Mayor Derek Henry for all of the communities that surround us. Thank you for your contribution to me, Commissioner Reed. I'm sorry, I want to make sure I say that, Commissioner Reed, for her donation to me for $5,000. I appreciate you greatly. I also want to thank the Women's Symposium organization for recognizing me on last year for my hard work in the community, Bethune-Cookman University, which is also an alma mater. Thank you to Mrs. Joyce Cusack, who her son Alan was one of my clients, and all of the sickle cell organizations all over the entire world. Thank you also to the FSCDR, which is the Foundation for Sickle Cell Disease and Research under Dr. LeBronte Hall. They're responsible for us having a clinic in our area, and I'm excited because that will lessen the mistreatment and the in and out of the hospital visits for our sickle cell families and individuals. I want to especially thank my sickle cell individuals and families, Mr. Ethan Johnson and the staff at the health department, and Akesia especially as well. Special thanks to my production and promotions team at Angie B and Barty Productions, Lolo Social Media Promotions, Business with a Heart, and Angie B Productions. I greatly thank you guys. If you can see at the bottom, you will see the ways to reach out to me. You can also see ways to donate. Oh, and I cannot neglect to say I thank the Jacksonville Jaguars so very, very much for an opportunity to come there and raise awareness as I'm working. And I have a travel team with me, and we go to the games. And I'm grateful from my heart for the Jacksonville Jaguars for that opportunity. I am currently covering Volusia counties, east and west, Flagler County, St. Johns County, Putnam counties. And as of today, I will have a discussion on Thursday to finalize me having the responsibility of Tri-County Sickle Cell, which is also in Orlando, which will cover Osceola, Orange, and Osceola, Orange, and I'm missing one, and Seminole counties. So as you can see, I have my plate full, and sickle cell is not going anywhere. And I'm grateful for this opportunity, grateful for this, just a press on my heart to run this race. I am a human rights advocate. I'm a sickle cell advocate, and I stand for the right and the treatment of sickle cell individuals all over. I have clients in New York, Connecticut, anywhere there's no advocacy, I make myself an advocate. And I thank you so much for your time this evening. Please stay tuned because we will be having a 24-hour telethon January 28th, 10 a.m. until January 29th, 10 a.m. If you would like a part of your business or organization to be spoken about or talked about within this segment, please let me know. Reach out. You'll see more advertisement all this week and all next week up to the time we will have our 24-hour telethon. You can donate funds because we're doing sickle cell treatment information. We're doing also getting ready to do sickle cell testing. I need to do trait testing. And for me to be able to do trait testing, the kit for $100 test is $772. I've done it before, but now I need your help to go ahead and submit donations so that I can go ahead and get this again. The way right now you can get tested for your trait is through your primary care doctor. You will have to get a referral to go to either LabCorp or Quest Diagnostics, and then you still have to pay for the test. But if you go through me and my organization, it is free. I do the test, and it's a simple prick to the finger. You will get your results in a few minutes, close to almost like the COVID test. So I've done it before for Bethune-Cookman athletes years ago. So now it's time for more trait testing to be done. I greatly appreciate you all for your time tonight. Thank you so much for those that have been in this with me, have been encouraging me, praying for me in the background, talking to me, letting me know that, they're with me. And I can't thank you enough. And I hope you have a great rest of your evening. And let's continue to advocate for sickle cell everywhere.
Woohoo! That was our founder, CEO, director, Kiana. That was a replay from our January 2023 fundraiser. Right now, we're in the middle of our live fundraiser, and Kiana is with us. She is off site somewhere, educating and advocating, and I don't know where she is, but she gonna come on and tell us a little bit more. Hey, Kiana. Hey, girl.
Hello. So we just finished the last sickle cell event for this month, and I have a lady here. She's learned some things today, and so hello, Miss Jackson.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, so
everything was very instrumental to everyone because it was great information that we really didn't know. So it was good to learn. Yes, thank you.
So that's one I view. So we have some more people that want to share, the things that they learned today. I'm coming over to the daughter of the person that did the event. This is Samantha. Hi, Samantha. Tell us something you learned today.
I learned about sickle cell and the rigid blood cells and the straight blood cell and how much pain people endure when they have sickle cell and how important water is to the life of someone with sickle cell, keeping yourself hydrated.
Wow. Thank you.
So going around the room, because I already told them we was in my telethon and we're going live. You want to say something on the telethon about the things you learned today? This is the president of the Black Nurses Association.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Aaron. I'm the president of the Daytona Beach Black Nurses Association. Please come on out and support Healthier, Wealthier, Wiser. Very good information provided. I'm a nurse and a nurse for over a decade, and I learn something every time I come. So please come out and join me.
All right. Well, listen, you get his contact information, Kiana, and tell him to call me.
I will.
Yeah, because we want to hear more from him.
Okay. I'm going to a lady who put on this awesome event. Miss Davis, I'm going to show you the lady who put on this event. She did an awesome job. This is not my first time coming to an event. She's invited me to, I think it's my third event she's invited me to.
Oh my goodness.
Before I go to her, let me grab Miss Donna Edwards, who did she did the full presentation today. She's a nurse. Her son has sickle cell. She's his advocate, and she's teaching him to advocate for himself in high school, so he knows now how to advocate for himself. So I'm going to let Miss Donna say something.
That's so good.
This is Miss Donna.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, Miss Donna.
I love what I do. I'm a nurse, and I have a grandson that has sickle cell, and I love educating about sickle cell, just the things that you need to know about it, what you need to do to prevent it.
Yes,
and it's not difficult, but we have to share that. I do work in Halifax as well in mental health with kids. It's an outpatient setting. So every time I get an opportunity, if you have an opportunity, call me too. I'm ready.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is wonderful. Oh,
we have Dr. Sadie here with us today. She's going to bring greetings. Hi, Dr. Sadie. Did you enjoy today?
Oh my goodness, did I enjoy it? It was wonderful, so informative. Please learn about sickle cell anemia, learn about your family members, the traits. Just learn all about this disease. It's all through our community, through everybody's community, but we all need to learn about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait,
that's wonderful.
You too. Come on, sweet lady.
Tell us, did you enjoy this awesome thing today?
This awesome seminar today was really wonderful, and I am so glad that I attended. Even as a retired nurse educator, I learned something even though I've taught and knew the content. So I would encourage any of you that are experiencing sickle cell or you know someone with sickle cell, understand that it is manageable and that God still has you in the palm of his hand.
Yes,
Sickle
yes.
cell and your illness does not mean that life is over. You still have a full life to live out the plan that God has for you, and he definitely has a plan. God bless you.
Amen. Amen. Tell her the Queen Bee, Angie B said, hey.
The Queen Bee, Angie B said, hey, this
Hey,
is a
Queen. Hey, Queen. Look at you. Looking beautiful as ever. Take care.
Thank you, baby. See you later.
So we have a child here. Come here, big girl. Tell us, what did you learn today about sickle cell here today?
I learned that I get hard many people of their cells, and it was like it makes like a crescent shape.
Yep.
When it's like when you have the disease,
Mm.
and you drink plenty more fluids than you used to. And that's all I really know.
Good job, big girl.
How old is that baby? Uh-oh.
The origin of this. Oh, here she is.
There she is. How old was that child?
Big girl. She's 10. How old are you? Oh, she's 12. I'm sorry. She's 12. She's 12.
Wonderful, wonderful.
So I'm going to get this young lady right here. Carla. Okay, yes, ma'am. Okay, okay. Okay, you ready? So this is the originator of this organization and this awesome today.
Okay. Hello, darling.
Hello. I'm Carmen Davis, and a couple of years ago, I was working at home with COVID patients, and I started praying, saying, God, it has to be something else. We must bring this medical knowledge to the community. All can't come out to a hospital or to a site. We need to bring it to them. So January 2022 is when we launched Healthier, Wealthier, Wiser. If you were healthier, you could do more, you could bless more people. If you're wealthier, you can share that knowledge. And if you're wiser, then you can continue on learning about medical management, how to manage your health care, how to be an advocate on your own behalf, and of course, help your family and others. So here we are today, because September is Sickle Cell Month. We must share and get the word out to sickle cell patients and their families so they can too live a better life.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, God answers prayers, doesn't he? God will answer prayers. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, let me get my stuff together. So that cleaning up, I gotta put my stuff away, because I've been trying to make sure I have people come on, and I'll be coming back on. Let me get out of here because they gotta clean up.
Okay, try to come back around 2:00. Your next guest is Diana Hill. From up north, and we want to hear about her book project.
Definitely.
And yeah, we want to be able to talk to her.
2:00.
Thank you, Kiana. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Have a good one. Bye-bye. Everybody, that was Kiana Long, the founder, CEO, and director of the Levi Long. What did I call her? Kiana Long Hargret. It's Kiana. That's what she was. From Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. I appreciate her for introducing us to some of the presenters that were at the health fair today. It was just so good to hear what they learned from her presentation. And did you see that 12-year-old that talked about what she learned? Education. There's even something in the Bible that says, in all things, get knowledge, wisdom, understanding, education. You've got to get it. So at the top of the hour, we will have our very special guest, Sister Hill will be joining us. She's going to talk extensively about the things that the Lord has placed upon her heart, including an upcoming book project that she's going to be working on. I can't wait for y'all to see her earrings. They're beautiful. So So we're going to get ready to bring her on at 2 p.m. And just as a reminder, the month of September is Sickle Cell Awareness Month. So we wear red, and our rubies, we wear red for sickle cell. And September is also Alopecia Awareness Month. So I'm still wearing my blue because alopecia is real. We did receive some gifts from Paparazzi, and they are available through the silent auction. You need to send a text to the number that you see at the bottom of the screen and put in a bid for these items. 100% of the proceeds will be donated to Levi Long Sickle Cell. There we go. Levi Long Sickle Cell. There we go. Short earrings, dangly earrings. Earlier today, we had the owner of a medical spa who came in and talked about her donation. And because she was a nurse practitioner, she also provided some information about sickle cell and another way to look at the way the disease affects our blood cells. You know, Kiana has taught us that our normal blood cells are round and they just kind of bounce through and go through our veins like they're supposed to. Little balls just go in and bring in oxygen and nutrients to our bodies, just like that. But with sickle cell patients, the cells are shaped like the letter C or even a hook, like was described to us earlier. And the hooked cells tend to clump together and grab hold of something that they should not. And so instead of going through our bodies normally, they end up clumping up and they can cause pain. And so we are grateful for the information that we have learned today. God is good, and that he has allowed his mercy to give us a better understanding of the disease and to be able to raise money for Levi Long Sickle Cell. Now, if you're just joining us for the first time, please put hashtag replay in the comment section if we're not live. Tell us what city and state you are watching us from. And in about 10 more minutes, we'll have our very special guest. Now, this next video we're going to bring you is a fundraiser from the Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar. It's a fundraiser for Levi Long Sickle Cell. This is our Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Means Business online digital magazine. We call it an e-zine, electronic magazine. And this was our August issue. This is the video of it. If you would like to secure a copy of either the August or September special edition for only $10, then those proceeds will be donated to Levi Long. So here's the video, and we'll be back in just a minute.
track.
Hey everybody, it's me again, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. And even though the tea is helping my voice, my nose is still sounding funny. So please forgive me. I will we go lay some hands on it and see if we can open some things up. We are here in 10, 11, 12, 1 in the third, almost fourth hour of our 24-hour marathon. We are raising funds for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, and we have had a wonderful time this morning. We started out with some technical difficulties, and we bound that up in the name of Jesus. We sure did. And we've had just a variety of guests to come in, a nurse, some guests that are currently at a health fair joined the founder, Kiana, and it's just been a wonderful thing. But we promised to also tell you about some alopecia awareness Alopecia Awareness Month events that are going on, because sickle cell awareness and alopecia awareness, we share the same month. That's why I wear red for sickle cell and blue for alopecia awareness today. So just want to tell you about Camille's Divine Unity Annual Alopecia Awareness Walk and Picnic. It takes place in Memphis, Tennessee at Overton Park Pavilion, which is 389 East Parkway, again in Memphis, Tennessee. This event is brought to you by our fellow alopecian Camille Barnes. And again, it's a unity walk and picnic. So registration for the walk began at 8 a.m. this morning. It started at 9. But at the end of the walk, there'll be a picnic at the East Park Pavilion. There you can make some donations for her alopecia awareness event. Send a text. Well, just text me, and then I'll send you the number out. Just in case this is the replay. Ain't no sense in everybody trying to get in touch with her, you know. But we are excited about what Camille is doing today in Memphis. We're also excited about BaldyCon. I tell you, there's been so many exciting events that have gone on this month. Of course, we kicked off the month with Sharice over in Houston, Texas, All For You Boutique. We kicked that off with her Labor Day weekend, and then came back to Daytona Beach for our 7th annual weekend retreat and beauty bazaar. At BaldyCon, there are special appearances by models, and even Brielle, the 9-year-old, who is embodying fearlessness, bravery, and unwavering confidence. Not only is she a straight A student enrolled in a talented and gifted program, but she's a successful model who landed her first print job when she was only 6 weeks old. And so we're excited to give a shout out to BaldyCon up in Atlanta, Georgia. We know several of our alopecia sisters are there. Tiffany Tyson Green is there. She graced the cover of our first magazine. Sharice is there from Houston, and so is Tracy Etheridge. She served as one of our very first models when we launched the Beauty Bazaar. So now we're going to bring in Sister Diana Hill. We're going to change it up just a little bit because Diana has a new book coming out, and she has several books, but the one that's coming up is just we're just very, very excited about it. We want to be able to introduce that book to you, and as soon as Diana is ready to come on camera, we will bring her to you. Diana is just an overall precious petal of God, and we are excited to have her as our guest. Okay, while we are getting ready to transfer to her interview, we want to tell you about a couple of other books that are coming out. Okay, just a couple.
Hi, this is author Avalon Celette Brown. I am the visionary of this project. Recently, I've been speaking to different nurses who have been expressing and voicing their challenges and their frustration while working in the field. So I decided to reach out to different nurses from different specialties and bring them together to create a book so that they can write about their experiences, their challenges, their frustrations that they experienced in nursing and how they overcame them and why those challenges did not make them quit. This is going to be a very important book for the next generation of nurses because they can see that they are not alone out there. The nurses before you have gone through these same type of challenges, these same frustration, but they never allowed it to make them quit because nursing is their passion. And this is what we want you to know. Keep your passion. Never let them make you quit.
Audiobook produced and promoted by Angie B. Productions.
Hey there, family. It's me, Angie B. And Sister Diana, are you ready to join us now? We would love to have you to join us. We've even got Kiana, the founder of Levi Long Sickle Cell Association here. Hey, Kiana, I'm bring you in. I know you riding in your car because you always going someplace. But I want to introduce you to Sister Diana Hill. She's going to tell you a little bit about her upcoming book project. And I want
Okay.
to give you guys a chance to talk. Sister Diana, this is
Hello.
Kiana,
How
founder
you
of the
doing?
organization.
Good. How are you?
I can't complain. Glad to be here today.
Okay. Where are you from?
I'm from Philadelphia, PA.
I hear that nice accent there.
So,
I'm excited about what's going on, what's going on, what's going on. And I always love Miss Angie B on who she represent and how she represent herself
Yes.
and how she represents alopecia.
Yes.
And she represents it with excellency.
Yes, she does.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. So, Diana, tell us about your upcoming book project, the
Okay,
Precious
so I
Petals.
have three things that's going on within the next 18 months. First and foremost, I have an upcoming anthology that's called The Precious Petals of God. And it's an inspirational anthology. Um it has something where you have to, first of all, women are precious petals of God. That's what First Peter 3, 3, 4, and 5 tells us. That we are the precious petals of God. Not the men, but the women. We're very significant. Even though we're their helpmates, we're significant. And the second part is you choose a woman of the Bible, summarize it, and how did that woman represent you, why you chose that woman. And then at the very end of it is a third component. Mind you, it's a women's empowerment project. Give a word of encouragement to women, how to empower a woman that may be going through something, how to empower them on how they can look for hope for tomorrows. That's the first project. Then the second project, okay, so first of all, I have a book called The Other Side of the Storm that was published in July. And that made Amazon's bestsellers list with the first couple of days. And I have a book two to that that's going to be coming out sometime next year as well. I haven't really named the title, but that project starts in November. And then for Women's Month of March 2025, I'm having a conference, a women's conference around both books. So yes, I have a lot going on within the next 18 months.
In Philadelphia. I
Yes.
never been, so I'll have to get Kiana to come over.
I've been there because I have family that lives in Pittsburgh. My favorite team is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
It's gonna be at a hotel, so it's gonna be very nice. And then for whoever want to have hotel accommodations, then I can have rooms blocked off as well.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful. Now let's go back to Precious Petals. You said that a component of the book is women going through things. Can you?
No, it's basically the last part is women's encouragement. Like, what can you encourage women who may be going through something that, and just encourage them in Christ first and foremost, because it's a Christ-like book. So to encourage them in Christ in your own words, and just how to encourage them how to be a better woman within themselves.
Well, I want to make a recommendation for you because I know a lot of books have like a preface or a foreword, something written by someone. And
well, you know what, Miss Angie B? Why don't you do the foreword?
I was going to recommend Miss Kiana do the foreword because she can talk a little bit about sickle cell, how to encourage those mothers that have children with the disease. That's who I would recommend. I think.
Okay.
You think about it. You pray over it. You think about it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Kiana, would this be something that you even want to be interested in being a part of? It's a small fee. broken down into 3 different parts. You think about it, the
Yeah,
deadline is sometime the end of October. So you let me
Kiana's
know.
on the
And as a
road.
matter of fact, Miss Angie is my publisher. She's publishing in this
She's mine
book
too.
for me. And she's
Mine
also
too.
doing the marketing. She's doing everything.
She's mine too.
I got a fabulous team. Praise the Lord. But
So you let
Yes.
her know. You
I
let me know,
Okay.
but you let Angie know because there's a deadline. So you let
think
me know.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
Kiana can write 3 or 4 paragraphs just for the beginning, just to open it up and give encouragement. And but we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that.
And
Yeah.
encouragement, you can write about the sickle cell at the end because the beginning is the main part. It's about the the petals of God and the women of God.
It is wonderful, wonderful,
That is gonna be
wonderful.
so nice.
You can put that in your bio. You can make that about your whole bio.
That'd be so good. So Diana, do you know anyone with sickle cell, or you
I
don't?
actually do know the people that I know that had sickle cell. They're unfortunately they all passed away. One of my good girlfriends had sickle cell. She lived to be 40 plus years old, but she got killed. Sickle cell didn't kill her. She got shot. So, and she died. But an old boyfriend of mine that I used to deal with, that I knew all my life until he passed away, his whole entire family had sickle cell. And at his funeral, his sister was in the hospital with the crisis, and they allowed her to be discharged for them couple of hours just to go to her brother's funeral. And she had to go back to the hospital like she was in a crisis in the hospital at her brother's funeral. And she was like, I don't care if y'all don't discharge me, I'm discharging myself. She's like, I just want to leave for a couple of hours and come back, but I can't miss my brother's funeral. And then she passed away like 18 months later.
Oh Jesus. Kiana, does stress bring on a crisis?
Oh, definitely. That's one of the main factors of a crisis, stress. Stress,
Really?
dehydration, yes. And that's why I advocate so hard, because even if my clients have a notice or anything to not get evicted, all of that can bring on a crisis.
So the change in seasons is a crisis on your body. Allergies and cold weather and hot weather. Okay, but the emotional stress can also bring on a crisis, right?
Yes, definitely.
Oh Lord.
Wow.
Yes,
It's
Kiana,
a
you.
lot.
Is sickle cell, is that an autoimmune disorder?
Oh, it's an inherited disorder. You're born with it.
Right, you're right. Because everybody that, and my god sister, daughter, my niece, she didn't have sickle cell, but she had the trait from her father's side.
And when you get someone else that has the trait, that's what brings the children on with disease, because it's a trait plus a trait equals the disease. That's the only way you can get through your parents. That's the only way.
Kiana, I appreciate what you said earlier about how you don't catch it like COVID. It's not like out in the air. You catch it. Yeah, yeah.
God bless you. It's a real inherited disease.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my goodness. So Diana, congratulations on that book that went Amazon #1.
Yay!
No, it takes a great effort to do that when you're working with other people, and
Yes.
you still got
And
room.
guess what? This book that you're in, Miss Angie, that's
Yes,
going to be an Amazon bestseller too. I prophesize over that. You know, I told you that weeks ago,
you did. You did. You did. You
and
told us.
I'm saying it again.
That's it.
Oh, I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. Well, Sister Diana, please do me a favor and share this broadcast with everyone and ask them to make a donation to sickle cell. Ask them to seek out a sickle cell association in their area and volunteer. I tell you about Kiana. Kiana founded this organization, and the reason she's in her
Kiana, do you have sickle cell?
I
Mhm.
don't, but I lost 3 cousins from it. My children,
Okay.
their mom disease. So it's in my family on my father's side. It's in my children's family on their father's side.
Mhm.
Do
Yeah.
any of your children have it?
No.
Well, that's a blessing on itself as well.
Yes.
They
Yes.
just carry the trait.
Nope. They don't have a trait.
No, that's a
No.
blessing all in itself right there.
Yeah,
When
their
I
dad
say
have
that's a
trait and I don't.
blessing, that's a blessing
Yes.
because sickle cell. I mean, I seen that whole family, that whole entire family all my life. I seen that family in and out of the hospital. I seen my girlfriend suffer. I seen her suffer.
I tell you that is tragic, absolutely tragic. Diana, I want to put some pictures
Isn't
up
that
on the
something? Oh
screen.
my gosh, about her. Ooh, Jesus.
Mm-mm. Kiana taught us about this. These are some of the signs and symptoms. When babies are born, their hands and feet look like this.
Mm-hmm.
They're born in a crisis. And Kiana has just taught us so much. It just
And it can
it just
affect them at different ages. Last night, I was just gonna say, not to rudely interrupt. They can affect that crisis can affect at whatever age. The baby of the room last night that received an award, she was 7 months and she had just first experienced her first crisis last week at 7 months
Mm-mm.
old.
Oh baby. Oh baby.
And her
Well,
parents are
Kiana,
young. So I was glad they were there.
yeah. Kiana, I'm so grateful that you are a precious petal. Whether you are going to be in Diana's book or not, it takes a precious woman to be an advocate for a disease like this. You're out in the community today at a health fair, interviewing people and talking to people and speaking on sickle cell awareness. And Kiana is going to be an author. Kiana's been working on her book.
Oh, awesome. What's the
Yes,
name of your
yes, yes,
book?
yes. Yes. It's gonna be 2 parts. Part one is um from Millbrook to Daytona, because that's I was born, and that's the pastor where I ended up. I'm here in Daytona. I've been 34 years, and then part two is all grown up.
Oh,
So
cool.
from Millbrook to Daytona, it shows my start here, and I got here when I was 12, and then part two is all grown up, shows my journey from being here, how it led me to starting my organization.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And
I'm
I'm
proud
also
of
gonna
her
do a
for writing.
production. Leave alone sickle production that Miss Angie B is gonna produce me. A production of my actual sickle cell journey. I'm so high.
I'm so hyped for you. And I'm hyped that also that you will be coming to the empowerment. I got to somehow, some way. Do you talk about financial literacy or anything?
I'm about to. I am, because I'm doing right now. I'm going to school to become a financial educator.
Well,
So
how about
yes.
this? How about I need a woman that's going to be talking about financial literacy.
So I need the dates. I need the dates, please.
Oh, it's going to be March of 2025, Women's Month.
Okay, it's 2025 is the year.
Yes, 18 months from now.
Okay, and then what's the dates in March?
I don't have a date, but I will
Okay.
let you know. I don't.
Okay, I'll be good
I'm
and
in it.
ready
As a
then.
matter of fact, Miss Angie, I've been so busy this morning. I just got off the phone with my marketing team just a
Woo,
few
marketing
minutes
team.
ago on
That's what's
getting my
good.
landing page together, how much the tickets is going to cost, how many people I'm going to start off, how many tickets I'm going to start off with.
Let's go
I'm starting
then.
off with 25, and just to know that y'all will be my first two and
Woo-hoo.
you're going to be a speaker, that is so awesome. That is so
Woo, let's go
awesome.
then.
And how about this? Just for that, I will pay for your hotel stay.
Who, me and Miss Angie B? We gonna stay together.
Can I stay with you, Kiana?
Please, can I stay with you?
I will pay for your hotel stay.
I'll bring the
I'm
cheese
so
and crackers,
elated. I'm
Kiana.
so
You know why?
excited.
Because you just don't even understand what Miss Angie B is doing for my publishing. It's just so
Yes.
amazing. It's
Isn't
so
she a
amazing.
godsend?
And
She's a
one thing about me, I believe in giving back. I believe in sponsoring somebody. I believe in that. You know, sometimes people worry about the money. My money is in the Lord. You understand what I'm saying? My increase don't come from people. My increase come from the Lord.
You
So
right
how
about
about I
that.
will pay for your hotel stay?
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
And y'all just pay for the conference and I pay for the hotel stay.
Yes, ma'am.
Amen.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am. Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am. And we'll
Thank
get
you.
there. We will get there.
We
We will
will.
get
We
there.
will. We will. Listen, the next fundraiser for Levi Long Sickle Cell is January 21st through the 22nd, 2024. So put that date on your calendar, people. We want Diana to come back and talk some more about the conference. We want people to donate airline tickets so me and Kiana can get to Diana's conference.
We getting
And
there.
we want people to support spreading sickle cell awareness. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Diana, I'm grateful for you. Thank
I'm
you,
grateful
dear.
for you, Miss Angie.
I was just obedient. The Lord said you two needed to meet, so I was trying to figure it out.
Yes, and who would have known that? Listen, divine connections. That's crazy.
Always.
Divine connections. All day long I
I
had a
know it's
divine
true.
connection.
Yes.
Y'all just don't eat
Obedience is
this is
better than sacrifice.
crazy
Obedience
all
is
day
good.
long.
Good. Well, Diana, listen, tell everybody how they can get in touch with you. So if they're
I can
interested in the
be
book
reached
or
I can be reached through my Facebook, Diana Hill. I have a Facebook group called the Everyday Woman Transformative Group by Coach Diana Hill. If you want to join that, and my IG handle is Diana1788.
okay. So when you hang up, put all that information in the comments in the broadcast. People will be able to
Okay,
connect with you.
and I can share my email address and all of that.
That'd be good. God bless you, my sister. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming on. We are grateful for you, Sister Diana, and I will talk to you later. Oh, that was wonderful, Kiana. Look at God.
That was
Look at God.
perfect. That was
That,
perfect.
look at
Perfect
God.
timing, perfect everything. That happens when
Mhm.
you are obedient. It works just itself out right then. It was
Yes.
perfect.
When you say
Who would have known
God,
we'd have got on here and got blessed
I
with a
know.
hotel trip? Oh,
I know. She is just a blessing. She truly, truly is. I tell you. Now listen, Kiana, you've also been invited. Let me put this flyer up right quick. And I'm gonna put you backstage for a second so I can read the flyer to you. Kiana, you have been invited to come and share a brief testimony about sickle cell in St. Augustine, Florida, at It's All About Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. Okay, the teaching ministry. Pastor is Mary Hope, and she is the host. The conference takes place November 10th through the 12th, 2023, at 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. The conference is based on Luke chapter 22 through 24, which says, "And being in an agony, he prayed more earnestly, and his sweat was as if it were great drops of blood falling down to the ground." Have to excuse me, I'm still struggling with my voice just a little bit. I sure didn't mean to mess up the word of God. But that is Luke chapter 22 through 24. So Kiana, you've been asked to come and share a testimony or a song and spread a little of sickle cell awareness at a conference presented by It's All About Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry in St. Augustine, Florida. The title is A Gethsemane Moment, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. And I truly believe your testimony about sickle cell will be well received by the attendees at the conference. We've got the MCs and the speakers lined up. And Kiana, I hope you can attend. Again, it's November 10th through the 12th in St. Augustine, Florida. Blood, sweat, and tears. Okay, Kiana, I know you're making a transition from the vehicle. Just wave at me when you are ready to come back on screen. And thank you for saying you'll be there. I know Pastor Mary will be grateful. Very, very grateful for that. And we've just got so many things that we're grateful for. Kiana taught us last weekend that a stem cell surgical procedure is currently the way to cure sickle cell. But the price tag of that surgery, which is not covered by insurance, the price tag is $39,000. Plus, you have to have a family match, someone in your family that matches. You also have to have transportation. There's just so many things. And so this is part of the reason why we're spreading awareness about sickle cell. Keep in mind that, there are people that need a kidney or need a lung or need other things. And we have them in prayer, but the price tag is $39,000 for a stem cell treatment. And you have to have someone in your family that matches. So we're going to continue spreading the word and asking you to make your donations for sickle cell awareness. Okay, we're going to give Kiana just a few more minutes to get in and get situated. And Kiana, when you get back, we want you to share some feedback about last night. The pictures have been uploaded and we want to share them with everybody. So we're going to bring you another musical interlude and we'll be back in just a minute.
Run it up, kid. Wanna see I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Say I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? God told me go, I'm sliding. You just something crazy, Joe Biden. Give me what up, never an option. You don't want no problems. Already won by a landslide. They got me bound like hands tied. Been under my feet, got my calf tired. And I ain't stepping off like a landmine. It's up and it's stuck like it's Enoch. Cause they hung y'all from that treetop. They splintered his hand and his feet up. But the rock steady, this beat pop. Rose on that tomb out that cemetery. Came through like who wrote this obituary. Devil big man, why you looking scary? Can't see my God like he wizard killer. Won't I? See I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Say I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Say I won't hit up the club or Glow Nation. Tell them all put on stomp by Kirk Frank. Low saving that we headed to the radio station. Got power, 106 recreating they whole place. Kanye West heard the only one rapping about Jesus. Gonna roll louder with these sarcasm and all the demons. In the middle of my set, and I'm really from the West. Throw money in the air, but I really ain't impressed. Jewels on my crown, now I'm shining big time. Living for the Lord, you don't know when the end time. The devil sitting at a table with thieves, they big plotting. What we gonna do with Miles? You know he a big problem. Hell's most wanted, got my poster on the wall. I done been in war, bullet holes in the wall. But I got heaven turn me slide through whatever I call. Why when I tell the world about what he did and what I saw? Won't I? won't I? Saying I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I?
They won't make your church sneeze, cause God really can. Glow Nation, they been on top with calling ceiling fans. I've been trying to get it. Press go, we call it praise advance. Don't try to doubt what Jesus can, he's more than a man. Stunning on the I've been shooting shots like he told me. I've been leaning back like I'm Kobe. Darkness hang home, still seeking Christ, watching him mold. Know that these trials, they gon' grow me. I'm still holy stepping, I got holes in my socks. Big weapon, no guessing, got glow, don't need rocks. From heaven, still revving, big sword, don't need gloss. Straight guessing, ain't question, praise Christ, don't make bops. Still on attack, I've been keeping division with all living, don't pivot division. Looking to get with the world, giving don't play. Don't care what they gon' say. God's plan, this ain't my way. Where we gon' stay?
Won't I? Won't I? Saying I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I? Won't I? Won't I? Saying I won't, why won't I? Say I won't put God first, why won't I? Say I won't turn this thing up, why won't I?
You have to learn how to advocate for the families. You have to learn how to communicate with the individuals. You have to learn how to communicate with the hospital staff, with the states, with reaching out for funding. Oh my gosh, Kiana, it's enormous.
Yes, it is.
It really is enormous. So tell us a little bit about how you deal with the individual families. Do they contact you when they're in crisis? Do you find out when they're en route to the hospital? How do you find out?
So the same clients that I started out with in 2009, I still have some of those same clients. And then, of course, I have newer clients as well. I even have babies.
Oh, my.
And so they know me. I know them. It doesn't matter if they're going to the hospital and they need me, they'll call me. Or if the most recent as of last night, if they're in the hospital, they've been going to that same hospital every time. But then all of a sudden things change and the orders that the doctor has left are not being followed.
Oh.
Then I have to go to the hospital and I have to advocate on their behalf physically. I like doing it via phone and letting things get done. But if I have to go there physically, then I have to, really look at the situation and ask them what is going on physically from their mouth so I can hear it.
Right.
And then go to the nurse. And that happened last night.
So do you have, what kind of authentication do you have? Do you have a badge or do you have some type of documentation that certifies you to be an advocate? What do you have to show to them, or what do you say to the hospital staff that will allow them to accept you as an advocate?
So specifically for me, I do have a badge. I have my badge with my picture on it, with my name of my company, and I have a few badges because some I use in the hospital, some I use in education in the community. And so honestly, if you're advocating as an advocate, you don't have to have anything. You just go and talk to nurses and the doctors with sense. Advocate on their behalf. Because this is my company and because I am an advocate and I do this with them specifically, and I want the hospitals to get to know me. So I wear my badge. I put my badge on last night, went to the hospital, and the first thing I did was I asked for the charge nurse or the DON, the nurse that's on duty right then. That's the first thing I need to know. Then when I asked for the charge nurse, the lady that I asked, she said it wasn't her. So the next thing I wanted to know, where's the nurse for that specific patient?
Right.
And I got to speak to her. And thankfully, she was a travel nurse. So she wasn't a nurse that's there all the time. But because she was a travel nurse, she treated her differently, meaning she treated her with more kindness.
And
she
respect.
was one of us, and that made a difference.
Right.
She was an African-American female. And when I shared with her, because it was just simply as this, my client goes there all the time. The doctor's order states if her hemoglobin goes to 7.5, some may not know what that means. That means the blood level. Right. Hemoglobin is a main word talked in the sickle cell world. If her hemoglobin gets to 7.5, she needs a blood transfusion. That's another word that's used a lot in the sickle cell world, blood transfusion. They get many. So she had gotten down to 6.
and they refused to give her one. That's why I had to go to the hospital.
Oh my God.
She was in pain. And
She
so
was in severe pain.
she was in pain. And so
Yes.
this is the sad part. While I'm talking to the nurse, and I told her, first the nurse said, it's okay if I talk to her about your information, because that nurse was a travel nurse. She didn't know me.
Right.
So my client said yes. So I'm standing there in front of my client in the records, and we're talking about this situation. I told her, if the records say this, why are the things being changed? I said, I don't like it when they're being used as guinea pigs. And they're trying to, okay, well, let's try this. That's not time for that at all. Absolutely not.
No.
So I just want them to adhere to the record so she can get out of there. And this is the sad part, that my client, and this is the same client that I went on 106 radio station about.
Right.
And she said, I'm afraid to even hit the button to ask for help because they're going to mistreat me.
Oh my gosh, Kiana, that's horrible.
That's so sad.
It is.
Your job is to be a nurse and to, help people. You took an oath, take oath. But for my client to say she was afraid to push the button, and so when the travel nurse said, "Oh no, ma'am, you always push the button," I said, "Oh, I know you're in the hands, and I'll check on you later." And I was able to leave.
Right.
Had she said anything else, I would have had to stay. I've been there for hours. I've been taking my children to the hospital to visit clients.
Oh my God.
It is that serious.
Oh my gosh. And it really is sad that they have directives. They have the directive and they refuse to follow the directive. And so what's the recourse when something like that happens?
Take their name, speak to the doctor that's on staff, even call the client, her primary. That's the blood doctor that they see normally.
Right.
Contact them and report that nurse. Don't let it go. Report it. Because if you let it go, they'll think it's okay. They can continue to do it.
I absolutely agree. You cannot let it go. Now, Kiana, let me ask you about, well, first of all, let me give you testimony. I don't think I've revealed this so far, but I am going to probably make a little short video to share with the world the fact that my husband, I've only been married once. My husband was of Haitian descent, and he had full-fledged sickle cell. And so did two of his, one of his brothers and one of his sisters. And he lived to, when I married him, he was 45. And he only lived for 6 years afterwards, mostly because he refused. He was terrified of a blood transfusion. I mean, he was simply terrified of it, and he refused to have a blood transfusion. But he had several crises while we were married, and it was extremely difficult. It was difficult for me because I wasn't familiar with the disease until we married. And though he did share it with me before I married, I still didn't realize that I was going to end up being a nurse. I just didn't know. You know, he was a little tall, you know, he's a little fine, you know. Yeah, I said, girl, it can't be that bad. It was that bad. It really was. It was sad. We were constantly in a hospital dealing with the disease, and I didn't know to search for an advocate. I didn't have a clue what to do. We were at the mercy of the nurses and the nursing staff and the doctors at the time. But his downfall was he just refused to have a blood transfusion. But you need the blood transfusion. So tell us, Kiana, why do you need a blood transfusion? What is it that's in the blood that needs to be refreshed?
So when a person has a sickle cell crisis, they go to the emergency room. That's the step. Because there is so much pain. A lot of times they don't even want to go to the hospital at all. They'd rather suffer at home, take their medicine and don't even go. But when it gets to a point where they have to go, they will go. And they will sit there most times for hours, unless they have an advocate to push to get them in.
Wow.
And then by the time they get in, they get their IV to get some medicine, some help, some relief. So if their cells are shaped like this, they're whole, right? So when they start to sickle, they start to come in shape like this. So in our small veins, they're trying to go through, they clump.
Right.
Because they're flowing through our bodies.
Right.
Those of us that have whole cells, that's our body makeup.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have sickle cell, it starts to take on this form, this shape. And trying to squeeze through this vein is so very, very, very hard.
Mm-hmm.
So when it clumps up, that's when the crisis occurs. So you have all of this, and you're trying to get them to come back to this cell.
Right.
So the blood transfusion helps to replenish, to get the blood back flowing as a whole cell.
Right.
But, and I understand his point.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a client who did get a blood transfusion once, and the blood was bad.
Right.
It didn't agree with her body. She ended up in ICU all the time.
Oh,
we almost lost her. She's young with one child.
Wow.
So that's, I can understand his fear, because there's no guarantee. You remember we did the blood drive.
Yes.
Because more of us, we need to do more blood drives. We need to give and donate more, because we need to, yes, because there's blood that needs to go to our people.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Well, I am an avid believer in participating in blood drives, and I do it on a regular basis, and we need to do more to encourage people to donate blood. It doesn't cost you anything to donate blood. It's just a little prick, and they can draw quite a bit of blood, and then you can give blood on a regular basis. You can give blood on a regular basis, and it really does save lives.
And if you're an organization, you can set up your own blood drive free. They'll do your advertisement. They'll give you all the paperwork, and it's the red blood bus, the red bus.
Right.
They'll set it up for you for free. The only thing they ask is that you allow them to be there for a minimum of 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
But everything is free. They give you all the publicity. They'll post for you. You can share it on Facebook and all social media platforms. And it's that simple. And it's free.
And it's free. Okay, so what we need more than anything else is a brick and mortar. If we had a brick and mortar, that's another one of our goals, Kiana, is to have a brick and mortar so that we can have sickle cell drives to give free testing, so that we can have the big red bus, the bloodmobile come.
So I do have a brick and mortar.
Oh.
And so it's at 984 Orange Avenue.
Oh.
I came on Facebook last year, and I solicited to open the doors. I did open the doors. And then the bill is $1,600 a month. But I believe
hold on, are you kidding me?
I'm not.
That's ridiculous.
1 second. I'm so sorry. 1 second.
Okay, take your time, Kiana.
So,
did you hear what she said?
It is.
She said the rent on the brick and mortar was $1,600 a month. That sounds like a three bedroom, 3-bath apartment. We'll be back in just a moment. We have got to hear the rest of this story.
Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi, my name is Sonia Bennett, and I reside in Detroit, Michigan. When I was growing up, I used to walk to my former church, Hartford Memorial Baptist Church, and there was a building right there on James Cousins Highway called the Sickle Cell Anemia Building. I had absolutely no idea what this building was about. I didn't know what sickle cell was. I didn't know why sometimes I would see people going into it who looked like they were in pain. I knew nothing about it. And as I got older, I learned that one of my favorite singing groups, TLC, had a member in that group that had sickle cell. Her name was T-Boz, and she would talk about, as years went on, that there were times she would be backstage and in so much pain that she couldn't go out and perform, but she would push through the pain because she knew that her fans were looking forward to seeing her. And she really was the face of TLC, and she still is. T-Boz, I have a lot of respect for you for fighting through that pain of sickle cell. At this time in my life, I still
new from Inspired. the Alopecia Awareness Special Edition. Visit laderopress.com. 9 brave souls share their alopecia journey in this Confinement Chronicles Special Edition. Online everywhere. Hey everybody, it's time for today's health tip. Today's health tip presented by your wellness coach, Kim. Visit her online at krbutler.goherballife.com. And now it's time for today's healthy tip.
Hey everybody, it is Coach Kim here. I just want to share something with you about the curious person who is looking to lose weight and maybe trying to figure out how to do it and how to get started. Well, we have a 3-day trial pack, and in this package, you'll find 6 packets of our cookies and cream shake. That is the most popular flavor tasting, and it is so yummy. And you'll get 6 of our teas inside. You'll get 3 of the lemon and 3 of the raspberry. And what this will do is it will give you an introduction to the Herbalife way of doing things, meaning that we have 1 to 2 shakes a day. We'll have 2 colorful snacks and 1 healthy meal. And we get to coach you along the way. So when you purchase this, which is $35, you will get me as your coach. I get to walk the whole journey with you for the next 3 days, however long it takes. And I'm looking forward to it because I'm going to be a guest next month, and we get to have a challenge. Talk to me at krbutler.goherballife.com, or call me or text me at 240-281-7865. And I look forward to introducing you to the Herbalife way with this 3-day challenge.
Well. Thank you, Coach Kim. We appreciate today's health tip. Better You Nutrition. We appreciate you, and we're looking forward to the challenge.
I am the way, the truth, the life. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. The way, truth, and life. Jesus Christ, God came in the flesh once he comes again. How long will his people keep rejecting him? How much more does he have to endure while you're testing him? Why don't you rest in him? Why you keep wrestling with my angel set? You better just repent, there ain't that much time left. And I don't wanna see you go down that road, you know it leads to death. There's so many on they way, why don't you change directions? Let the word of God be your GPS, and he will show you the way. Call on his name and be saved. I ain't saying that it's gonna be easy. Matter of fact, it might be just as hard, but at least you'll have God on your side when it comes time. For what? You don't know this is war, and before you know, it's gonna all be over. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. This is serious now that you feeling me. Yeah, I'ma speak the truth. It's about to hit you like 100 proof, and the Spirit's proof. Ain't that enough for you? How about his love for you? Y'all acting too cool, he shed his blood for you. See you too comfortable, this shouldn't be old news. Yeah, he made me brand new, so I can't keep doing what I was doing like it's all good. I see it just won't do, because he lives in me, just like he lives in you. Jesus, I gotta live for you, so I ain't doing what I want to. yo, I'm doing what I got to.
Sickle cell anemia can damage all major organs and other body parts. This includes your kidneys, gallbladder, liver, and eyes. People with sickle cell anemia may develop jaundice or yellowing of the skin and eyes, which results from a high rate of the breakdown of red blood cells. It's important, you all.
Well, I guess that makes sense if the blood goes everywhere.
Yes.
Because I know with diabetics, if you lose circulation on that toe, you going to...
Yeah, isn't that sad?
So
yes.
it's got to go somewhere.
Yeah,
I appreciate Kiana because she has diligently answered so many questions.
Yes.
Look at some of the questions, Laretha, that has come since we have.
I thought sickle cell disease was cured and gone. No, absolutely not. I heard about sickle cell in the 1970s, but I haven't heard anything more. Wow. Is sickle cell on the rise?
Kiana's answer was yes, it definitely is on the rise. Because when they stopped the national requirement for people to be tested before they got their marriage licenses, and I know I married my children's father in 1988, and they said, oh no, you don't have to take a test. And I remember thinking, oh, okay, that's good. I ain't got to get pricked. But since that time, yes, people are just, running around willy-nilly. So
they told me my daughter had the trait, but they didn't tell me what to do about it.
There you go. You remember what Kiana said in the last hour? Even if you have the trait, you have to stay hydrated.
Yes.
You have to stay warm.
Yes.
And now that we're coming out of the pandemic, we know we have to keep our hands clean and keep our immunity system up.
That's right. It's all important. This is very important for anyone that didn't know it. Can I apply for disability for my child? He has sickle cell. The answer is yes.
Yeah.
It's a disease.
Yeah. Now, I do know that in some rare cases, like with Kiana's grandfather, he was still able to father 17 children by one woman and provide for them. But that's a rarity.
Woo!
That's a rarity.
Woo!
That's a rarity.
Now, this last one is very crucial. It says, why would a person have a child if they already have the trait? Is that irresponsible?
Yeah. I remember I asked Kiana that question, and her response was just so sweet and sincere. She said, well, love is love, and we can't tell you, if you should or you should not.
Yes.
These children are blessings from God, and
absolutely.
We can't stop you. She even shared, she's in the car. We'll wait and see if Kiana can come in and tell us the story about what happened in her family. I remember she said that she had a relative who knew that they had a trait. It was embedded in them.
Right.
They knew they had the trait. It told all over and over and over again. And this person married someone that was in the military. They had a child, and the child was in crisis when the child was born.
Right.
And the child said, well, how could this happen? I know I got a trait, but you don't have a trait. And the spouse was like, well, I don't know. I was in the military. They don't test in the military. I didn't know.
Right.
And she was just traumatized.
Yes, she would have been traumatized.
I'm hoping.
Because it's only so much you can do when your child is in that kind of pain. And unfortunately, the Bible says, my people perish for a lack of knowledge. And so it's a lack of knowledge. It's because we don't know, which is why it's crucial for us to get these sickle cell testing kits, so that Kiana Griffin and the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, which is in 4 counties right now, they're going to be in 8 counties soon.
Okay, what is it? Volusia, Putnam.
No. Start with Volusia, St. John, Putnam, and Flagler. Those are Kiana's on this side. And now she's just accepted responsibility for Orange, Volusia, and Osceola counties.
No, Orange, Seminole.
Oh, Orange, Seminole, and Osceola.
Yeah.
Okay, Orange, Seminole, and Osceola.
Just say she threw the whole state, the whole
And we don't want you all to think she does it alone. She does have interns. She's looking to choose some case managers. She needs young people who have majored in sociology and psychology. Thank you,
Kiana. Yeah. Psychology.
Yeah, because you have to have empathy, because trust me, when I tell you they're in pain, they're in severe pain.
Oh my God.
In severe pain.
Well, we know that Kiana is on a mission today to go meet with someone, and Kiana, just wave at me when you're ready to come on for a little bit. But during our times speaking with Kiana, she always wanted to give thanks. So I wanted to take a couple minutes. These are some of the thank yous just from Kiana Griffith, because we all know where our help comes from.
Absolutely.
From the Lord and those who He has anointed to be with us for such a time as this. So Kiana, throughout the broadcast, will be popping up folks that Kiana wants to thank, because we know she's a wildcat.
She is. She's a true wildcat. She's an alumni. Oh my God. She eats and breathes Bethune-Cookman University and Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune's legacy.
She sure does. She sure does. Dr. Bethune.
And now she's wearing a shirt with the Sickles on it. You know.
Oh my goodness. Yes. God is good. Okay, so if you are just logging on, you are watching the Levi Long Sickle Cell broadcast. This is our 24-hour broadcast to raise sickle cell awareness and raise funds for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association here in Florida. Don't just think, okay, well, I'm in Chicago. That ain't got nothing to do with me. You never know when you're going to meet somebody from Florida.
Absolutely.
And before y'all decide you want to start a family, you better ask. You already going to ask them what their HIV status is.
You better.
Y'all already going to ask them what their bank account balance is.
And whether or not they've had their COVID vaccinations. You know, a lot of people don't believe in COVID vaccinations. And if your immune system isn't up to par and you get COVID, it could take you out.
You know, there's a new commercial with some celebrities on it, and they're all passing around a ball. And the celebrities say, you know, I have asthma. If I catch COVID, I'm in trouble. Another one says, So we need a commercial that says, I have the trait. If you have the trait, we may or may not want to have children.
Angie B, I wouldn't be in that commercial, sweetie.
Well, yeah, I guess our baby making days might be.
But my son just got married and his bride is only 29. So yes, they could be in the commercial.
And did they ask one another? I wonder about that.
Oh, look what Kiana says about Barbara Gertman. Oh,
yeah. I love her heart and her humility. and the fact that she does give credit where credit is due.
Yes, she
Definitely.
does. Thank you,
Definitely.
Barbara Gertman. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Barbara Gertman is a Volusia businesswoman.
Today's broadcast is sponsored by Volusia Business Women. You can catch us on YouTube. They are our YouTube's broadcast sponsor. So go on YouTube, search for Volusia Business Women, and you will see today's broadcast. I used to know that when I was a kid and we were watching the Jerry Lewis telethon, you didn't want to miss nothing because it wasn't gonna be no reruns. You missed it, you just missed it. If he had Sammy Davis Jr. perform or somebody, you just better stay up and awake all day. So we're doing this 24 hours, not because we have Jerry Lewis with us, but because we have Kiana Griffin. And Kiana, would you like to join us live now, dear? Oh, my bless the Lord. Oh, my soul. Look who she got with her.
Wow.
Welcome.
Look at that 82-year young beauty.
Welcome.
Mrs. Lee Bryan.
Hey! Thought you had forgotten me.
No, absolutely not.
Couldn't forget you. We want to hear. In fact, we're going to go backstage and we just want to let you, Kiana, tell us.
So this is Mrs. Lee Bryan. I'm here in her beautiful home. She is a matriarch and she is a part of the heritage with sickle cell. She's here with the Tri-County Sickle Cell Association and she governs Osceola, Orange, and Seminole counties. She's a very awesome woman and she's an inspiration to me as a sickle cell owner. I'm so thankful to know her and to be in her presence. It's awesome. So I'm going to let her share some of her story of how she got started with sickle cell.
Hello. I've been introduced as Lee, and I've been with sickle cell, I guess, about 15 years or so now. And the first time I heard it was with Mr. Adams, and he was talking about it, and I knew nothing about it, that only that it was a disease, no organization or anything like that. But he introduced me, and I tell you, within a month, I was the president. And I've been the president ever since. I don't think they know that there are other people that can serve as president. But I've enjoyed all of it. And I've had some great experiences. And my most thing that I like most is working with people and helping people. And that's what we do. We do a lot of that. We have families during Christmas time. We help them at any time they write in or come in and say that they need help. This is what we do. And I figure that's my job to do that. So I've enjoyed working with the organization and I have some great people that work with me. And this young lady here, she's one of my proteges and I really enjoy having her to come back and talk with me. And so we spent, 2 days now together and I've enjoyed all of it. So I'm here and wherever I can do to help somebody else, I'm willing to do that.
Isn't it awesome to hear someone that has such passion? So I'm not the only one that loves helping people with sickle cell. Miss Lee Bryan, she actually has an awesome passion as well. So we're here in the heart of Orlando, and it's 3 counties ran here. I'm excited to pick up the torch and run.
Yes, she's good at it too. Yes.
So I'm grateful for this opportunity, and we're looking for a great future endeavors. I know the sickle cell clinic. I'm going to continue so I can get the doors open for the clinic. I've already gotten appointments to clients with doctors via telehealth. So we're going to open the clinic and have hydration chairs there for them to come. I'm going to have a meet and greet for all of the sickle cell organizations to come together so they can know who they are. So I'm very excited. Sickle cell is on the rise. For the person that wanted to know, it is definitely on the rise and on the mend. So I'm very excited. Is there anything else you want to share?
I just want to say that she's a very hard worker and I enjoy working with her. And she just takes the ball and run with it. She just let me know what is going on because she's doing it. And I appreciate that.
It's so good to have support anytime you do something. And I encourage anyone that wants to do something, let your passion drive you and thrive you to do just what you want to do in life.
So back into the hands of Mrs. Angie B and Miss Maritha.
Moaning in the night, my moan is taking flight. Like fruit on a vine, my moan is sweet and right. Taking over body and soul, taking breaths as each moan rolls softly off my tongue and through my lips. My hands, my arms, my hips, moving in sync with my moan. My hands, my arms, my hips, moving in sync with my moan. Moaning through smiles or tears, moaning for whichever one it is. My moan is mine to feel. Feel my moan. Feel my moan. Feel my moan. Piercing your body, making you sweat. Piercing your mind, making you forget. Piercing your ears, making you deaf. Piercing your heart, wishing you left. And yet, you still are here. Hearing my moan. Hearing my moan. Hearing my moan. My moan grows louder and louder. My moan opens my soul like a flower. My moan is my weakness and my power. My moan brightens the darkness in the hour. My moan is heavy, yet leaves me light. My moan is utter agony and sheer delight. My moan erases my wrongs and paints my rights. My moan moves freely in the night. My moan releases my stress. My moan has light. My moan is my passion, and my moan is my fault. My moan is. My moan is. My moan is. My moan is.
Together so we can know what
They say good things come to those who wait.
Yeah, oh,
But for me, I've been waiting for love for such a long time.
I've been waiting.
One day I'll find it.
One day,
And hoping, wishing that there's the right love
just
that I
listen
need.
to me. I've had my ups and been through so many downs. Falling in love for me seems like a merry-go-round. I'm longing for the touch of love that's faithful and true. So if you're out there somewhere, I'm calling
for me is starting to slip. I'm longing for the turn, yeah, of a love that's faithful and true. So if you're out there somewhere, yeah, I'm calling out to you. Search for and find, to find a love to call mine, to call alright, to find a lover to share with my life.
I got to give a big shout out to Mr. Glenn here in Volusia County. I met Mr. Glenn through my husband, Barty. And at the time, I think they were collaborating on some project or something together. But when I did a call for music videos, I called a bunch of artists. I said, I need you to send me your music video so we can air it during the broadcast, because when Jerry Lewis was on the air, he had all the Rat Pack folks. They just showed up. Sammy Davis Jr. was doing Mr. Bojangles. It was, that's what they did. And so I wanted this broadcast to be similar. And so Barty picked up the phone and said, yo, man, Mr. Glenn, you got a video? And Mr. Glenn was like, yeah. And Barty was like, well, don't you want to come on live? And Mr. Glenn was like, what day is it? The 28th? No, man, I can't come on live. I'm going to be at Zora Neale Hurston Festival. So I'm going to bring Laretha in so she could tell y'all about the Zora Neale Hurston Festival, because Laretha from Orlando, and she tell you all about it. Hey, girl, welcome back. Welcome back. Mr. Glenn had us being.
Mr. Glenn was just as smooth as silk, everyone. And I'd just like for you to know, as a former resident of Eatonville, Florida, which is already historic, we also had a brief resident named Zora Neale Hurston. And Zora Neale Hurston's festival is annual, it's ongoing, and Mr. Glenn is over there performing today. So you may just want to check out the Art Door Festival of the Arts. Today is Family Day. So take your family after you donate to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. But
Yes,
let me
y'all.
tell you, Zora Neale Hurston is a phenomenon, and she's a consummate storyteller. She is famous. She is famous for being a collector and an interpreter of Southern African American culture. Zora Neale Hurston. If you go, you're going to enjoy it after you donate to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Thanks, Mr. Glenn. I was checking him out.
Yeah, we're gonna have to play that again. And then when I told Kiana Griffith that we were playing music, she said, "Oh yeah, we went to Cookman together, and I used to sing background with him." And oh. So wonderful, so wonderful. I hate to say it is a small world, but yeah, it is. It is.
Angie B, we may have to add telethons to our repertoire.
Well, now I think that will probably work because we've always got churches, you know, Mother's Day, Women's Day, some. The building fund always needs something. Can you imagine like a 24-hour, you know, Christian marathon with scripture and love and, you know, 700 Club ain't the only folks that can do it, you know.
Hello. No, because, excuse me, Lou Rawls did it very well. You'll never find another love like mine.
You and my husband keep talking about Lou Rawls, I tell you. And then I know we've got some other nonprofit organizations. Tam McRoy has a nonprofit that she's raising money for. I mean, if you know of a nonprofit organization and they need some money, we can now help them with a 24-hour telethon. So we're going to let people just get in touch with us. But Laretha, I want you to tell me a little bit about your journey as a patient advocate. I know you spoke a little bit about your husband, but your husband was the only person that you were an advocate for. So, Kiana, do you need to come in now? No? Okay. Tell us a little bit, because when Kiana first said that she was a patient advocate, I'd heard the term before, but it really didn't. And then you said it. I'm like, okay, there's got to be something to this. So tell us more about being a patient advocate in your experience.
Actually, I came to Daytona Beach to bring my lovely mother, Albertha, and her brother, Robert. Her brother, Robert, was retired from the military after, I don't know, maybe 30 years or more. And my sister had gone to, had located him at a Red Cross center or facility in New Jersey. And she brought him here to live with my mother. And eventually he needed to be in a military nursing home. And so we had his name on the waiting list for 3 years. And so when that bed became available, it was here in Daytona Beach at the Veterans Nursing Home. And so it's a really great facility, but you have to be a former veteran. And so it just so happened that my sister lived here, had been here practicing for over 25 years. So we were eager to come to Volusia County. And so that's how I came, because I'm a resident born and raised in Orlando, Florida. So I came here to Daytona Beach. And soon after, the Lord called my mother's brother, Robert, home to be with him. And so I'm here and I'm with my mother. And I didn't start out as my mother's caregiver, but that's certainly how I ended up, because now she's 95. She's still in good health, but you know, after a certain time, some of us need help. We need help preparing our meals and getting our meds and taking us to doctor's visits, you know, and keeping us alert and just making sure that we maintain a certain standard of living. And
Correct.
so I did that for my mother for 10 plus years. And then I was fortunate enough to be asked to take care of John and Rebecca Steele. And it just so happened that John Steele and my father were best friends at FAMC, Florida A&M, a mechanical college, which is now called FAMU, Florida A&M.
Wow.
And then his wife, Dr. Rebecca Steele, was their concert chorale director for, probably about 30 years before she came to be the concert chorale director here at Bethune-Cookman University. And so I tell you, we had I had a wonderful time because Dr. Steele knew so many musicians and people with beautiful voices that I was constantly having parties and celebrations at her home, inviting her former students. I'm telling you, we had the best time. And then my last client was Dr. Cleo Higgins, who has also since been called home. And she spent her entire career at Bethune-Cookman University. And I tell you, she is well known and beloved. And so I'm telling you, I've just learned a lot about Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune's legacy and Bethune-Cookman University.
Yeah. So being a patient advocate can lead to so much entertainment and education, and just it seems like when you talk about them, you have a feeling of not pride, but honor and respect for each of them.
Yes, they all gave so much. As a matter of fact, my mother lived in the same senior building that I'm in because I was here with her, and she's been gone now for 2 years. And do you know, someone regularly asks me about my mother. Wow. Because they said, "Oh, your mother was so much fun. Oh, we miss your mother so much. Oh, she was always so well dressed and so happy." That's me. And so I pull out a little video and show them that my mother dances all the time, especially at her birthday party. So but it took a lot of patience. It takes patience and love. It really does, because they deserve to be loved. They have had a wonderful life, and God loves them, and so we must love them as well.
I especially wanted you to say that because when Kiana talks about her patients and getting them cared for and fighting for them in the emergency room, almost having to tell the medical professionals what to do about hydration and warming them, and even at the Bold Beautiful and Bald Beauty Bazaar, she talked about how medical professionals still are not trained to recognize a crisis. They just sometimes must think the person is drug seeking or whatever. So she has to come in and physically be their voice.
Absolutely.
And that sounds like what you have done. And
absolutely,
I am very, very grateful for it. There is there is probably more than one song that talks about the power of the church. And you can't just be a church and not have people in the community doing the work of an evangelist and doing the work of a caregiver or a patient advocate and taking care of the widows and the orphans. You have to. And Laretha, you embody all of that. Thank you.
Oh,
thank you. Because when the doors of the church are open, you're going to be there.
I'm stepping in.
You're going to go pick somebody up and take them with you.
Yes, I do. I love my church, Restoration Church of Daytona. As a matter of fact, we're having our unity service today because we're unified with Abundant Life Faith Ministries in Rochester, New York, and Restoration Time Deliverance Center in St. Augustine. And then my pastor's husband is also a pastor. Her church is in Cocoa, Florida. And that's Pastor Bawana Bostic. And so, we do a 5th Sunday service We call it Unity. And we've got 5 Sundays this month. So as soon as this broadcast is over, I'll be flipping over to Zoom.
Girl, that's good. That's good. I'm thrilled to hear that. And I know that when you head over to Kiana wants to know what time we're coming back. Kiana, you can come back whenever you are ready, dear.
Right.
Whenever you are ready. So now I want to switch gears a little bit. You told us about being a patient advocate, and a lot of that love comes through in your writings. Tell us how effective has it been for you to write? For you to write your story and share your story, because so many people tell us the journal and things like that, but I want you to tell people, because it may help inspire someone with the trait or with the disease to write about it. So what's your journey been like?
Well, actually, I did not realize I was a writer. I did not know I had writing ability. I know that I always had a lovely penmanship when I was younger. And I was always being told that. And I've just always enjoyed writing, letters and business letters and things like that. And I've always just taken the lead. And so one day, Angie B had been telling me since I'd met her that I was a writer. But Angie B tells everybody that because she believes everybody is a writer.
That's a story. Yeah.
I had a difficult time accepting that. And then one day my pastor called me and told me that the Holy Spirit told her that I was a writer. And I said, what? And so Angie B has these virtual writing workshops. So I decide I'm going to log on to Facebook to the virtual writing workshop. And it just so happened that she gives you these little tidbits and puts these suggestions in your mind about maybe you should write about this, or what do you have to say about this? And so next thing you know, you've written something, and then she asks you to read it, and then it's so good to you until you'll keep writing something else. And then after that, she is world renowned for her narrating ability. She narrates audiobooks. And I had never listened to an audiobook before, but now I think I have 5 audiobooks, and I enjoy listening to them myself. I live in a senior community, and so I often invite 1 or 2 neighbors up at a time, and I allow them to listen to my audiobook once they paid the $15 fee. I have Angie B, and so will you. And so then you want to recoup your money. And so I now have 4 audiobooks. My first one is called Sexual Immorality, My Confusion.
And I'm glad you kept that name, because I know there were a couple people that were saying, well, no, you in the church and you don't.
All the more reason. Yes, you need to talk about sex in the church, because that's the only way you're going to know that God ordained marriage. He did not ordain sex before marriage. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, and then I have the Single Saved Struggle, and I wrote The Value of Virginity. And then for Books and Besties, I wrote The Root of Rejection Starts with a Seed. Next came Fatherhood. I wrote a story about my own father. He was a singer, a bridge champion, and a whistler.
Wow.
And last but not least, Angie B just celebrated 10 years with Moms in Ministry.
Praise the
Moms
Lord.
in Ministry is Angie B's way of giving back to the community. And so she surrounds herself or presents it to young mothers in the community. And we talk about things that young mothers need to know. We give them bits of wisdom, and we listen to their problems, and we try to give them as much advice about it as we possibly can. And oftentimes listening to them really helps a great deal. And so we've got an audio book about moms in ministry.
How about that? Because the book of what's our what's our scripture? The older women are supposed to teach the younger women how
Yeah.
to keep they this and that, and and how we gonna teach them if we don't share and sharpen our
That's
own
exactly
book of
right.
Titus. Book of Titus. That's what it
Yep,
is.
it's from the book of Titus. You're right.
And we got to share
Mhm.
what we know and what we've learned. And so the Moms in Ministry was brought to life to
Mhm.
be able to have women from different in different stages of
Mhm.
motherhood be
Right.
able to share. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because I wanted to come back around to
Mhm.
Kiana and how she talked about spreading the information, letting people know
Mhm.
what's their blood type, if they got the trait, if
Right.
they
I tell you, it is critical and it's our responsibility to do so. We are a race of not just Africans, but African Americans. And every opportunity or every right that we've got in this country or gained in this country, we had to fight for it. We had to fight for it. And just like Kiana has to go into these medical facilities and hospitals to fight for the rights of sickle cell patients, we all have a responsibility to do the same. I mean, Angie B, your sister, has this great video she gave us, and she talks about how in Detroit, Michigan, which is where you all are from, there was a huge office building with the Sickle Cell Association on it, and she never knew what that was. And so that is the case for so many of us. We have to teach our children who Jesus Christ is, and we also have to teach them about the sickle cell trait. We do.
Yeah, we absolutely
Absolutely.
do. We absolutely do. Thank God. I appreciate you for sharing that. And since you mentioned my sister, I guess we will throw her in here right
Yeah.
after one more plug for Pastor Sammy's conference. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Many are called, but few are chosen. On January 28th, 2023 at 3 o'clock p.m., you are invited to join Christians Merging Together Ministries, as this foundation brings women of God in unity working together. Attend this Volusia County revival at Master's Domain Church of God in Christ, located at 511 Fremont Avenue in Daytona Beach. Your host for this occasion is Pastor Sammy L. Jackson, whose mission is connecting the body of Jesus Christ and expecting revival for Volusia County, Florida, the United States, and outermost parts of the earth. For more information, call 386-220-5395 or search for cmtn.daytona on Facebook. Let's prepare to witness our nation change as souls are saved. That's 386-220-5395. 386-220-5395.
Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi, my name is Sonia Bennett, and I reside in Detroit, Michigan. When I was growing up, I used to walk to my former church, Hartford Memorial Baptist Church, and there was a building right there on James Cousins Highway called the Sickle Cell Anemia Building. I had absolutely no idea what this building was about. I didn't know what sickle cell was. I didn't know why sometimes I would see people going into it who looked like they were in pain. I knew nothing about it. And as I got older, I learned that one of my favorite singing groups, TLC, had a member in that group that had sickle cell. Her name was T-Boz, and she would talk about, as years went on, that there were times she would be backstage and in so much pain that she couldn't go out and perform, but she would push through the pain because she knew that her fans were looking forward to seeing her. And she really was the face of TLC, and she still is. T-Boz, I have a lot of respect for you for fighting through that pain of sickle cell. At this time in my life, I still don't know a lot about the disease. However, I have had my daughter tested because her father passed away when she was about 2 years old, and I don't know if that was a trait that he carried. I know that I don't carry the trait, but I also know that the different strains of sickle cell can show up even without there being generational traits. My suggestion is for you to look into the area that you live in and see if there is a sickle cell anemia center near you or that can give you any information about it. Other than that, I pray for everyone who carries the disease, and I'm praying for your pain, praying your pain is managed, and that one day we'll have a cure.
We are coming back in just a few moments with Laretha Simon. We just wanted to share some of the thoughts and comments that we have received during the past 60 days. Yeah, we've been working on this event for about 60 days. These are some of the thoughts and the comments that we have received that we have been able to discuss to help bring awareness, and that Kiana has answered and responded to. And the reason we bring this to you is we don't want you to feel like your questions are stupid or you should know, or you're not going to know. Even Laretha said, we suffer for lack of knowledge. We don't know. We don't know. So we just want to, throughout the broadcast, be able to share this information with you to really just try to help you to understand. And I'm going to bring Laretha in for me. I'll allow her to help me with this, because Laretha, some of it is shocking. Like, I thought sickle cell disease was cured and gone. Well, why would how? If COVID ain't cured and gone, and weren't you the one that said cancer ain't cured and gone? And
no, but we don't hear about sickle cell disease. I have heard more about sickle cell disease in the last 4 or 5 months since I met Kiana Diane Griffin than I've heard since I was married to someone with sickle cell, and that was in the mid 80s. Angie V. We don't hear about sickle cell disease. There's not a sickle cell channel. There's not a sickle cell radio station. I mean, I listen to Kirk Franklin and all of them, but I can't tell my Google speaker that I want to listen to the sickle cell disease channel.
Yeah. So
it's not prevalent.
And that is probably why Kiana says that sickle cell is on the rise. It is on the rise because people think it's cured and gone, just like they were talking about COVID. I ain't got to wear my mask. Okay, well, the numbers keep going up.
Yes, they do.
If COVID's still going up, sickle still going up. But the question that someone asked about the trait, I have to admit, I know I'm blessed and highly favored because I was able to give birth to 2 healthy daughters. And back then, I don't know if they're still doing it, but they had the high APGAR score. You know, you always what's the APGAR score? If it was 2, you was crying. If it was like an 8 or 9 or whatever the highest was, both my daughters had it. And there was nothing, but I cannot imagine if someone told me my daughter had a trait, but they didn't tell me what to do about it. And what was it Kiana said today? That even if you have the trait, you got to stay hydrated and warm.
Yes. Yes. And it's unfortunate, but so many children are born with debilitating diseases, Angie B. But to my knowledge, they've not narrowed those diseases down to a certain continent. You know, Africa is a continent. It's made up of many countries. And so, unfortunately, the sickle cell disease does mostly affect people of African or African American descent, even though people from the Mediterranean and from Southeast Asia, you know, and other countries are also susceptible to sickle cell disease.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. It's me, the Queen Bee, Angie B. And yes, I'm got my nightcap on and I'm in my PJs. Well, maybe not my PJs, but we are still in the 24-hour fundraising mode for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And we not only are raising money for the foundation, but we're trying to raise awareness. There are still people that have questions about sickle cell, and we decided we'd bring a couple of them on to express their questions and allow Miss Kiana the opportunity to answer those questions later on. So right now I have Alicia in the background, and she's waiting to come on. We're going to let her talk a little bit about herself and then express what's on her mind about sickle cell awareness. Hi, dear.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Thank you for spending this time with us. I know you had other things to do, but thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Now, where are you located?
I'm located in Orange Park, Florida, Jacksonville, Orange Park.
One of my neighbors. That is so good. Now tell me about Sugar Mama's Pound Cake experience.
Okay, well, Sugar Mama's Pound Cake experience is truly an experience. And it starts with me. It does. But this is truly a God-given business because we have over 59 flavors of pound cakes. I'm pretty known in Orlando, Florida, Jacksonville, Brunswick. I've done some things in Atlanta. I've shipped as far as Maryland. I've done some things where people know me in Virginia, all over. Wow. But one of the most popular things that makes us an experience is the things that we do with pound cake, the creations that we come up with, and the most popular is pound cake with chicken salad. It sounds crazy, but now I can't go anywhere. And if somebody knows me the first thing they're going to ask is, Sugar Mama, do you have pound cake with chicken salad? I'm in the theater, ma'am, sir. No, I don't. But one of the things I want to mention here, a true blessing for me, but also has opened the door even wider for me to be a blessing to other people, such as the organization that you are representing and raising funds for is he allowed me to create a fundraiser. I'm so excited about it. And it's a
Really?
fun because in 20 years, this year made 20 years, I've been doing this pound cake. I got my first award here in Jacksonville for my business. We've never sold a traditional slice of pound cake. We have this thing called a pound cake bar, a pound cake on a stick, and that's the only way that we're going to sell a slice is. But we do more things with it. But I want to show you this cute little box.
Oh, nice.
And you can reuse it. And this is a part of it. You get four of those in a box for $20, and then we split a percentage with the organization that is doing the fundraiser with us. And so we get to choose the four flavors because we want you to try things that over 59 flavors, 74, 75. Listen, I can pull one out of my hat and say, okay, you know what? They need to try this one. And so you would get to try it, say you like it, tell your friends about it to support your organization. Rather, it's for sickle cell, for cancer, baby, and I always say daycares, and other facilities like that, preschool. I would really love for them to do a fundraiser with us. To hopefully they would offset some of the cost, be able to set off some of the costs for the parents.
Right,
Um, because
right,
things cost so much and you got to pay so much.
right,
You practically having a job for gas and daycare.
right. Def-
But if
Definitely.
we can help with our fundraiser to help offset some of the costs in any way that they can, that's the kind of businesses that we are really reaching out for to do fundraisers, because we are a business that want to give back as much as possible. And the more we can get is the more we can give. And even out of our lack, we still give because we still believe.
Because especially with the parents that have children with sickle cell, when these children go into crisis and are hospitalized for a couple of days, that daycare bill goes on. It's not like
It
they
does.
get a day off of daycare if they still want that spot held so that their child can return to daycare.
Hmm.
That money still needs to be paid. And so I'd like to put out a challenge to all of our viewers that if contact Sugar Mama's Pound Cake to have the experience and you decide to do the fundraiser, please keep us in mind. Please keep the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association in mind to receive some of those. At least give us 10%, at least a little bit of what you've raised, at least.
Absolutely.
We that could be a whole new concept to help out these parents, because you're right, daycare is high. Daycare
Hmm.
is high.
Absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. And I like what you said, that even if they do, they still partner with your organization. And because now I brought that to your attention, or now we're talking about it actually, about the daycares. What a great way when you know a parent who has a child in sickle cell that you're going to bless another way. Say, hey, you know what? Well, we're going to send this $200 to your daycare to
Yeah.
help with that. And even if it's 150, even if it's $50, is less than what the parent has to pay out of pocket because of their sick child, trying to help them keep that daycare going. So I think that would be so great. So call me. Do you need my phone number?
Yes, yes, yes. Give us the digits. I'll put it at the bottom of the screen. Okay,
Yes,
what's the
ma'am.
number?
It is 210
210
584
584
5223.
223. All
And the
right.
best thing to do is to text me, because sometimes I have my phone. If your number is not in my phone, it'll go to voicemail, and that voicemail get full sometimes. So The best thing to do is text me a message, and I will truly get back with you.
All right, no problem. Now tell me, what do you know about sickle cell? Do you have anyone in your family with the disease?
Okay, this is the thing. In my family or the friends I've known all my life, I've never known anybody personally to have sickle cell.
Good.
Um, but I've heard about sickle cell since I was a little girl. But like most people, you're not concerned until it touches you.
Yes. Yes.
That's not the way that we should be. If you hear about something, learn about it, because even if it does not affect you or those around you, you still should have some concern, because it may be something that you can do, some gift, something that you can do, avenue that they can go to, that they can channel to get more help. It may be something that that can help that organization. It doesn't have to affect you. And I think too many of us, um, keep our head in the sand. It
Mm-hmm.
don't affect me, it's none of my business. But when
Mm-hmm.
it comes to a sickness, our
Yeah.
children are having children. We
Yeah.
don't know what's in the bloodstream. We don't know what's in the DNA.
We don't know if one
You
has
know,
a sickle cell
absolutely.
trait, and then they meet up with another. I say every person of childbearing age should be tested so they know if they have a sickle cell trait, because as we've learned, you get two traits together, you end up with a child that's either got a trait or full blown sickle cell. And
Hmm.
that is tragic because we love who we love. We just need to know how to manage the trait and what to do if our children have the full blown disease, which can cause undescribable pain when they're in crisis. Undescribable.
Absolutely. So to be honest with you, I don't know what. So like I said, I kept my head into the sand until I saw your post, and it was like, oh, let me reach out. Let me find out more about this. What is going on, and let me see what I can do to help. And the fundraiser is something that I can do to help. So I went,
Perfect.
oh, let's see about this. So I have a few questions. What is sickle cell? And you may can't answer them all. What is sickle cell? How does it happen? How does it affect the brain? How does it affect the body? And what can family members or loved ones do, or even the community do, to help in that comfort of the direct person? I know what things that we can do for the family that's not sick, that is taking care of them. That's obvious. But what are some of the things that we can do to help the person with sickle cell?
Well, as a board member of Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, I think I can give you answers to your questions, and then we're going to have Miss Kiana come in and try to fill in any gaps that I may have. But sickle cell, what is it? It is a situation where our blood cells become misshapen. Normally, our blood cells are round and they kind of bounce through our veins and our arteries. They kind of go through and drop off the good stuff and scoop up the bad stuff that we eat and that's in our body. But this disease causes our blood cells to look like the letter C, misshapen, like a sickle. And
Mm-hmm.
so they can't just bounce through. They get caught on the edge of the vein and the arteries, and they clump onto each other. And when they clump onto each other, it creates a backlog. And you can just imagine the backlog of some round cells, some cells that are sickled. That turns into a crisis. That's where pain erupts from that area, excruciating pain and swelling, and I just can't say pain enough. I had a college roommate. We were in a dormitory with 6 rooms, and one of our roommates had sickle cell. And when she would go into crisis, the moans and the screams that would come out of this grown woman was just heartbreaking. I will never forget that. But what needs to happen is that these patients, when they go into the hospital, they need to be hydrated. The hydration helps to plump up the sickle cell as best it could. It's not a 100%. It's just a temporary fix to try to get the pain under control so that they're not on heavy narcotics and getting addicted to narcotics. In fact, we've been told that some patients that go into the hospital in a crisis are deemed drug seeking and sometimes pushed over to the side until somebody can read over what's going on. And so that's how the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association helps the patients and their family members. They will be an advocate for those patients, taking them to the hospital, showing up at the hospital to say, hey, you need warming blankets, they need to be hydrated, they need pain meds, trying to be encouraging to the family members that are there, especially like we talked about earlier, they're taking time off work. And I mean, babies are born in crises with their little hands all swollen and little feet. It is tragic. As you continue to watch the broadcast this weekend, we'll put pictures up on the screen of what the babies look like when they're born that way, in crisis, because stress can cause a crisis. A change in climate can cause a crisis. Just like we have seasonal allergies, they can go through crisis when the weather drops, or if it's too hot, they can go into crisis. And so Levi Long Sickle Cell Association has been purchasing testing kits so that those on college campuses can find out if they have the trait. And like I said earlier, if you have the trait and the person you're having a child with has the trait, then those two traits can either result in a trait in the child, which then further along, the disease is the disease goes further along, or that child could be born with full-blown sickle cell.
Okay.
And we have interviewed siblings. We have interviewed people who have lost a sibling to sickle cell. They had the trait, their sibling had the disease. We've also talked to parents who both children had the disease and they're functioning just as well as can be expected, as long as they can keep the crises under control. So recently there have been advances in the research to find a cure, and Ms. Kiana will tell us more about that. But I think the hardest part about sickle cell is the stigma. So many people think that only Black people can get sickle cell, and that is not true, because it may have. Well, it may have been discovered by a man in Africa. It may have been, discovered by someone who looked like us, but that doesn't mean that it can hit men, women, children, any ethnicity. It's like my mother used to say, as long as it doesn't affect me and mine, I'm not gonna worry too much about it. That sounds familiar. Wise women say that.
Yes.
So that's what we have to do. So this broadcast is helping to spread awareness. We don't want to send our kids to college without knowing whether or not they have the trait. We don't want them to connect with somebody that has the trait if they know they have the trait. And if they do connect with somebody, we want them to be educated enough to know what could happen if they choose to bring children into this world. And so I am grateful for Sugar Mama's Pound Cake Experience, for the option to have another fundraiser. And then I won't have to stay up all night long raising money, begging people to make donations.
Oh, right. Let them sign up for the box. Let them sign up for their box.
Yes. And like I said, we'll have Miss Kiana come in and direct more of a response to your questions. But I also wanted to say, for those parents and for those caregivers, they need a break every now and then. They need a break. So if you know someone whose child has sickle cell, or they're just going through it, sitting at the hospital, just maybe let's send one of Sugar Mama's pound cakes to them to enjoy, and let's try to put a smile on their face while they're going through this. This would be wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and I really pray that that God meets all of your needs according to His riches and glory.
Amen.
Because there's so many of us, like I said, if it doesn't affect us, even just knowing, but the fact that you know and that you are stepping out to help others, that is truly, truly, truly a heart of God to
That's what we're
help others. That's what we're supposed love God and love people. That's my
Yeah,
motto.
that's what we supposed
Everything else we get, the cars, the houses, those are just trinkets,
I know.
but the heart of people, the heart of a person is loving God and loving people. And I see that in you. So thank you so much.
Thank you for supporting the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Again, if you're listening, her number is 210-584-5223. That's 210-584-5223. You can send a text, let them know that you want to participate in the Sugar Mama's Pound Cake Experience fundraiser, and you want to make a donation to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association as a result. Thank you, Alicia. I
Yes,
appreciate
ma'am. You too, sweetie. You all have a great one.
you too, and God bless. You have been watching the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. We are in our 24-hour broadcast. We are raising awareness and we are raising funds. And if you would like to support us, just send a text to the number that you now see scrolling at the bottom of the screen. We're doing some fundraising along Sugar Mama's pound cakes, and we would love to have your donations. So we do have another special challenge that is coming up in just a minute. We're doing the Yep, I'm an Author challenge. That is our youth writing workshop where we teach children how to write a book, become an entrepreneur, become an author. And it is a program that is open for children to participate virtually. It was inspired by our very first children's book that we published during the pandemic, where 5 and 6 year olds got a chance. No, they were 7 and 8 year olds. 7 and 8 year olds got a chance to write how the pandemic had them feeling. And that book is now available through Ladero Press. But we're going to play a quick video from Sandra B. She's one of the graduates of the YEP program. And we encourage you to enroll your children. For every child that is enrolled in YEP as a result of this broadcast, we will be making a donation to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. So take a look at this and we will be right back. Please allow us to introduce you to one of the graduates of our YEP program.
Hi, I'm Sandra B. I live in Michigan. And yep, I'm an author.
YEP, Youth Entrepreneur Author Program. Our goal is to initiate literacy in students and lead them to entrepreneurship through authorship. Our mission is to identify and invite organizations to participate in this program. Students participate in virtual writing workshops where they are encouraged to write their stories and provide reviews of stories read. We ask you to support our youth. For a donation of only $50, your company or organization will be mentioned as a youth supporter in the next audiobook. Send an email to yepI'mAnAuthor@gmail.com to provide a scholarship for a young person to participate.
Yep, I'm an author.
Proceeds are accepted and disbursed by Angie B Productions. And now, these students are authors and entrepreneurs. Follow us online. Just search for Yep, I'm an Author on Facebook. Use the hashtag Yep, I'm an Author.
or call 407-914-6519. That's 407-914-6519 for more information. This program is sponsored in part by Angie B. Productions.
Yep, I'm an author.
Visit her online at krbutler.goherballife.com. And now it's time for today's healthy tip.
Hey everybody, it is Coach Kim here. I just want to share something with you about the curious person who is looking to lose weight and maybe trying to figure out how to do it and how to get started. Well, we have a 3-day trial pack, and in this package, you'll find 6 packets of our cookies and cream shake. That is the most popular flavor tasting, and it is so yummy. And you'll get 6 of our teas inside. You'll get 3 of the lemon and 3 of the raspberry. And what this will do is it will give you an introduction to the Herbalife way of doing things, meaning that we have 1 to 2 shakes a day. We'll have 2 colorful snacks and 1 healthy meal. And we get to coach you along the way. So when you purchase this, which is $35, you will get me as your coach. I get to walk the whole journey with you for the next 3 days, however long it takes. And I'm looking forward to it because I'm going to be a guest next month, and we get to have a challenge. Talk to me at krbutler.goherballife.com, or call me or text me at 240-281-7865. And I look forward to introducing you to the Herbalife way with this 3-day challenge.
Well. Thank you, Coach Kim. We appreciate today's health tip. Better You Nutrition. We appreciate you, and we're looking forward to the challenge.
I am the way, the truth, the life. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. The way, truth, and life. Jesus Christ, God came in the flesh once he comes again. How long will his people keep rejecting him? How much more does he have to endure while you're testing him? Why don't you rest in him? Why you keep wrestling with my angel set? You better just repent, there ain't that much time left. And I don't wanna see you go down that road, you know it leads to death. There's so many they wait, why don't you change directions? Let the word of God be your GPS, and he will show you the way. Call on his name and be saved. I ain't saying that it's gonna be easy. Matter of fact, it might be just as hard, but at least you'll have God on your side when it comes time. For what? You don't know this is war, and before you know, it's gonna all be over. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. He is the way, and he's Jesus Christ. Yeah. This is serious now that you feeling me. Yeah, I'ma speak the truth. It's about to hit you like 100 proof, and the Spirit's proof. Ain't got enough for you. How about his love for you? Y'all acting too cool. He shed his blood for you. See you too comfortable. This shouldn't be old news. Yeah, he made me brand new, and so I can't keep doing what I was doing like it's all good. I see it just won't do, because he lives in me, just like he lives in you. Jesus, I gotta live for you, so I ain't doing what I want to. Yo, I'm doing what
Oh man, it's been 27 years and I can't believe it. I'm still in love with this thing called teaching and learning. I mean, I never knew what type of impact that I would have on children's lives, but for that, I just want to say, thank God, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. Step into the room at last. Every student that I teach gon' pass. Yeah, we had a 1 to 23 ratio, but it doesn't matter. I'm committed. You could do the tricky math. How we gonna do that? Enthusiasm. You what a teacher gotta have. Enthusiasm. I ain't even trying to hear anything about who at risk or a bottom quartile list. Coming out the gate swinging, fighting for my students and I'm believing. Ain't no meaning, money, no rock, paper, scissors or a glow. The real ones engage at the door. Hit it with an anticipatory hook. Always intentional, so you know they had to look. I'm committed 180 days, and all my teacher friends, man, they feel the same way. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. You can do lesson plans all weekend. Teach a lesson, hope the lesson is speaking. Kill the youth, making sure that it's children proof. I got the formula. What is it? You wanna get it? Pursue. How you gonna do that? Enthusiasm. You what a teacher gotta have. Enthusiasm. I ain't even trying to hear anything about who at risk or a bottom quartile list. Gotta engage at the beginning. They gon' emulate your energy, so watch what you're sending. It could be the end before you get started. Miss whatever you do, don't put the standards before the heart. A gradual release will fall apart. Understand it by design. Backwards planted, that's a vibe, y'all. That's a vibe, y'all. If you know it, then you know it, that's a vibe, y'all. That's why I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, where you at? California, New Jersey, Ohio, I'm a teacher. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Florida, I'm a teacher. Virginia, Illinois, and Georgia, I'm a teacher. Louisiana and Maryland, Texas, New York, I'm a teacher. That's why I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher. I am a teacher. All I ever wanted to become a teacher. Guess what made a difference in my life? A teacher. If you're proud to be one, let me hear you say, I'm a teacher.
And I'm the student.
Yes.
Have a place where, and it's already set up. I've given, I had a grand opening. The city says they want me to do another grand opening.
Good.
I gave the keys back to the owner.
Oh,
it's okay. Even though I gave the keys back to the owner, nobody wants the space but me. But we know in business, money is business and business is money.
yes.
I didn't have $1,500 anymore. I exhausted my income tax last year.
Yes.
All that I could. So my plea to everyone that can see this video is, if you have funds, if you know how to, I do have a grant writer now.
Yes.
Have a researcher now.
Okay.
My said, you want the keys? Whenever you want them, just come get them. It's my space, right? That's the favor of God, because
that is the favor of God. Did you just say the owner said if you want the keys to come get them?
Come get them.
Girl,
He said he has the sickle cell trait.
Really?
So when I gave him my vision and my plan, he brought people from out of town to come and walk through my building, because he was so excited that I was excited about helping people with sickle cell. Again, it's business. I can't keep a sickle cell door open without your help.
No, you absolutely cannot. And you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to, Kiana. I mean, look how much you're doing. You're making a sacrifice. This is a huge sacrifice for you. And we appreciate it very much. But we need help. We need your help. We need everyone's help.
I strongly believe in the first hour, we're going to get the $800. We already have.
Absolutely.
So all of the money that's coming is going to go toward the face of the building.
Yes, absolutely. And I might as well go ahead and add the fact that Kiana and the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association needs a vehicle. So God, we are asking and believing and standing on the word that she will get a vehicle, because right now she's using her own private vehicle that she needs to transfer for her own family. And so we need so many things. And we are going to get everything that we need. Everything. God is going to supply everything that we need.
Yes, He is.
Kiana Griffin. Yes, they are. If you have any questions, audience, please text them to 407-914-6519. Now, let's move on to a cure. Some people think there is a possible cure for sickle cell. Even if there is a cure, Kiana, I'm sure it's probably on the very expensive end.
So the details of the cure, and there's an absolute cure. And someone here in Daytona, I plan to have a video with them expressing and explaining the process of them going through that process of getting cured.
Okay.
So the cure is that the stem cell treatment.
Okay.
So this is what it entails. In our culture, a lot of families don't have the same mom and same dad, right?
Right.
It's cure. It entails a sibling that has the same mom and dad to go underneath the stem cell treatment with the sibling that has sickle cell disease. So I've met people that have gone through that, but again, it's rare in our culture.
It is. It really is. And I'm sure it still is expensive. I've also heard it called a bone marrow transplant. Kiana, is that the same thing?
It is the same thing. Yes, it's a different name. Same thing.
Wow. And you're right. It is rare. As a matter of fact, I have some information here that states that the sickle cell trait is more common among people whose ancestors come from Africa, the Mediterranean region, the Middle East, South Asia. However, anyone can have the sickle cell trait.
Correct.
Do not think that just because you don't have melanin in your skin that you could not possibly get the sickle cell trait, because that's just simply not true. Okay, so someone has sent a question and they said, they told me my daughter had the trait. Oh my goodness, but they didn't tell me what to do about it.
Okay.
How can you answer that, Kiana?
So with a person that has the trait, they would need to make sure that they stay hydrated. They will need to make sure that they dress the weather. And we have in Florida, we know when it's going to be cold. We know when it's hot.
Right.
And the sickle cell crisis is the one that has to go in and out of the hospital. But the trait is a less pain at all. But they just have to have the knowledge of not meeting someone else that has the trait to not get the disease, and educating that daughter that has the trait, so she too will not date and marry and have children from someone else that has the trait.
Wow. And let me tell you, that is easier said than done, because I definitely have some sickle cell traits in my family. As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure if I have the trait, Kiana. My husband wasn't. He wasn't interested in becoming a father because he had the full-fledged disease. Both his parents had the trait, and that's how 3 of the children ended up with it. But I tell you, it is extremely difficult to get people of African American descent to go to a doctor, let alone to go to a doctor to have a sickle cell test. I mean, I have a doctor's appointment on Monday, and I intend to ask my doctor, how can I get tested for the sickle cell trait, just to see how he's going to respond to the question.
Write it down, because I want to compare notes of what I've received as an answer.
Okay. Okay.
So what I've been told, and you said I want to tell you the same thing. What I was told was you have a primary care doctor, so you've already gotten that part done.
Right.
You have to get an extra referral to go to a LabCorp or Quest Diagnostic, a lab. And then when you go there, you have to pay for it to get the test done.
Oh,
so
really?
So that's why I have to do trait testing for a lot of our young people that don't have a primary care doctor. A lot of athletes, they can't get on the football field without a trait test given to the school as record, because the young man got on the football field with this trait. And
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay, so someone else is asking, Kiana, what is the difference between sickle cell SS, SC, sickle beta plus, etc.?
We are going to come back real soon so we can get that answer from Kiana. I want to thank Laretha again for helping us to spread alopecia awareness by conducting that extensive interview with Kiana, the founder of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And so Kiana is going to be with us in just a few moments, because we have a very special guest that's coming up. And I don't want to mention their name yet, because it's a surprise guest for Kiana. Now, anybody and everybody that knows Kiana knows that she came from one place and moved to Daytona and entered to learn and departed to serve. And in January, when we did her 24-hour fundraiser, our goal was to raise $700 some odd so that she could get testing kits, so that she could test people for the sickle cell trait. And the first people that she wanted to test were the students at Bethune-Cookman University, her alma mater. And so she remains very passionate about the students there, because, you know, some of them could be interested in starting a family. And if you know whether or not you have the trait, you can plan a little bit better about who you start a family with. And so Kiana has been an advocate. She's just been running around all day. She had a health conference to go and speak at, and we've had interviews, and we will be live with you until 10 p.m. tonight, raising awareness and raising funds for Levi Long. Now, let me tell you about Kiana's night last night. Now, I'm going to make this real quick. She had a night to remember program. Of course, she had it at Bethune-Cookman because she loves her alma mater. And this was the program last night. These were just a few of the guests that were in attendance. We had to wear black and red because, you know, those are the colors. She had very special guest presenters, and some of her very special friends attended. The musical performance was by Retro Flow, and I understand that they even performed during dinner. They did a pre-dinner show and a during dinner show, and it's just so good to be able to share what transpired last night. Last night was her annual fundraiser. I love this picture with the hand on the shoulder. It's like, it reminds me of the book of Titus, where it says the older women are supposed to teach and guide the younger women. That's what this picture reminds me of. Not that anybody's older or younger, but when I first saw it, that's what it made me feel like. Passing the torch along, sharing the information with others. And so Kiana has had a very exciting weekend, and the guests were just all just very, very excited to be there. So now this is, going to really be a blessing today, because the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association needs a vehicle. Right now, if there is a patient in Volusia County that is in crisis from sickle cell, they can call Kiana and she will go pick them up in her personal car and take them to the hospital. Levi Long Sickle Cell Association is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and it needs its own vehicle. So your donations this weekend, because we will be here with you until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, your donations will truly, truly help. Kiana, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you. Praise God for internet connections.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you, dear. Kiana, I've been bragging about how much you do over at Bethune-Cookman.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the live. We're just having a little bit of technical difficulties. I hope you guys can hear us. So today has been an awesome day. Today was a health day in Ormond Beach. And so I got a chance to speak up a little bit about sickle cell, as well as Nurse Donna Edwards. She got to do a presentation. Her grandson, Donovan, is suffering with sickle cell, but he's doing well. She's an advocate for him. And I encourage everyone, it doesn't matter if you are close-knit with the person, you can be an advocate. I was sharing how I've called New York from Daytona Beach, and I've advocated for those. I've called Connecticut, and I've advocated. So you don't have to be in the same city or state that a person is in to be an advocate. You can advocate from anywhere. It's so important that we let our sickle cells, those that are living with sickle cell, know that they have an advocate. They have someone fighting on their behalf when they can't fight for themselves.
That is perfect.
Now, lipstick on. Kiana, but last night was an awesome experience. Oh my goodness. I remember my first banquet was in 2021. Couldn't have it last year because we had two hurricanes. We had Ian and Nicole. So that my
oh no, I hope we didn't lose her. I know she said her internet was acting up. Lord have mercy. It's just been one of them days, I tell you. But we not going to give anybody but God the glory. And I'm going to bring in this hour's very special guest, Dr. Bethune. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Greetings. Welcome. It's always a joy to spend time with you.
Oh my God. I'm so thrilled. I know Kiana is going to kick herself, but that's all right. She said it knocked her out, but she's coming back in. So
very good. Tell her, don't let technology defeat her.
I know. We not. That is so good. Oh man, it is wonderful to see you. Okay, Kiana, your special guest is here. Let's see if the internet hangs in there. And how's the weather where you are, Doc?
It is absolutely beautiful today. You know, the seasons are changing, but the sky is clear and it's beautiful.
That is good.
Beautiful. Yes.
That is good. Okay, tell me about the Family Legacy Incorporated.
Well, I tell you, you know, we Bethunes are always on the move trying to uphold our part of the responsibility of maintaining the legacy of Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune. As you know, that's my grandmother, and we are now one family. You know, for years and years, folks tried to have one side battling the other. We decided that we're not going to let somebody else decide how we manage our legacy. And so we are one unit. This is the family legacy because what we do affects our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. And, you know, if we're not careful, folk like DeSantis will draw a line through our name and we won't have a legacy. Okay. Yeah. So, you know, because he's trying to erase history or at least write it the way he wants it to be written. Yeah. And so part of what we do is make sure that our history is told correctly, that it is connected to where we are today, because our strength is built on the legacy of our descendants,
right,
and our ancestors. Right. We have to constantly connect, help our young people connect, so that they understand greatness is on our DNA.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Thrilled. I'm thrilled about that.
When you contact me and says sickle cell, you know, I have a long history of being connected with Daytona and Volusia County sickle cell. When I was in college, I was the office administrator for Miss Williams at the sickle cell office when it was in Pine Haven Project. Mm-hmm. And it was so funny because when I graduated, my oldest daughter, Elizabeth, took my place and she worked for Miss Williams with sickle cell and making sure that the sickle cell clients got their information, that their appointments were scheduled. And, you know, the resources have always been scarce for dealing with sickle cell.
Why do you think, why somebody asked me that why is there not a cure yet? And if the stem cell is a cure, why is it so expensive? Why is that? Why has there not been historically support?
For Black and brown people, there is always a shortage of resources. Mm-hmm. And because it is Black and brown people that are primarily affected by sickle cell, it is our battle to fight. Wow. And we have to not just fight on local level, but we have to engage at the level where policy is made, because policy determines the flow of cash. Okay. Yeah. It is necessary for us to understand the dynamics of the politics.
Yeah.
You know, right now they have lowered the price of insulin and things related to diabetes because it's no longer just affecting Black and brown folks.
Right.
It's affecting white folks too.
That's what my mama used to say. Ain't gonna be no change until it hits home for the white folks.
It was the same thing with AIDS. When they were pushing AIDS primarily as a gay disease and it was not landing in their living room in their household, there was no help. No help. Mm-mm. But when Rock Hudson died from AIDS, and his best friend Ronald Reagan was president.
Oh, because they were actors together.
Things changed.
I get it now.
And that's the nature of where we've always been. I mean, that is not new. And so, you know, it's like we have to fight. We have to keep it in the forefront. You know, and as I was saying, I was in college and we were fighting this battle. When my daughter came to college, we were still fighting this battle. Mm-mm. My grandson, 31, we're still fighting this battle. Mm-mm. When his children come on the online, we'll still be fighting this battle.
Well, I tell
And
you.
the reason is we have to change policy. We have to vote. We have to add, we just have to get out there and fight the battle like we always do. We can't ever sleep on it. We can't ever think that, it's okay because folk that don't like us will get in and change policy. Affirmative action is dead. Okay. We thought it was alive and well.
Yeah.
So here we go, all over again.
So we just got a text message, a question that came in and said, how do we fight? And I know you just said voting, but how else can we fight?
Well, we have to also contribute. We have to write a check to the organizations that are advocating for us. We pay our dues when we, our organizations, our sororities, our fraternities, thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
But we won't write a $50 check to Sickle Cell. Okay. We won't pay $10 dues to the NAACP. But when something goes wrong, we want them to step up and handle our business.
Right.
We have to be the ones writing the check, because my dad used to tell us whoever writes the check determines the direction of the focus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if corporate America is paying the bill, they're going to decide what you can talk about.
Right.
We have to pay our own bill.
Right. Just like your grandmother did. She
Absolutely. Sweet
paid
potato
her.
pies. Okay. She put a college on a garbage dump. And look at it today.
Kiana has graduated from it. She goes back and have her fundraising banquets there. She let me find these pictures. I brag on her so, because I don't know where she gets her stamina from, but
listen,
she's got pictures on the campus.
Now you know where she gets her stamina from.
Yes,
because you run that race yourself. Okay.
Yes. Look she had testing kits and
I love it.
Hands, right there at the campus. She's the first one to be out there, and it's
and that's what I have to do.
What I've learned from her is that the babies, when they're born and in crisis and their hands look like this, and we all hear that the shape of the blood cell is a sickle, but that really doesn't, but she taught us that it's not only sickled, but it's sticky. So it doesn't flow through.
And it's very painful. It causes swelling. It causes the inability of your cells to pass oxygen. So it can be difficult to breathe. Your body organs suffer because they're not getting oxygen and nutrition. All of those things.
It's just each one is teaching one, and she's been teaching us so much. She talks about how this is her favorite little coloring book, even though she doesn't color in it. She loves it because it breaks it down, individuals and couples and families and loved ones. But
yes,
I do have a question for you. Since you were an advocate a couple of years ago, did they push trait testing back then? Because if you knew you had the trait, you might avoid making a family with somebody else.
They did to a point. Most of the advocacy came from within our community and the sharing of information. But we also, like most things, we don't like going to the doctor. And unless it turns into a crisis, we don't go to the doctor.
Yeah.
And in many cases, treatment is almost unaffordable. It's very expensive for treatment for sickle cell diagnosis. People struggle, they suffer, and it's almost so overwhelming. I've known people who thought and considered putting their children up for adoption so they could get treatment within the state system. Imagine that your option is to give your child up so that they can get what they need.
That is a shame. Lord have mercy.
That is the system within which we live. And so we have made some strides, but they're not the strides we should make. It's like, why haven't we cured the common cold? And it's because somebody makes a whole bunch of money selling cough medicine. Okay.
Kiana, I see you and I'm bringing you in. I'm thrilled that you're here with Dr. Bethune. I'm thrilled. Can you hear me, Kiana? Kiana, honey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now we can.
Oh.
That signal is still shaky.
Yeah. I don't know if the two of you have ever. Yes, we can hear you. I don't know if you've had.
Good. Hello, Dr. Bethune. It's so good.
Hey, how you doing? Hail Wildcats.
Oh my goodness. It is so good to see you today. Happy today. Happy Saturday to you. It is so good to see you today.
It's good to see you as well.
Greatly. Thank you. Thank you for remembering me.
You are
love
doing
you so
great
much.
work.
It's so good to see you.
Great
Thank you.
work.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to know you. So grateful to have attended the university under your family's foundation. And so that's a great part of my life, my whole life. Me attending Bethune-Cookman has really been a great part of my life. Growing up, from a teenager to a young adult with people from all over the world, people who as children, just matriculated there, and I'm still friends to this day. My homecoming up.
Yes, we'll be coming into town for homecoming as well.
And so I'm just grateful for all of these things.
Well, hopefully I can get to see you while I'm in Daytona. I'm going to look for you, okay? Well, Kiana,
it's her internet again. Yes, I'm sorry about that. We're gonna get it together. Now listen, I want you to talk briefly to us, Dr. Bethune, about the t-shirts and the new book. Tell us, because I'm getting my text messages and my email.
I'm really excited. We started a t-shirt campaign because our intention is to have a movie on the life of Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune, because many people they're making movies about would not have had the space they had she not created it. And so we want folk to know all of the story, not just part of it.
Good.
So what our hope is not a documentary, but a big screen movie, and then a series, like similar to Netflix series, because Mary McLeod Bethune's life was deep and wide. Her hand is in every organization that you can call the name of, whether it be the military, the American Red Cross. She's there and present. She made sure that Black nurses got recognized and could participate. She was part of making sure those Black women were allowed to go to Europe and get mail distributed. The Tuskegee Airmen would not have been able to leave the ground were it not for her making sure funding was in place. So when they're telling these stories, they should be calling the name of a Black woman who navigated like none of us are doing today.
Wow.
She used her access to make sure her community was okay, and her folks, her people, had access, visibility, and were allowed to grow and thrive. That's what she did.
And I know she has a whole new fan club now that we have the statue. Yes. And when the statue came out, I was tickled because I got to see it here in Daytona. I got to see wave at you when it was unveiled down at the riverfront. But when we traveled to Washington, I was even in a wheelchair. I was so determined to get to it. And when you get to, Statuary Hall, they got to take you on a tour. You got to see a movie. And I'm like, okay, when is all this? I just want to get to the statue.
When can we see the statue? The one we came from.
Oh my goodness. And when the tour guide took us in there, I waved and blew him a kiss. I said, I'm out, and I made a beehive over to it. Of course, it was all white. I mean, everything else is bronze and whatever.
And there she is.
She's gleaming. She's gleaming. And then me, the girl born and raised in Detroit, when I looked to my left, there was Rosa Parks. And I lost it.
Yes, ma'am. They are holding court together.
I lost it. The two of them right next to each other. And I said, look at God. Look at God. They're still working together, not, opposite sides of the room. Whoever did that placement.
What they were doing.
Thank you.
Excellent plan.
Thank you. And so to come back now and tell my 11-year-old niece, okay, you're coming to Daytona to go to college, and the Michelle, it's opening up a whole new fan club, if you like. If you like. And so when we saw the email come out about the t-shirts, we put it in our brand new August.
You always support.
Always try, and I'm excited. Now tell me I know about your book as from the perspective of being the grandchild, but what is the new book about?
Well, the new book is how to take the lessons of Mary McLeod Bethune and transform your own life. She was a major player. And I say this all the time. My grandmother came from parents who were enslaved in this country. And prior to her being born, 14 of her brothers and sisters were born into slavery in this country. She was the first born free in her family. And so for her to be able to come out of the cotton fields of Maysville, South Carolina, and have a statue in Statuary Hall in recognition of her international, global accomplishments.
Global reach.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
She has many lessons that can be learned from her methodologies and how she did things. Her institutions still stand. Bethune, National Council of Negro Women.
Yes.
UNCF. Okay, she was the longest running president of ASALA, the Association for the Study of the Life of African American History.
Now go back to UNCF. I know we talk about Lou Rawls doing the telethon. And
Mary McLeod Bethune started UNCF.
I was just about to say, I need you to say that because I told somebody that. She was like, "Are you sure?" I'm like, "I'm gonna find a way for you to."
Here we go. You see, when you talk about Mary McLeod, you can't talk about her in 5 minutes. There's too much.
You can't talk about her in a documentary because there are people that want to be entertained. They don't want to learn nothing in a documentary. So I get it.
That's why we're striving for a movie that can draw people in and engage them in a dramatic kind of way, so they can understand the fear that she was supposed to feel with the Klan standing there with torches. And she trusted God and turned the lights on and got her students and started singing, and the Klan went away.
My God.
See, that's when you understand who God is. And they can't ever leave out the strength of her faith when you talk about her. That was her driver. Right. And so we have to connect. When she talks about the drums of Africa still beat in my heart, because she understood where her parents, her grandmother came from. They taught her that she came from royalty.
And I learned from the statue presentation about the black rose and the significance. Oh my goodness.
Her travels in Switzerland. Today we're afraid to get on a plane and fly across the state. Oh, I can't fly. What's wrong with you? Get on a plane. Understand the world is bigger than what you're looking at right here.
Right.
Yes.
Right. I tell people don't be born, raised, and die in the same place.
And never experienced anything else.
Go to the next state over. Go to the next country.
Listen,
even if
I
it's
had
a
a
year.
great awakening talking to students one time, and this child in Daytona Beach said to me they had never seen the ocean. I said, how is that possible? When all you have to do is go across the bridge.
Because
that child said to me, my mama said that ain't for me.
And I remember you telling the stories about how we could not go to the beach.
Yes, ma'am.
And your grandmother made a way for that.
Yes, she did. She said, oh, we don't have to go over the bridge. We can go to New Smyrna and relax on property that we own.
Yes.
So she organized a group of investors and they purchased 3.5 miles of beach and riverfront property in New Smyrna. It still has Bethune Beach on it.
Amen. And you ran into a child that still was in
and
prison.
not seen the ocean. It broke my heart because I said, how limited is that vision? This baby has not seen the ocean and he lives 5 miles from it.
Jesus. You're right.
For us,
you're right.
We cannot limit our children by saying what's not possible, because so much is possible. My grandmother is proof of that.
Whew. I tell you, Kiana is proof of that.
Absolutely.
I mean,
see, that's carrying the legacy forward.
She sure is.
When you step on that hallowed ground, when you go to Bethune-Cookman, you leave there with something you better than a degree. Okay. You leave there empowered.
A purpose. A purpose. Oh, that is so wonderful.
It's what she's doing. She benefits so many people.
Yeah. Yeah. I see it.
And she's just so excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's in it.
She gets me choked up too.
Absolutely.
And then when she opens her mouth and sings a praise to God, you just feel it, all the anointing all over her. She came to one of my alopecia awareness events, the Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar. She came to the weekend retreat.
Oh, wow.
And, the day before the Beauty Bazaar, which is the fashion show and the vendors and all that, we have an informal gathering poolside just to fellowship and commiserate and share different techniques. Well, how you do your eyebrows, how you do your, just little things. And she came because she'll come to any group to spread sickle cell awareness. And she came and opened with a song that just broke all of us. Just if we had a yoke, it was busted.
It was gone.
And she did a 30-second spiel that had all of us understanding and wanting to learn more about sickle cell, and then left because she had to go get a patient to the hospital.
That's her.
I finally got a chance to talk to her. I said, well, do you have a color? Do you have a month? She said, well, September is sickle cell awareness month. And I said, well, it's also alopecia awareness month. So we have always, since then, we've said we're going to do something in September. So I can wear my blue for alopecia awareness because alopecia is real, and I can wear my red and my ruby. And because the what she's taught me now is that stress can bring on a crisis, and the change in weather can bring on a crisis. And September is a absolutely perfect time to have that storm coming in. It's automatically some trouble. Kiana, I think I see you. I'm gonna try to bring you in, see how your connection is doing. Kiana, can you hear us, dear?
We see you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. And it kept kicking me out. Like now, it's giving me a little bit of problems. Now I'm able to be in, and you guys are not able to be in all the way.
And I think it just kicked Angie B out. Oh, she's
No,
back.
I'm here. I was trying to see if I can give y'all time to talk a little bit.
Well, we did chat a bit previously.
Yes, we did.
And it's great to see her again. I'm going to try to see her when, we're coming to Daytona for homecoming, of course. So I'm going to look for you to see if you're in the house.
That'll be good, Dr. Evelyn. So I'm gonna be sure to have the information about the book in the next newsletter. Okay. And I'll show it to you, and I'm gonna put you backstage for a minute so I can play this video just in case you didn't see it, because I want you, let me see where it is. I want you to see, this is the video version of the August magazine issue, Dr. Bethune, and you'll see your t-shirt effort in here.
DJ Shaheem on the track.
That is it for the video version of thank you, Dr. Bethune. That's just the video version. If you want the full digital magazine, just email us and we will email a copy to you. We are trying to highlight baldies, alopecians, and people that are bald by choice. We're trying to build acceptance by showing them actively doing what they do, and they're not the only bald people in the room doing it. So Dr. Bethune, I'm honored to feature you and your endeavors in this magazine. Please email me your information so we can do more of a feature on you and what your family's doing. After I finish getting over this upper respiratory stuff, I want to audition to be the voice for your new documentary because I want to tell the story of Dr. Bethune. And I promise I'm not going to get too emotional, but I learned so much about her from Jarvis. We were sitting in the radio station together and he just kept talking about Dr. Bethune and how he wanted to put a gospel radio station in Daytona Beach, Florida. And I tell you, he spoke it into existence. And even though I'm no longer in Daytona, I'm in Jacksonville now. I'm still not that far away, but man, her legacy ran deep in that boy's heart. Ran deep when he was on the keyboard at the church house. You know, it just ran deep. And I pray that I can help continue to spread that word. So let me know if you need a narrator or somebody, and I'll be here for you. Thank you, Dr. Bethune. I appreciate you. I love you. Have a good one, everybody. Have a good one. Okay, we're going to get back to this episode of this show that was previously going on where Laretha was asking Kiana, what are the differences in the different types of sickle cell, the beta and the CC and the this and the that. So we, as promised, we're going to get right back to that.
Okay. So those are different scientific terms in the sickle cell world.
Okay.
And those are what shows the levels that your blood form is in with sickle cell. Sickle beta plus. Then we have thalassemia. So those are the different terms for sickle cell in our bodies. Well, those that have sickle cell, for the doctor to determine the type of medicine they get. So it's determined by a lot. So those are different types of sickle cell. The difference is that it shows the different types in the bloodstream. Those have it, they know exactly which one they have. So they've been going to the doctor all of their lives. They know what medicine to take. They know everything.
So Kiana, does how does insurance cover? I mean, some of the patients that you have that have sickle cell disease, is it covered by their insurance companies when they go into crisis?
Definitely. Everyone that has sickle cell automatically you qualify for Medicaid for the rest of your life. You can qualify for disability for the rest of your life. So they're taken care of. They don't have to worry about it. Sometimes they may have a small copay depending on which form of insurance they have. So under Medicaid, you know, we have different HMOs. We have Health in the state of Florida. We have a lot of, there are newer ones. So they may have a copay when they get their prescription for their medications, which won't be $8. And if please reach out to me because there's a way that you can get it for less than that.
Right.
So I know some of my clients that I take personally to the pharmacy. I take them, pick them up from the hospital, take them to the pharmacy, get their medicine filled.
Right.
I know the copay.
Okay.
So they qualify for Medicaid.
And so because it is a disease, they can actually apply for
disability.
A disability, yes.
Absolutely. And on Advocacy Day some years ago, I traveled to Tallahassee with Mrs. Lillian Williams, and I met with legislators from all over Florida.
Okay.
Sickle cell is not going anywhere. Where would it go? It's an inherited blood disease.
Exactly.
So you qualify. Just apply. And if you have any problems, please reach out to me.
Yes.
Because I have a free lawyer who will take the case, and you will make sure that you get your disability.
Okay, now, Kiana, I want to get back to the brick and mortar. I'm really interested in this brick and mortar. You say it's on Orange Avenue in Daytona Beach, Florida. And so you're going to what? What are you going to do to get us in the building? Or when are we gonna what are we gonna do here?
If you guys want to come, because the owner is just waiting on me. He's just saying, let me know what your plan is. He's from Africa. What is your plan? Let me know.
Okay.
So I need to let him know that the community has my back.
Yes,
door open. We're gonna make sure
yes.
We're gonna make sure and it's a blessing today. I got a message in Facebook Messenger. Physiologist wants to partner with me and have space in the building and rent space. So I'm like, yes, ma'am. My church, Lifeway Church, want to partner with me because we have our own at our church. We have a nonprofit organization. We feed the hungry, pay co-pays for people in the hospital. They can't afford it. Buy things for those in the hospital. So they're going to partner with me. My goal, this is my vision.
Awesome.
On that side of town, which is in the Midtown area, I've already spoken to the UMC. I don't remember what it was. Well, anyways, on North Street, the food to the homeless. Partner with them so we can have our own food drops right there in that park. We need it. Food is going up so much.
It is, and guess what? The people will come to get the food. The people will come to get the food.
I already have it planned out. And guess what?
We just need to encourage them to give the blood.
Yes.
They don't understand how critical that is for us.
Another thing there is, so I share the down south in Hollywood, Florida. There's a FDSCR, Foundational Disease or Research, Sickle Cell Research, right? So they put me over our very first sickle cell clinic, which will be in New Smyrna Beach, in our health department there.
Oh.
So we will have our own sickle cell clinic.
Awesome.
If I have to transport Daytona to New Smyrna or whatever I have to do to get them there to see their own doctors, sickle cell doctors, I went to Hollywood, Florida.
Okay.
They had a tour. It's going to be a part of the videos at the telethon.
Yay!
We're going to have hydration chairs in the building. I'm excited. I'm so excited. I told Fast.
Oh my gosh. You should be, Kiana, because that was one of the questions I was going to ask you was, what about clinical trials? Is that something that will help?
Yes.
Is there something that would help?
Yes, and not only us, there are clinical trials being done currently in Daytona Beach. And I can't remember, but I know one young lady that works there. Her name is Villa Hopkins. Yes, she's there. And she's working at the clinic, and she's giving me information. The doctor is Dr. Tina. They offer clinical trials with sickle cell clients. I gotta just keep pushing.
Kiana, hold that passion, girl. Hold it, because we'll be right back in just a moment.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5. Hi, my name is Sonia Bennett, and I reside in Detroit, Michigan. When I was growing up, I used to walk to my former church, Hartford Memorial Baptist Church, and there was a building right there on James Cousins Highway called the Sickle Cell Anemia Building. I had absolutely no idea what this building was about. I didn't know what sickle cell was. I didn't know why sometimes I would see people going into it who looked like they were in pain. I knew nothing about it. And as I got older, I learned that one of my favorite singing groups, TLC, had a member in that group that had sickle cell. Her name was T-Boz, and she would talk about, as years went on, that there were times she would be backstage and in so much pain that she couldn't go out and perform, but she would push through the pain because she knew that her fans were looking forward to seeing her. And she really was the face of TLC, and she still is. T-Boz, I have a lot of respect for you for fighting through that pain of sickle cell. At this time in my life, I still don't know a lot about the disease. However, I have had my daughter tested because her father passed away when she was about 2 years old, and I don't know if that was a trait that he carried. I know that I don't carry the trait, but I also know that the different strains of sickle cell can show up even without there being generational traits. My suggestion is for you to look into the area that you live in and see if there is a sickle cell anemia center near you or that can give you any information about it. Other than that, I pray for everyone who carries the disease, and I'm praying for your pain, praying your pain is managed, and that one day we'll have a cure.
Moaning in the night, my moan is taking flight. Like fruit on a vine, my moan is sweet and ripe. Taking over body and soul, taking breaths as each moan rolls softly off my tongue and through my lips. My hands, my arms, my hips, moving in sync with my moan. My hands, my arms, my hips, moving in sync with my moan. Moaning through smiles or tears, moaning for whichever one it is. My moan is mine to feel. Feel my moan. Feel body, making you sweat. Piercing your mind, making you forget. Piercing your ears, making you deaf. Piercing your heart, wishing you left. And yet, you still are here. Hearing my moan. Hearing my moan. Hearing my moan. My moan grows louder and louder. My moan opens my soul like a flower. My moan is my weakness and my power. My moan brightens the darkness in the hour. My moan is heavy, yet leaves me light. My moan is utter agony and sheer delight. My moan erases my wrongs and paints my rights. My moan moves freely in the night. My moan releases my stress. My moan has light. My moan is my passion. And my moan is my love. My moan is. My moan is. My moan is.
Yeah.
My moan is.
Yeah.
Wonderful, 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 wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so grateful. It is me, the Queen Bee, Angie B, and you are watching our 24-hour live fundraising broadcast. We are raising awareness for sickle cell and raising funds for the Volusia County Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Okay. If you don't know anything about sickle cell, don't worry, just keep watching. We started at 10 a.m. this morning, and we'll be with you until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Our goal is to raise money so that Levi Long Sickle Cell, the 501c3 nonprofit organization, so that they can secure a vehicle, because currently the CEO of the organization and the founder, Kiana, is transporting patients in her personal vehicle when they need to go to the hospital. So the Department of Agriculture has approved for Levi Long to raise up to $1 million per session. So if you've got a vehicle that you can donate that's worth less than $1 million, we would definitely receive it. We also are continuing to raise money. We started in January of this year to raise money so that Levi Long could go into communities and provide sickle cell testing. Why do you need to be tested? Well, if you're of childbearing age, you need to be tested to see if you have a trait, because 2 traits could produce a child with the full-blown disease. And we will have more information about that later on. But right now we've got Natasha waiting, our very special guest. I tell you, I love to connect with people on Facebook because they don't know you. They don't know why you're wearing red for sickle cell and blue for alopecia awareness. They don't know. They just know that you ask, do you know about sickle cell? Can you come on and talk with us? And Natasha was good enough to say, sure, I will. So thank you, Natasha. I'm grateful for you. And we're going to bring you in right quick so everybody can say hello to you. Hello, my
Hi.
darling.
Hi.
How are you today?
Good, good. Thank you so much for inviting me for this amazing event. And thank you for organizing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I just serve the Lord with gladness. I do what he tells me to do. And I have a daughter that is very fond of paintings, original paintings. So she's going to be very excited to learn more about you and what do you do. So tell everybody where you're located and tell us about what we're seeing in the background.
I'm located in Longwood, Seminole County. You can see one of my work.
Wow.
It's acrylic painting. Sea turtles are acrylic painting.
Oh.
This is my poster. And this is couple works for pizza place. I cannot move my computer because microphone will get out. So I'm mural artist. I do also pet portraits. I paint landscapes. I paint a lot of stuff. But murals my heart, because it can change house or business place or organization place so amazing way.
Right.
It can make space bigger. Even small room, you can paint something what will make this room look much bigger.
Yeah.
Or you can add light, you can add colors. And so right color in right place or right picture in right place can make people more health or more happy or like harmonize their emotional situation or even relationship. Just right painting in right place.
Yes, absolutely. Why art? Why painting? What got you interested?
I loved art all my life. I even studied in art school for children in Ukraine. I am Ukrainian originally. But after I finished art school, I never painted again because I believed I have no talent. I believed it so much, so I didn't want even try because I thought, oh my God, I will upset again. It will be horrible. It's still emotional for me.
Yes.
So,
Someone planted that in you. Someone lied because what I see behind you and what I've seen on Facebook is just breathtaking. So
it wasn't like this always. When I was in art school, they taught us work with watercolor and graphic like calls and it wasn't my materials. So now when I am adult and I tried another materials, I know. But then who could know that?
Right.
And when I moved to United States, I got married. I moved here because I got married.
Okay.
And my husband didn't want me work. I stayed home. I had nothing to do. And I have psychology degree, so I decided, okay, I will write book. I will write book about self-confidence. It was my personal pain about self-confidence, so I worked a lot on that.
Yes.
And I wrote this book, but I was need second part for this book. What to do with this? Okay, you know how it happens, so you don't have self-confidence, you shy, so what can you do about this? And my idea was to show people so everybody has talent. Absolutely everybody. And it's not just my belief, I know this 100%.
Absolutely.
So I decided, okay, I will start from my own, I will paint. I don't have talent in painting, but I will try and I will show how it works. So I started paint and I got in this so much, so I forgot about my book. I forgot about everything. I just painted and painted and painted.
Oh, how lovely. How lovely.
And when I tried to paint murals, I understood, so I found myself. It's exactly what I love to do and what I can do, what I do good and what people love. So this is
That
my
is
life now.
that is beautiful, beautiful. Now, do you still have family and friends in Ukraine?
Yes, I do.
After we keep them in our prayers.
Thank
We
you. Thank
definitely
you.
do. Now, what is your inspiration behind the turtles or the woman with the headdress that we see? What is your inspiration?
My biggest inspiration is underwater life. Dolphins, corals, manatees, everything underwater. But also I so much love Florida nature. So it's everything here inspire me. All these
Excellent.
trees, Spanish moss, birds.
Good, 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 good. Well, I want to introduce you to the founder of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. This broadcast is a fundraiser and for her nonprofit, and it helps us to build awareness. So I know I asked you if you knew anything about sickle cell or if you could ask some questions. So before we go into that, I want to bring in Kiana Long Hargret so that we can uh, get the answers to the questions straight from the person that knows them. Straight from.
Yes, please.
Yep. Now I know she is an advocate in Seminole County. That's where you are in Longwood. So maybe there's something that she can share with you that you can share with others in your county. So, Kiana, this is the
Hi, Kiana.
Hi, nice to meet you. So I figured out what my problem was because ever since the storm, my modem went out for my internet. So I'm only able to use it in the car because I have Spectrum. And with Spectrum Towers, you have it all over. So that's why I could not get in touch with any, and I'm so not happy because the guests were coming. But I'm so happy to see you. Nice to meet you, Miss Callahan.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
And so you're in Seminole County, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I just recently got Seminole, Orange, and Osceola counties.
Oh, nice.
So I
Nice.
do case management for them. I do assist with advocacy, but there is an actual local sickle cell organization there, and that's the Tri County area. It's called Tri County Sickle Cell. I do the case management for those that have sickle cell there.
Oh, thank you. I want to appreciate you. Honestly, I know absolutely nothing about this disease. But my idea why I joined to your event, uh, what people usually do, if something scary going on, like disease or something bad, they just sit scary and do nothing. And you do totally opposite. You try to help. This is why I'm here. I just want to help any way I can. So I would
Okay,
appreciate
okay.
if you tell us what we can do, what regular people who don't have this disease, and I hope will don't have it, how can we help?
So I'm glad you asked. So because I'm smiling so big because I love to educate on it, and the fact that you're like a newbie with sickle cell because you don't know anything is so it's so happy for me to tell you the fact about sickle cell. So if you don't have it, the best thing you can do is give facts and information that will educate someone else. So when I share with you, you can share with someone else what you know about sickle cell. So sickle cell is an inherited blood disease. What kind of disease?
So this is like inherited. You don't have it like infection.
Right. You can't catch it. Exactly. So it's inherited, meaning you're born with it. So are you born with sickle cell?
No.
Yes, you're born with it. Yes. Are you born with sickle cell?
Not
That's the
sure I
only way you can
understood.
get it. Yes. You can that's the only way you can get. The only way you can get sickle cell is from your parents. What's the only way you can
Oh,
get sickle cell?
okay. Okay. Okay.
From your
I understood.
yes. You only get sickle cell from your parents, meaning you have to get a trait from your mom and a trait from your dad. Those two combined equal the actual disease. That's the only way you can get it. That's it. No other way. And so
How
then
can
you
we
have to say it again.
how
Ask
can
me.
we help people who have it?
You can help by being a donor. You can be a blood donor because a lot of times people with sickle cell have to do blood transfusions. You can give blood. Sometimes you may see a blood drive, or you can look it up. You can Google blood drive near me, and it'll show you
Yes, I
that there's a
saw that.
blood drive. You can definitely give that way. That's how you can help. You can help by knowing the facts and information about it, so you can tell someone else. So anybody who's acting weird, like, oh God, they have sickle cell, you can't catch it. You can't catch it. You can tell them the facts and educate someone else who don't know. That's a big way to help. And the fact that you know that the only way you can get sickle cell is from your parent.
So
And it's looked at as a disease that's only for African Americans, but that's not true. All different kind of cultures can receive this disease because there's so many mixed relationships and mixed loves. And so it's a part of the red blood cell. It's a I want to say a fraction of the red blood cells. That's where it derives from, not the white blood cells, but the red blood cells. Now, HIV affects the white blood cells, but sickle cell affects the red blood cells.
oh, okay. So uh, should people when they couple and when they want produce baby, should they do test for that? Is it any tests?
Say that one more time. Something about test.
Is it any medical tests what can show this disease?
Yes, ma'am. So if you have the anemia or the disease, it's the same thing. Anemia and disease is the same thing. If you have that, you will know as a child. You will know because you would have had a crisis already. But our age group, we have to get something called a trait test. So that's a little small blood test, a little prick to the finger, and it's put in a little vial, shaken up, and you'll get your results in less than 10 minutes to show if you have the trait, if you're positive for the trait. Now, if you're positive for the trait, it's very important that you don't get in a relationship with someone else that has a trait. So it has to be talked about. It's a conversation that has to be had so there won't be children with the disease.
Yes, I understood you.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, yes. So what can you
And now we've got to get Kiana to sit still because when you driving around, we lose you sometimes, Kiana.
sit
And
right now? I
I
had
know
to
you
leave
had
right
a health.
now.
I know you had a health fair this morning and something else this evening. I appreciate you for spending time with us. But Natasha had a donation that she wanted to make.
Yes,
And I want her to tell you about that right quick.
I want to donation 100 gift certificate for art lesson for 2 person or for mural, for windows painting or for my original work. So for any what person choose, it will be $100 gift certificate.
That is so nice. Thank you so
So
much,
I hope
Natasha.
it will help you with what you're
I hope
doing.
it encourage someone, yes, that wants to do that. Someone that has that gift and that talent for them to come there and get more practice because you're a mural artist. That's awesome. That is awesome. And thank you so much for thinking of
Thank
the Levi
you.
Association enough to give us that donation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natasha. And I want you to know that if other people have questions, they can reach out to Kiana. If other people want to make cash donations, that would be wonderful. The donation avenues are scrolling below. We need to get funds for a vehicle. Right now, if someone in crisis calls Kiana, she picks them up in that same little car you see her riding around in now, her personal car. And this organization needs its own vehicle to be able to transport people. And Kiana purchases those tests that she told you about, the fingerprint test. And she goes on college campuses where they don't really talk to each other. They just procreate sometimes. She provides the sickle cell trait test to them so that they're more informed. And I like to say, if you're of childbearing age, you need to know if you have the trait. So you asked some really good questions, Natasha, and I appreciate you. Did you have any other questions for Kiana?
No, I think I understood. I understood the idea, but I guess what we should do, just tell like all students, all young people who going to produce baby,
Yes,
or who can produce baby without Plan Z.
yes,
So they just should do these tests
they should. They should.
just to
That,
avoid risk.
Natasha, thank you so much for being a guest. And we'll be on until 10 p.m. If you think of something or know someone and like to come back on, please join us again. And I
Yes,
am
I
grateful
will.
for you. And we are
Thank
still
you.
praying for your home country. We still are.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Kiana, a $100 gift certificate for one of her original pieces of art. She's so talented. Did you see?
I
Oh,
did.
oh, my daughter is just going to be thrilled. Mom, I need this and this and this. And I love that she's in Longwood. And so she captures the local feel. Oh, it was so good to meet her. Let me know next
Yeah.
time you go into Longwood. We'll call Natasha, see if we can have lunch or something.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice.
Oh, that's good. Well, I know you got to get on the road, so I will check in with you in a little bit. We looking forward to hearing a count how much we've collected today. I appreciate that. And you be safe, Kiana, because I know you running. I know you're doing some running, so be safe, okay?
Okay,
All
I'll talk to
right.
you soon.
Thank you, dear. God bless. All right, everybody. We're going back to our program that was originally underway. We did a 24-hour weekend fundraiser last weekend for Levi Long. We said we're going to close out the month with 2 weekends. And so what is coming up next is the replay of what we did, who we talked to, and the questions that were answered. I pray that you enjoy it.
Premiere so far at different theaters.
Congratulations.
So that's been exciting. I do have one coming up September 30th in Tampa in West Shore, not downtown, but West Shore in Tampa. It's the AMC 14. So I have one coming out that day. And I do act on my spare time. So I just went up to Miami and did a judge show that'll be on Apple TV, Pluto, Nosy, it's a streaming service, and a few other things. So that was fun as well, acting on that judge show.
Oh, is it one of the television judges that we're familiar with?
Yeah, it's a huge show. I can't release it yet due to it not
Okay.
coming out yet.
Okay,
But,
all right.
but it'll be
I
out
am
soon.
big on
will.
court shows. I
Yes.
understand what you. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, well,
So
you're a
it was
lawyer,
fun.
so okay. I see. Angie B is. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, we have a
I
couple
see you
of
popped in there.
questions. We have a couple of questions and a couple of comments. One comment I definitely did not want to put on the screen because I ain't want all y'all blushing, but they said, how you get all them good looking women on screen at the same time. So look at the blushing. And so my response to that was they all have a passion for raising awareness and raising funds for sickle cell. So make your donation. Make your donation. Okay, we ain't just here looking cute and sounding cuter. Anyway, the other text that came
Yes,
in.
yes. And let's know. Let me jump in for 1 second there, Angie B. We
Go
just
ahead.
want to remind everyone that we are raising for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, and our CEO of the Levi Long Association is Miss Kiana. It is her birthday today, her 47th. She may not want me to say that, but it is her birthday today, and we are doing this telethon, hoping to raise $2,000 for sickle cell awareness. The ways to donate are scrolling across your screen. Cash App, $long sickle 07, or Zelle 386-795-0965. And if you put Angie B in the notes and comments section, you'll receive a free gift from the Queen Bee. We also are accepting PayPal. I believe that email address was levilongsickle@gmail.com. And if you still write checks, we also are accepting checks. We are just believing God to raise $2,000 in this 24-hour telethon. If you are watching this as a replay, please put #replay. And we have a few challenges. But Angie B, what other comments did you have besides our compliments that we all received this morning?
Okay. So 2 or 3 things. One, if you're watching us on YouTube, please share on your Facebook page. Facebook is having an issue today and will not allow us to stream. So I'm hoping Candy and Shanita and Sonia will share the stream on their Facebook pages. We are live today on YouTube. Search for Volusia Business Women. You'll see us on YouTube. We're also live on Evangelist Angie B on YouTube. That's ANGIEBEE. And we're also live with Evangelist Angie B on YouTube. Now, search for us on Twitter. You'll find Angie B Tour, ANGIEBEETOUR. So if you could please share. I believe Facebook is just mad at us because we've been on the air for consecutively since 7:00 p.m. So they just don't want to accept anything else from us. Okay, so the comment that we received today said, "Good morning, happy birthday to Miss Hargret. Thanks for the very informative and teachable webinar yesterday." We have to remember that this really is information, and we hope that what we're sharing is helpful for someone. We also had a question for the teachers. Is sickle cell a topic that can be taught in the schools? And if so, how? Now, before you answer that question, Shanita, I know that in January we did a 24-hour fundraiser for Levi Long. Kiana wanted to raise $800 to get testing kits so she could test the students at Bethune-Cookman University. Okay, that's great because we can imagine it could probably be some shared traits going on in college. But she also shared with us that as young children, sometimes they know their trait. They know if they carry something, but is there anything else that could be taught in the schools? And if so, how? Is that something we need to advocate for? Shanita, I appreciate your response.
Thank you. I believe that with the schools, they try to be safe, try to coddle the kids. A lot of things they may not want the kids to know. That's probably why religion was taken out. It's a sensitive subject. Um, Sickle cell would be an illness, a disease. Even when I was diagnosed, they rallied together for me. And just the kids, even knowing that their hero, Miss Brown, was sickened, it was hard for them. I feel like they should somehow put it in as far as, like they have sex education. If they could add that into maybe like a special instruction, something like that for the kids. But like you said, a lot of kids, they know from their parents or from them taking medicine, they know that something is wrong. But I don't know if the schools will bring something like that so sensitive into the schools. That will have to be done through the school board.
Right.
Superintendent will have to definitely, bring that to the table and go from there. But it would be good to have an instruction for that, maybe even cancer. I've taught kids with cancer. It's all sensitive subjects.
Yes.
So, and everything's a process. So
Yes.
people would have to rally together, like you said, and kind of, put a group together and maybe take it to the superintendent and go from there.
It is really a different time that we're in because these kids are different than we were as kids. They are more knowledgeable because of social media, and they actually understand and can regurgitate what they've learned better than we could as children. I know for myself, children were to be seen, not heard, period. And these kids now are outspoken, and it's very interesting to me how there are some things that are seen as cute that they share, but we still want to coddle them from real life. It's not cute to me to see a YouTube or a TikTok of a little girl singing WAP, or even some of these songs that are in the Barbie movie. I really I don't want to get do whatever, but that Barbie movie was not a kid movie. It wasn't. And Barbie was for kids when I was a kid. And how about we have an alopecia Barbie? Why don't we have a Barbie that has cancer? Where's my little cancer thing? I am a huge advocate of breast cancer. I had a very dear friend that lost her battle with breast cancer just a few years ago, and also my grandmother and my great grandmother each lost a breast to cancer. So for you to say you are a stage 4 survivor, that is such a blessing. And I do think that we, as not only educators but just as women, should teach our children that there are some things you can't be quiet about. You need to learn about them.
And like you said about the social media, a lot of the kids do know about the social media, and I think that's why they still also try to coddle the kids, because at all the schools, most websites are blocked. You cannot go on their Wi-Fi and use Facebook, Instagram, whatever it is.
YouTube.
You can't use it. So they do still try to coddle the kids, and they do try to protect them from what's out there from social media, and they only do certain things in the schools. And also, when you were saying about the Barbie movie, it was banned in a lot of countries because of what's in the movie. It was banned. So,
Yes.
I mean, I haven't seen it.
I
So
haven't
I'm
seen it
like,
either. I haven't either.
I'm like,
I've seen it, but
going
Oh,
on? Why did they
oh,
dance?
what did you think of it, Candy? I mean,
I
did you
just
think?
didn't think it was it was. I watched it. I didn't go to the movies and watch it. I actually watched it on bootleg. But I don't think it was. I don't think it was a good movie at all. It wasn't kid friendly, like you say. It was very kind of raunchy, like. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend seeing it.
Yeah, I haven't took my grandkids, but you know what? I rushed to take them to see Little Mermaid. So
Yes, especially with Halle Berry, and I do see that.
Halle Bailey,
and it's not. Is it pronounced Halle? I know there's a difference between
Halle Bailey.
Halle
Bailey.
Halle Bailey.
Bailey. That's okay.
Slowly,
I know that there was a difference between
Halle.
Halle and yes. Okay,
Yeah.
yes, I do see that she is about to come out. Oh my gosh, on Christmas Day, I can't wait. A new version of The Color Purple. I can't wait. She's gonna be in that. Oh my gosh, I loved The Color Purple. I read the book. I love Alice Walker. I saw the movie. I could watch the movie 8,000 times and still do the patty cake and cry. But I love my sister. My sister. Okay, we have a question. What type of alopecia does Candy have, and did sickle cell cause your alopecia? Now, I just want to reiterate from what I've learned about Candy that though her parents have the trait, she does not.
Do not.
Okay,
I do
so
not.
I'll let you go on and answer that, Candy.
Okay, so yeah, so to piggyback off of Sonia B, I do not have sickle cell. It was my sister and my brother. So no, sickle cell did not cause my alopecia. So the type of alopecia that I suffer from is called CCCA. Now I have it on my phone because the words is kind of So it's centrifugal cicatricial alopecia. All those things. But basically what that is where you lose hair, you start to lose hair in the center. And I don't know, you guys can kind of see, I have like a little, it's like lighter than, the other part of my hair. So the hair starts to leave in the center and it starts to get thin. So eventually I would have this whole George Jefferson thing going on up here because hair grows around here, but not here. So it just was I went to a dermatologist, so that's how I know what kind of alopecia it was. And of course they said, you can do the steroid shots, you can take this medication and it'll make your hair grow. And I was like, I'm probably not going to do either of those things. And then the dermatologist that I actually went to, she said, well, at that time I had on a wig, and she was like, but if you don't want to, your wigs are cute, so she actually said that. And it was kind of like, okay. And so I actually I went home and I was like, well, there's nothing I can do about it. I've tried everything on the market that said that they would make my hair grow back, and none of it worked, or maybe I just didn't use it to its full capacity. So I'm just not going to buy any more products. I'm going to save that money, keep it in my pocket, and I'm just going to go buy a razor and I'm just going to shave it all off. And that's what happened. Like, I was in the bathroom one day and I said, you know what? I can no longer part my hair in the center without it being like an eyesore. So I said, I'm just going to cut it off. And that's what I did.
And so many men, you mentioned George Jefferson. I know that my boyfriend also has that chrome dome, as he calls it, in the center. And, it's so acceptable for men. But when it comes to women, then it seems to be so controversial, in terms of, our crown. You shaved off your crown and glory. No, my crown and glory was under the hair, and it still is. So my Angie B, what type of alopecia do you have?
Okay, I'm coming.
I'm about to get this.
I'm coming. No, I have I'm sorry, we had two more questions coming in, and I'm trying to get clarification. What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, so I have alopecia. No, it's okay. You're good. I have alopecia areata. It's where you lose
Riata, yes.
patches of hair, like little circles. It could be a little circle in the back and the front and the side, until all the circles decide they want to meet. I think my brilliant niece, your daughter, had the most wonderful question years ago, um, because she has no filter. She was gonna ask a question, right? Auntie, why you keep shaving your head? Why you don't just let your hair grow like regular people? And I think she literally folded her arms and stood there looking at me with a look on her face. And I had to, what they call these, Shanita, a teachable moment. I had to say, okay, woosah, let's take a deep breath and just say, okay, my hair grows like your hair, okay? But my body says, hey, hair, you're not supposed to be here. So it attacks it. And all these little demons come out. And I showed her one of the bumps that I get on my scalp. I said, you see this bump? She said, yeah, it looks like it hurts. I said, imagine trying to have it on the back of your head and you can't sleep. And then her arms went down and her mouth fell open like the light bulb was coming on. I said, when those little demons attack my hair, they turn into these painful, irritating, just horrible. Oh, auntie, I'm so sorry. I said, no, don't be sorry. It just is a way to answer your question. Yes, my hair grows, but my body don't like my hair. So, some people just are meant to have adorable, round, shiny domes like mine.
That's
and
right.
and it
Like
was cute
candy.
because over the years she would always say, auntie, you going outside with no wig on? What? And so because of her questions, I'm now on a campaign for acceptance.
Yes.
Accept me the way I am. If I'm not hurting you, accept. I know they may have a new FDA approved cure, but that don't mean I want to take it.
Right.
I know there may be wigs that would look great on me like candy. Lord have mercy, them wigs. How she? But
I became a pro at it.
Yeah. But I would much rather donate that money to Leave Our Long Sickle Cell,
Yes,
or
yes.
to spreading alopecia awareness, or I'd much rather do that because I know I can rock my bald head. Now, I'm getting over pneumonia and COVID, so I can't rock nothing today, but Jesus. But awareness and acceptance. And I appreciate the person that texted us that question about sharing it in the classroom. It is tragic what we no longer share in the classroom. It is tragic the way our students are graduating high school and don't know how to manage their money or save or even know how to volunteer. We're all volunteers with Levi Long, and these kids are like, well, what's in it for me? And
Right.
and that is frightening because in college, my first year in college, I had a dorm mate who is this tall, beautiful young woman. And when she would go into crisis, the moans and the screams. I mean, Shanita, I know you're a filmmaker, and they always talk about you got to get a good woman screaming on camera. Oh my God, blood curdling. If I never heard of blood, it was. And I've been in labor. I've been with people while they were in labor, Sonia. I've been there. And there was nothing like the blood curdling scream of someone in crisis. And praise God, her boyfriend, they had been together for years. He came to college with her, and he would come over and help her get warm and under blankets and a warm bath and just try to soothe her. But her crisis would go on for hours. And when we hear Kiana talk about going to the hospital with patients in crisis and trying to expedite their treatment. I just don't understand. I don't understand. Okay, but what I do know is we've been on the air for an hour. I don't want anybody to go. We do have a couple of videos and some news and information that we want to share with each and every one of you. Please don't go anywhere. Please use this time to post and share on your Facebook page. And when we come back, we'll have the birthday girl herself.
Woohoo!
Be joining us. Let me go put on some red lipstick right quick. Yeah.
Shaheem on the track. DJ Shaheem on the track. DJ Shaheem on the track. DJ Shaheem on the track.
You are cordially invited to join us for Sunday afternoon service. It's all about Jesus and Me Incorporated, the teaching ministry. Join us every first and third Sunday at 2:30 p.m. with Pastor Mary Hope and Minister Deacon Jerome Hope. Our outreach ministries include the Sick and Shut-In for our members, a virtual youth writing ministry, virtual Bible study, assisted living facility services, and a brand new shoe ministry, Walking in a New Life. Our teachings come from testimonies to show how the Word of God is effective in our lives, making the Bible come to life in our daily walk with Christ. It's all about Jesus and Me, the teaching ministry. Join us on the first and third Sunday of the month at 2:30 p.m. at 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. You are cordially invited. Hey there, hey there, hey there. It's me, the Queen Bee Evangelist Angie B. We are in the midst of our 24-hour fundraiser for the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, and Dr. D is waiting in the wings to come on and join us. This is my first appearance. At the top of the show, we were talking about how Jerry Lewis and his 24-hour Labor Day telethon for muscular dystrophy, he would come on and he had his hair in place and his tuxedo and had the Rat Pack, singing and dancing along with him. And he just looked all put together. And as the show dwindled into the 5th, 6th, 7th, 24th hour, his hair would be out of place and his tie would be crooked. I see you, Dr. D, laughing in the background. Yeah. So this is my first appearance where my necklace has gone somewhere. My earrings have gone somewhere else. I think I might have some residual of some lipstick. Don't know where my bracelets are. And my glasses are somewhere, but I know Dr. D is here and she's going to come and bless us indeed. So Dr. D, thank you so much for being here the last minute. Thank you, sweetheart.
Oh, no such thing as a last minute. Always right on time.
Right on time.
Always.
I know you don't have a lot of time, so tell me where you are, what you're doing. I want to hear all about it, girl.
Well, first of all, hey, Angie. It's good to see you. It's so good to see your beautiful face in the place. I am right now at BaldyCon as we are winding down Alopecia Awareness Month. I am celebrating. It is almost 200, if not 200, beautiful, brave, bald women. And we've had a full day. We've heard from so many phenomenal speakers today, and we keynoted with McKenna. She closed us out, and she was great. We've heard from Kim Roxy. We just heard from so many amazing people today. From Paula. I always forget Paula Fontes, I think, or Fontaine. I always mess up her last name. But we've heard from some amazing people today. And they just met. You know what it's like when you see I wish I could have been at your event, but don't worry. It's on my calendar for next year.
We do the third weekend. I think BaldyCon does the fourth weekend. Sharice does the first weekend. So if we play our cards right, we just bouncing around all month long, and that is wonderful.
Get the dress and the party will come. Hey, you know what's better than getting dressed up and having a good time?
Amen.
Right?
Amen.
And especially for such a powerful cause.
Yeah.
Right?
So tell me about Divinely Crowned.
Oh, I'll be happy to. Be happy to. So Divinely Crowned is an empowerment ministry for the fearfully and wonderfully made woman. We stand on Proverbs 139:14 that says real simple, I praise you, O Lord, because I am fearfully and wonderfully made, and marvelous are your works, and my soul knows that indeed. So I like to provide a well-rounded experience for the fearfully and wonderfully made woman. So some days you might get some ministry and a word, or you may see me and catch me selling some of my beautiful, one-of-a-kind or very unique accessories or even custom creations. So it just really depends on what is the flavor of the day. But what I really take pride in is that I have started with motivational ministry and speaking. So I'm spending a lot of time now talking to specifically hairstylists. Spent a lot of time talking to that audience this past month, just about being sensitive and being aware of the impact that they have on their clients. I don't get into the trichology. I don't get into don't do this hairstyle, that hairstyle. That's not my call. My call is to minister to the hairstylist who has to turn to support the client and just trying to coach them and encouraging them to being mindful and being sensitive to the needs of their clients who are on a hair loss journey.
And Dr. D, I'm so grateful for that, because my testimony began when my hairdresser, back when I was in my mid-20s, 24, 25, when she saw something but didn't know how to address it. And really what she said was, well, I see something, but don't worry. I got this new thing called a glue in weave or whatever. I can just put something up there and cover it up. And you can feel, you can feel some thinning or whatever, but in the back of your mind, nobody can see it. So I'm glad you're doing that, because if she had said, oh, okay, I see something, go to the dermatologist, but she went straight into what she could do to fix it. And I know women today that are still they still don't know what they look like back there, because the hairdresser still continues to cover it up.
So I don't fault them, because oftentimes they're not properly educated. And there's been a movement in the past probably 40 years, 30 years around trichology, which I am no expert in at all. I encourage people that when they get that spot, plug in quickly to your trichologist, to your dermatologist, and to your primary care physician, because it could be something going on with you internally, right? Because alopecia is an autoimmune deficiency, as well as it could be hormones. I mean, there's so many things that you really should go in and get some support. I like to talk to cosmetologists around the sensitivity and the awareness that they need for their clients, right? Just being real mindful. Maybe you have a special day or a special time that you service your customers or your clients that have alopecia, or maybe even something as simple as getting a privacy screen, right? So that they can have the comfort of being able to take off that weave in a shop full of people. I can remember being in rooms where there were multiple other women, and I'm getting my weave taken out, and everyone's going to see my bald spot.
Yeah.
Or the humility of being in a room with people I don't even know. Like luckily I had a hairdresser crew. You know, we would go to the hairdresser together same time. So I felt comfortable with most of them. But there were times where sometimes there was where someone new and I didn't know them and I didn't necessarily want them to see me, you know.
Right. And I've heard stories about women having to go to the barber shop to be and just being the only woman in there. And then, so yes, I applaud you for that effort. It is so needed, so needed.
Thank you.
I appreciate you for sharing, because this is still Alopecia Awareness Month. Sickle cell and alopecia share the same awareness month. So I promised to kick off the beginning of the month in my blue, my royal blue, and I still got all my jewelry. But today we're in red, and we're trying to share information on both topics. And I'm so grateful you had time today, because I wanted to be able to introduce BaldyCon to viewers and to let them know that there is still work to be done in alopecia awareness.
Absolutely. So listen, when you reached out to ask for some support, you know, it kind of pinched me because my family has a history with sickle cell. My mom was my mom carried the gene, and so and the trait. And so we were just fortunate that so far it hasn't shown up anywhere else in our bloodline, since her. So my children, I'm fine. My children are fine. So we'll see when they have children. They're young. They're not old enough to have kids. I hope they're listening. No. But we'll see if it shows up. But that was always a concern for me. In understanding that sickle cell is a genetic condition, and just being really concerned about passing that on. And so I would love to be able to talk about that, because again, there's so many things I think that we don't talk about out of fear, right?
Mental illness, pedophile, sexual abuse, domestic violence. Ooh, goodness.
Yes.
Dr. Bethune was here earlier and just reminded us we don't go to the doctor because we don't want to know.
No,
but what I have learned since we started helping to spread sickle cell awareness is you can have your children tested to see if they have a trait. It's just like a finger prick, like checking your blood glucose. And if they have a trait, now is the time to start talking to them to say, now, before you decide you want to have children, or before you decide to sleep with somebody, even ask them, do you have a sickle cell trait? Because 2 traits can end up with, so yeah. So, and there were some other people that said, well, I don't even know how to find out if I have a trait. And so praise God, that is one of the reasons we're raising money for Levi Long sickle cell, so that they can purchase the testing kits and go to colleges and universities and test these teenagers for free, because they're studying more than just books in college. And if they know they have a trait, if you know better, you can do better. And so now is that time, because what we all know is we can't determine who we're gonna love. We can't determine if we're gonna hang on to our hair or not. We can't, but we can gather together and share comfort, fellowship, and support and knowledge with each other. And that's what you've done with me today. So
yes, well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So what's up next for BaldyCon?
Oh, well, tonight is the big night. We have the gala this evening. I'm at 7:00 this evening. So it's going to be wonderful to see a room full of beautiful bald women dressed to the nines. I can't wait.
Oh, wonderful.
I can't wait. I still haven't decided which one I'm wearing. I have like 2 dresses to choose from. We'll see. Who knows?
Good for you. Good for you.
Who knows?
Have a wonderful time. Look for Tracy Etheridge, the diva, the model. Tell her Angie B said hey.
I
And
definitely.
look for Sharice from Houston. Tell her Angie B said, hey, Miss Tiffany's from Florida. All my alumni from the Bold Beautiful and Bald Beauty Bazaar. They're all there. And it's so good to see pictures of all of us together. But one more question for you before you go. You're in the upcoming anthology.
Yes.
You want to tell us a little bit about what you wrote about, or no?
So I don't mind giving a sneak peek because look, we are always so serious about life.
Yeah.
And so I decided to share a story that I would have, I call it Hair Today, Gone Tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And it was a great debate between me and my wig named Connie. And Connie is my mother's name. And so Connie and I would have these debates. And so that's the story I chose to tell about how Connie and I had a knockout drag out one afternoon about, do I take her off or do I continue to wear her?
Yeah.
I'll just leave it there.
That is wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have fun tonight. Get some rest. Be safe coming home. And I appreciate you again, Doc. I do.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for the opportunity. God bless you and keep you. May His face shine all upon you.
All right. Bye-bye, dear.
Bye-bye.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. It's your birthday, hooray. Happy birthday. It's your birthday, hooray. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
I love it. I love it.
Happy birthday, Kiana.
Happy birthday, Kiana.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
I love it. That was great.
Had to find something that was worthy of the day. Worthy of the day. Kiana, thank you for allowing us to spend your birthday with you. I did my best to find something with some red. And I got my red light on in my little studio. So I got up off my bed of affliction just to tell you how grateful we are for the education that you're providing, Kiana. There's so many people that need to hear from you because we don't know. We only got so many Candy Greens to go around. And Candy shared her testimony about losing her sister, and it just there's just not enough of us. And we need you. We need you to survive. We need you to thrive. And folks, we need each of you to make your donations today so we can raise our $2,000. Okay, I'm getting out of here. I'm gonna let you and Sonia take over. Thanks, Kiana. Love you, girl.
Love you. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday. And
Good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. We are joined now this morning by our birthday girl and founder of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, Miss Kiana Hargret. We are so blessed by so many things that she taught us yesterday in the beginning of our 24-hour telethon. And we've been sharing those this morning with our guests and also the audience. We just want to remind everyone that we are raising money for sickle cell awareness. Your tax-deductible donations may be made via Zelle at 386-795-0965. Also, Cash App, $ Long Sickle. or by PayPal, LeviLongSickle@gmail.com. Checks may also be made payable to the Levi Long Sickle Cell, and we will provide an postal address if you choose to go by snail mail and writing a check. But we are hoping that everyone will make a donation to this very worthy association. As I said last night, it is the last quarter of the year, so we are getting ready to do our taxes, and those tax deductible donations add up. You can write off up to 50%, I believe, as an individual of your gross income to charitable donations. So if you make a donation to the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association, that is a 501c3, and you will receive a certificate for your tax purposes. Also, a loving thank you from everyone that you are helping to support. Yes, ma'am, Sister Angie B.
Okay, so somebody wants to know, because they said I missed the beginning. Does Candy have sickle cell? So we want you to share that, Candy.
Okay.
But Kiana, we do have a surprise for you. Shanita Brown is here, so we're gonna bring Shanita in, and then we will, let y'all say hi, and then Candy, could you please share your story again about what you know about sickle cell?
Sure. Sickle cell anemia affected my family in 2008. Well, it's been in my family, but I lost a sister at the age of 29 to sickle cell disease. She suffered from sickle cell, the SS, and I also have a younger brother that has sickle cell SC. How they got sickle cell disease, of course, is through our parents. My father has a trait, and my mother also has a trait. So those two coming together, 1 out of 4 of the children will get sickle cell disease. I, being the oldest, I did not get sickle cell disease, but I am anemic. But my sister and my brother in the middle, they both have the disease, and then my younger brother does not. So my bit of education for sickle cell is, I know people, I've heard this before, when you're dating or if you're looking for a partner to be, to marry, you always want to ask the question, do you have sickle cell or do you have the trait? I was actually married, and my husband had the trait, but none of our children, we have 2 children together, and both of our daughters do not have the trait, but he does carry the trait. And because I do not have the trait, our children do not have the trait as well, but I do have an aunt with the trait as well as a cousin. So that's always the thing when you're dating somebody, do you have sickle cell trait? Because there is a 1 in 4 chance that your children could develop the disease. And it's not a fun disease to have. It is a very painful disease to have. And sometimes it affects families in different ways. It's the hospital bills. It could take the life of a loved one. Like I said, it left my 3 nieces without a mother, my mother without a child, my dad without a child, me without a sister. So it affects people in different ways. So I encourage everyone who's watching to please donate. Please get involved. If you know somebody with sickle cell disease, know that it is a very serious disease, just as well as cancer. And if you have lupus, all of these diseases are very, very bad diseases that, affect people's lives in different ways. And if the more information that we can get out about these diseases, I feel like the better the world will be and everybody will be educated, because we all need that education when dealing with these type of diseases that there are no cures for at the moment.
Right. We do. And knowledge is power. I don't care what you're learning about, whether it's a disease, whether it's how to learn how to write cursive, whatever, having the knowledge gives you the strength to do more for it. And that's why we thank God for Sister Kiana Hargret and her passion for educating about sickle cell and also beginning this association so that she can help those who are suffering from sickle cell, their families, and everyone that she advocates for. Shanita, did you want to say happy birthday to the birthday girl?
Happy birthday, my friend. She is one of the sweetest, most amazing people that I have ever known or encountered, and I've known her for a long time. She's always had this big heart. When you see her, she's going to be smiling regardless. She is amazing. So for her to be doing something like this, it fits her. It suits her because she is amazing and she cares about people. And I know this for a fact, just listening to her talk about sickle cell and everything. This is her passion, and I'm just glad that she's the one that's doing it.
Thank you so very much. So much. Thank you for taking time out too to come on here and to support me. You've always supported me. We've been friends since, oh my goodness, probably, oh no, over 20 years since we were in school. We were in high school together. And I always admired Shanita. I knew she was going to be awesome when she got older because she was just so talented and so smart while we were younger growing up, you know. And a lot of times, Miss Candy, I thank you so much for sharing. And something I didn't even touch on yesterday in reference to with sickle cell, people living with that disease. You know, when you look good, you feel good, even though, you know, it attacks the body and it causes pain. When you look good on the outside, you feel good on the inside. And so I always encourage the sickle cell, you know, clients to make sure you dress for the weather. You know, make sure you dress the part. You can be cute. I got on my socks and my Crocs right now. I'm still cute, you know, but I know the weather has changed and I don't want my feet to be out because it's going to be fall weather. And I know sickness can get into anybody, you know, but it is a little worse. And so Shanita, my friend Shanita, she has her own clothing line. And so I was just so amazed when I saw the things that she's been doing in her life. Not only does she's an actor, she's an actress, she's a producer, but she also is a clothes designer. And I wanted her to share, please, some of your clothing stuff that you've been doing.
Oh my gosh! Wow, we've been on with Shanita for a while, and we did hear about her filmmaking and being a survivor. Oh, that is beautiful.
This is one of my hoodies. So, you know, we all deal with life. I have here's a gold one, and it's getting chilly, so I have my gold hoodie with the white hoodie with the gold. I also have sweatshirts for the cold weather as well.
Oh, what does DLC stand for?
DLC stands for Dice Life Clothing. No matter what life throws at you, you have to roll the dice of life.
Right. Oh, I love it.
So it stands for DLC. I have regular t-shirts. I also make different shirts that can benefit the community. I am Black History.
All right.
I have sweatpants, you know, dresses, all different things for the different types of weather. I came up with this clothing line back in 2013. Actually, no, it was 2016. I'm sorry. I was thinking of my daughter and her acting. 2016, because I was at a point where I was struggling. I was just not too long diagnosed in 2015, and I knew that the storm was coming. So, because my doctor had explained to me all the things I would have to go through and deal with in order to survive. So
I was dreaming a lot through that period. You have night terrors. A lot of cancer patients have night terrors. Um, and that's one of my movies. One of the movies is called Dream World because we had a lot of night terrors. So I would love for y'all to see it one day, but it's a great movie. And I thought about, okay, so what's going to be thrown at me now? I've had all these things thrown at me. I was diagnosed, this happened, that happened. Um, I was like, you know what? No matter what is thrown at me, no matter what life throws at me, I'm gonna roll a dice and I'm gonna roll seven and I'm gonna win. I'm gonna get seven for luck. And if you look in the logo, it rolls a seven.
Yes, yes. I love
So
it.
I came up with this line and people love it. I mean, with people, they take things the way they want to take them. So I take it as I'm dealing with life. I'm handling whatever life is throwing at me, and some people might think, oh, I'm a gambler. I'm getting that shirt because I'm wearing to the casino. So it works both ways for both people, and I love that. I love that either way I can support people, and then I can also have them looking nice. Um, my family supports; they wear it every day, and it's just a great feeling. It's a great feeling. If anybody want to purchase anything, they can cash app uh, Dice Life Clothing. It's just put in the subject line, the size, the color, or send me an email at Dice Life Clothing with your address, and I can ship it out. I ship out within a day or so. Shipping is very fast. I deliver in the Daytona Beach area locally. So I stay busy with it too.
And is that DICELIFE clothing?
Yes.
Okay.
DICE Clothing, Dice Life, DICELIFE Clothing, CLOTHING at Gmail.
All right. And your cash app again is
It's
dollar
Dice Life
sign
Clothing, $.
DICELIFE clothing. All right. All right. Awesome.
You some more questions in the chat, Shanita? Are you able to see the chat? If you click on the chat button, it's some questions for you in the chat. Are you
Yeah.
able to see? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
okay,
In the
you have
private chat, we were
website?
asking, can
Website?
can we
Oh,
have
can
your
yes,
website? How can we purchase?
Sonia,
And
yes.
okay.
And also, how can we purchase? Yes, through Cash App and through email. Yes.
All right.
Square. I have everything.
All
Um,
right.
okay.
So it would be wonderful. May we raffle off in this next hour that beautiful white hoodie with the gold dice and the sevens on it. That would be awesome. We're
Yeah.
asking our viewers and our listeners if you would love one of these Dice Life hoodies. We are going to raffle that off. Angie B, can we do that?
We can do all things through Christ who strengthens us.
Amen.
Praise the Lord.
Philippians 4:13. Yes, our favorite scripture.
Yes, what we like to do for the raffle is after you make a donation using one of the payment methods at the bottom of the screen, send us a text message. I'll put in the number right now and send us a text, and then we will put you in the drawing. Yesterday's drawing was fabulous because everybody who sent in a suggestion wanted Kiana to go home with the gift, but since Kiana and Shanita are friends, we not gonna do it that way. This is gonna be a actual gift that's gonna go out. So we're definitely gonna do that.
That would be awesome if we yes. Yeah. I'm sorry. What did you say, Shanita?
I said I got her for her birthday.
All right. I love it. That's mom.
Do you do one and done? Meaning, so you have that one white one with the gold. Do you make duplicates of the same color, or do you do just one of each color? You do duplicate?
No, I can get red, white, black, whatever.
And then your hoodies. How much are your hoodies?
The hoodies are 40. The shirts are 25. The sweat pants are 20.
So that's a good gift. You're asking off for $40. That's a good gift.
Yes, that is such a blessing. Thank you so much for that donation, and I'm sure that your dear friend Miss Kiana will send you a tax deductible certificate so that you can write off that hoodie after
I do my own taxes. I'm a tax preparer.
That's wonderful. That is great.
Okay, we have a couple of questions that have come in. The first question, I guess, is for Candy. Is September? I know. The Candy, is this alopecia or sickle cell month? So both. Yes, for blue and red. Yes. And the next question for Candy is, can you tell us more about how you select your wig? Somebody said they're struggling.
They're struggling. Okay.
With how to select a wig. Yeah.
So, dang. So how I got started wearing wigs was because of course, I started to lose my hair at the top, and I was no longer able to wear a middle part, which I love. Shanita, you're doing a great job of it. But and when I was no longer able to do that, I started to watch YouTube videos, y'all. Because y'all know everything is on YouTube. So I started watching more and more YouTube videos, and then I started, okay, let me dibble and dabble a little bit. So I started buying wigs, you know, testing them out, seeing if I like them, learning how to put them on. All this was done via YouTube. I had to learn how to do it myself because I looked at the cost of having someone else do it, and it was just better if I did it myself because it can get really expensive. Oh, look at that. It can get really expensive. So I became a jack of all trades. Like,
oh my God,
every
are these
week
all
I
you?
had a new hairstyle.
These are all you?
Yes, every week I had a new hairstyle, and it was because I became a lover of wigs. And then all of a sudden I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna drop the wigs for a while. Now, hey, I still have all my wigs now because it's getting wintertime and it's gonna get a little cold.
Yes,
A little cold. So I do still have all my wigs, but I wear synthetic wigs. I wear human wigs. I'm not gonna put anybody's name out there because they're not paying me to do that. But I shop everywhere for wigs. I just, you know, it just became a talent of mine, and I actually do wigs for my mother. My mother suffers from alopecia as well, but she's in denial that her hair is leaving, but so she continues to wear the wigs. You know, I've told her, Mom, just let it go. And she was like, I'm not doing it. I want my wig on. So we continue to put wigs on her, and you know, I've had the opportunity to actually model wigs for companies and actually show how I install wigs for companies via YouTube. So I've been actually blessed to do these things, and I want to continue to do these things, but also I want to embrace my baldness because bald is beautiful now. You know, at first I didn't think I could do it, but it's become something about, and I got courage from following groups like, you know, there's a lot of bald groups out there on Facebook. You can kind of search them up, but following these groups, listening at stories, whether it was for personal reasons they cut their hair off, whether they were sick, they cut their hair off, or whether they just wanted to just be bald. I just learned so much from other people, and I was like, you know what, it's my turn. And so I just took the leap of faith and I just did it. But I'm still wearing my wig, y'all.
Hey, you gotta keep that scalp warm. You know, it gets cold in Houston at night. I understand. But
Okay,
I
so
definitely
we have our first challenge of this hour. Thank you. Okay, so the challenge is, and this came through the text message, if you are wearing a wig or a weave, we challenge you to make a donation to Levi Long.
Well, I mean, I guess we see that I wasn't born with purple hair, so
that's a combination of the royal blue and the red, Sonia.
Yes.
That's the first challenge. If you're wearing a wig or weave, make a donation to Levi Long, and put in the comments and the notes your email address, and you will get a free gift from Angie B Productions. So please make your donation. Let us know that you did, and your free gift will get emailed to you. So that is the first challenge in this 11 o'clock hour. Thank you.
So, Candy, do you have a website? Because you said you make wigs for people and you model them. So, do you have a website website, like if others wanted you to make their wigs, like the lady that came on, she's struggling. So do you have a website and do you do tutorials for people
So
that
I
it's
so
hard?
let me clear something up. I don't make the wigs. I actually I buy them, but I do know how to install them and things of that nature. I haven't gotten into making wigs. That is a cumbersome process. Because I have made one for myself before, but it's just a cumbersome process. But I do model them and I can, give a tutorial. I can be found on Instagram at CG on Trend and also on YouTube at CG. It's CG on Trend on YouTube as well. And I have some videos of me installing units and the products that I use and things of that nature.
That's awesome. I definitely, my nieces do a little bit with wigs in terms of altering them. I'm not sure that they've gotten to the full joy of making them, but my dear sister Angie B has worn wigs over the years. And let me ask both Shanita and Candy, in terms of wigs that don't have clips, and I know this is probably a stupid question, but I've never been bald. So how do they stay on? Because the wigs that I wear, well, obviously this is latch hook, so this is just in there. But the wigs that I wear have clips, and I braid my hair down, and then I stick them in the clips. So how do they stay on when you don't have something to clip it to?
Well, I use different products. I use glue. A lot of people are irritated, so you have to make sure that you're not irritated by the glue or the tape, because those combs, those actually irritate my scalp. So I usually cut them out, and I don't use those. So I actually use a adhesive, or I would use like a spray. Like they got to be spray is another spray that's out on the market. I use that sometimes to adhere my wigs, but I don't like my wigs to stay on longer than a day or two. So I'm usually ready to take it off after a day or two. Because I mean, it's just like it kind of like, all the hair. I love them, don't get me wrong, but it sometimes it can be irritating. Because I've always been a girl who I've had hair, but I always rocked it short. So I've never really been one for all the hair. But I mean, once I got into wearing wigs, I started to like it, and I like the different looks. But it gets irritating after a while, and so after 2 days, I'm ready to. So I don't glue them down to make them last forever. Like my mom, I would say my mom, she likes her wigs to last for like 3 to 4 weeks at a time. And so I make sure that I glue hers down really good. But mine, I'm be ready to take that thing off.
Yes. Oh my God.
Yeah, I
What
don't use
about you,
just
Anita?
I use adhesive. So yeah.
Yeah.
I if I have a wig with a comb, I use wig grips. You have to buy those online. They're wig grips. So what they do is you put a cap on, like a stocking cap, like the caps men wear, or women wig caps, and for extra protection, I might put two on, and then the wig grip. No matter how you pull, it's not going to come off. I don't use glue because my head is sensitive. When I was bald and I had the combs, I would use extra caps because they help with softening the comb. And the combs can lay flat. They don't have to be dug up in your head. They're flat combs, so they lay flat, and they just never really bothered me. So I would just keep the combs in. So I don't know. When I was bald.
Yeah.
And they're making wigs now with this grip with a elastic band in them now. So they're able to stay on. If you don't want to use the comb, you can use that elastic band. And it's just it normally it would stay unless you're doing something, crazy. Usually most of the time they stay on pretty good.
I would tighten it. I would tighten the band to fit my head, so I wouldn't need the combs. So.
Yeah.
We hear that birthday music.
We got a couple of comments that came in. A couple people said, "Happy birthday, Kiana! Happy birthday! Happy birthday!" And the birthday challenge is, if you also have a birthday this month, we ask you to make a donation to Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. We know there are a lot of nonprofit organizations that could use your support, but let's support Kiana on her birthday and make a donation. Make a donation. Okay, so somebody wants to know about Kiana's upcoming event. So Kiana, we're gonna do like we did yesterday. We're gonna put some stuff up on the screen and let you describe it to us, okay?
This is the actual fight for it. And the title is not Bird. So it's a banquet that's going to be sponsored by the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. Your proceeds and your donations is going to actually help this to be an absolute success. The more it's going to be held at the CCE building that's right behind U-Haul on International Speedway, the Bethune-Cookman's Presidential Dining Hall Suite. And it's going to be an all-you-can-eat buffet. And it's going to be a night to remember those that have gone on from sickle cell complications. And those that are still here, we're going to honor those. They never get honored. They never get remembered. So this is going to be their night to remember how special they are and how they mean much. And even though they're battling this illness, they're still important to us. So the single tickets are $25, and a table of 8 is $100. I've sold right now. I have 6 tables sold, and I have 4 more tables totally. No, 5 more tables to sell because I do have accounts, and I have to give that final count to Bethune-Cookman on Tuesday morning, so they'll know how to prepare the food. So go ahead and give those donations if you would like a table. Please, you can cash out the $100. I have everything written down. I send receipts as I get them, so you'll know I have it. And this is also a nonprofit organization banquet, so you can get a nonprofit receipt stating that you did give toward this banquet. And so I'm looking forward to it. The attire is all black. There will be a live band there. I don't know if you remember the Spinners. It's a group called the Spinners. It's an old school group. And so one of the members of the band is an old member of the Spinners. And so he's come back and he asked some people with him, and they sound so nice. And so they're going to be the live band performing that night, next Friday, September 29th. And I do still have tickets. And actually, I have 4 tickets to raffle off for free. I have 4 tickets to raffle off for free. This is a picture of me at my alma mater, Bethune-Cookman University, and it was last year before school started. They had a day where when the students came back, they offered the community partners to come out, and so I was able to reach out to some of the students that were there that had sickle cell, so they would know that they have an advocate in the area. This is a picture in one of my books, and it's a very explanatory picture. It shows what is sickle cell disease. It plainly tells what it is. It shows the human body. It shows how round and whole cells look. It shows how sickle cells look in the body. And so it shows the shape and describes it because sickle cell shapes are hard, they're sticky, and they come in a crescent shape. But our whole cells, if you don't have sickle cell, our cells are soft, round, and smooth. And so that's what causes the crises in the body when those hard, sticky cell shapes try to go through the blood vein. This is a more scientific picture, and it's called Consequences of Sickle. It shows within our human body what happens and how it occurs when the cell goes to the body and when the sickle cell goes through, because the operation of a cell is to carry oxygen through different organs of our body to stay alive and to stay healthy. So when those cells sickle, they get clumped together and they get stuck. And so the oxygen is not able to get to the parts that it needs. And so that's why they have to hurry up and get into the hospital, hurry up, get an IV so that they can get those cells back shaped circular to continue living. It used to be a long time ago that the lifespan of a person living with sickle cell was in the 30s. Then now I know someone who's 66 who's on my team. She's on my board actually with sickle cell, living healthily with sickle cell. She's managing well. And I know a lady that's 90 that has sickle cell. So again, it's how you live while you're living, and it's just taking care of yourself, drinking your fluids, staying hydrated, because a crisis can come at any time for any reason. This is another picture that shows a closer view of how those cells look in our veins. And this is a very good view. It shows how our veins look, and I think this is a 3D picture. And it shows the circular cells, and it shows the sickle cells and how they carry through and they carry the oxygen to our organs. A lot of times people with sickle cell have to get surgery because their organs are needing to be repaired. I know those that have had to have a hip surgery. They had to have gallbladder surgery because their cells, because they sickle so much, they don't get that oxygen, and so they have to get more attention to their bodies in the form of surgery to help them sustain in this life. This is a picture of a baby. So sickle cell is something that you're born with. And we know that it comes from your parents, your mother and your father. So this is a baby that had a mother and a father that had sickle cell trait, came together, and this baby was born with the disease. And this is a detection of a newborn baby. When they have swollen hands and swollen feet, it's called the hand-foot syndrome. That's a detection of a baby that has sickle cell. And they go into pain. And I was saying yesterday in the telethon, you know, as a mom, there are certain cries we listen for when our babies are hungry, when they're wet, but it's a different cry when they are in pain. And when they have sickle cell, it's a way worse cry. And so this is what that picture details.
Thank you so much, Kiana. It is now time for questions for Kiana. We're going to have a few questions. If anybody backstage, Shanita, Candy, or Sonia, if you have a question, just raise your hand. I can see you. But Kiana, we've got a few questions that have come in that we really want you to address. And the first one, I get it every time I talk to you, and it's so difficult. But the first one is, why would two parents that have the trait decide to have a child?